Good evening, members of Spiritual and Cryptid Encounters. How's everybody doing tonight? Tonight, we're having a spiritual warfare, dark witch, Lechuza, night owls. That's the topic for tonight here on Spiritual and Cryptid Encounters. For those tuning in on Restream, YouTube, Facebook, and for those who follow my server, TikTok's under APCS895. Good evening, everybody. I hope everybody's doing great. I'm going to share out this link to the groups that I shared to real quick, brothers and sisters. Let's see which night owls and early morning roosters are up tonight, late night. Hi, how you doing, Sister Edna? Hope you're doing great. Hope you're having a wonderful evening tonight. I started a little bit late. I seen a couple of my associates having their lives. They do lives like between 10 and 12. So I said I'll just wait a little bit longer after midnight to start the live. So like that, they get some viewers and the people that follow them. At the same time, it gives me a little time to recuperate since we had a 7 hour live last night. And I was debating whether I was going to go live tonight or not, but I said, you know what, let's do it. Let's go for it. So here I am. How you doing, brother Andres Carizales? Yeah, I just rested up. I went to go visit my niece at the hospital, and just winding down. I'm a night person. I'm up at nighttime, so this one I do the shows at nighttime. Sometimes at 10, 11, 12, 1, 2, 3. For those that have me, make sure you have the notifications on when I go live, because I can go live at any given time within the night. And sometimes I do it when I feel that it's right for me to do it. I'll do it, just like right now. I said, okay, let me go ahead and do it. I was gonna start it at 11, but I said, no, let me give it at least a 12. So I think it's like 12 something right now, almost 12:30. How you doing, Sister Kelly? So I got my little, since we're talking about spiritual warfare, dark witches, lechusas, which is an owl, or a harpy, the forms that they like to manifest to. Uh, they do a lot of spiritual warfare at nighttime. There's this dark witches that I remember from when I was a kid, when I was growing up. They would do their missions at nighttime. You know, when it's dark and they go and mess with people wherever they have a spiritual hit on. They go and target the family. At nighttime, and they will go in groups, in more than one. And sometimes they might try to do something even during the day when they're in their normal form of their human form. They might try to do something even when they're just in human form, or should I say, how they look. So you got to be careful, when it comes down to spiritual warfare, because they can try to attack at any given time. Daytime, nighttime, it doesn't matter. Uh, I think one time I started at exactly 3 in the morning. The reason I do that is that I was doing that is because certain individual that I believe is a bruja, a witch, was doing indirect witchcraft towards me and towards some of my friends. So I say, okay, you wanna threaten people, you wanna wish bad upon us. So I'm gonna do my lives late at night when you worship what you worship. So that's why I'm doing a late night live feed at this time frame. Why not talk about Jesus Christ, right? When they're supposed to be doing what they do and what they worship. Well, here I praise Jesus Christ. And I think it gets them upset because the things that they do is is wicked. They mess with too many people doing too many wicked things. But that's why I give them. I talk about the balance. I talk about spiritual warfare. I talk about all kinds of aspects, things that they don't want me to talk about because it takes away from them. Because they gotta follow the orders that is given to them, but what they believe in, right? So yes, I guess I step on many. I'm gonna say toes, but we could say on many claws. On claws, I step on many claws because I'm trying to bring as many of my brothers and sisters into the light, to bring them spiritual awareness about the spiritual warfare that's at hand. That's been here. It's been here for a very long time. Me, I've been awakened since I was like 3 or even younger. Spiritually, I'm able to see things of the spirit, or what's within the balance, shall I say. But they're just a blessing. Uh, Different than most people. No, if people were to say that, they can take me to a location, and if there is something there, I'll find it because I have those abilities. My spiritual instincts kick in, and I'm able to find the source of whatever is causing activity in a location, whether it be an area, whether it be somebody's home. It doesn't matter. I'll be able to find it. And that's what I do, and that's what I've been doing for a very long time. So I guess I can start off with a picture right now, and in a few, maybe like in about 50 minutes, I might drop a link down to see who wants to join me. I mean, why not? But I want to show y'all something. This was captured. I'm going to show you the original video first. Well, no, I'll show you the close up first. But it's a video of what seems to be a huge, giant owl. And when you hear of the owl man, or you hear of you know uh, Lilith. Well, this owl is huge. It's not an ordinary owl. All I know, it was there. I could sense something, and I was moving my camera around to see if I caught anything because my senses were going crazy, and I was able to capture it. So I'm going to share that with y'all. For whoever's here tuning in early, or should say it's late, but to me it's early because it is a time where I'm wide awake. So I'm going to share with you the close up first. So when you see the close up, you can see you're gonna say, "Oh, it's an." You'll see that it's not an ordinary owl, and I might as well just drop the link right now, and I'm gonna place it down there. This is dealing with spiritual warfare, dark witch, owl slash lechuza. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna drop the link there. For anybody that's had any experiences with dark witches or this lechuzas, we call them in Spanish. Some people call them harpies. But I'm going to share this video right now, the short reel. I have many short reels on spiritual and cryptid encounters on YouTube and also on TikTok under ApeCS895. I have a lot of short reels there that you're more than welcome to check them out. Uh, so let me go find this picture, this short reel video that I'm talking about. Uh, Here we go, brothers and sisters. Let me share it with y'all real quick. Here we go. There it is. Is literally turns his head from one side all the way to the other. It's right here. He's gonna turn his head. There it is. He's got the beak, and there's the eyes. And he's still turning his head right there. I'll leave it on there for right now, just like that, so y'all can check it out. It turns that right there. It's already turned his head some. But when I play back the video, you're gonna see how he turns his head from one side all the way to the other. Here's the head, there's the eyes, there's the beak, and it's pretty tall because I'll show you how tall it is in a moment when I share the full footage of it. It turns its head all the way around from left to right. Alrighty. I'll let it run for a little bit and then I'll share the other video. How you doing, real MMA? How you doing tonight? Just by looking at the footage here, is a show real creative where it turns its head from the left to the right, and it's pretty tall because I'm going to show you the regular footage right now of how it really looks. Because this here is a close up that I created, a show real close up of it when it moves its head from left to right, and this is still daylight out there. The sun is fixing to set, but it was there during the day. How you doing, Britt? How you doing tonight? I hope you're doing great. No, Sister Britt would always talk about Lilith. Well, check this out, Sister Britt. The big owl. It turns its head from left to right. I can pause it for y'all so y'all can check it out. There it is. Pretty big. So what I'm going to do now is show you all the regular footage, if I can find it. Oh, here we go. I got to make sure it's big enough here. That's the regular footage, how tall it really is. And I'll play what I was saying.
My hair's already stood up, brothers and sisters. Believe, oh, right here. My hair's already stood up, brothers and sisters. I feel something here. From this area.
There it is right there in the distance.
This is the open space where the thing was hovering. Came from the.
There it is. There it is when it turns its head, brothers and sisters. In the distance, right there, he's looking straight at me. There it is. It turns its head all the way from the left to the right. It's looking sideways, and he's going to turn his head.
Believe.
There you
Oh,
go.
right here. My hair's already stood up, brothers and sisters. I feel something here. From this area. This is the open space where the thing was hovering. Came from the.
All right. Let me take that off real quick. Yeah, that's pretty huge right there. That has to be like a good 15 feet tall, 15 to 16 foot tall. Um, could be a possible shapeshifter skinwalker, but we also know what resides in the woods, which is Lilith or Lilith's children, in which if she was in the form of an owl, then they have the capabilities of looking like owls too. The thing is, they don't look like an ordinary owl. They look different, uh, which it could look demonic just like that one because it was very tall. You see how big the eyes were? They were huge. Yeah, I got to see Brittany um, through Google Maps. You know how your mom would always say that she could send something looking at her from the woods across the driveway where the woods were, that she would always send like something was staring. Well, y'all will say that something is always staring at y'all from there. Well, I went to look at Google Maps, right? And I was able to capture an image of something huge by right across where y'all used to live in Nolanville. Okay, so let's see, we got somebody that's fixing to get booted out real quick. There we go. I got him. Boop. That easy. That easy. The reason the guy said he sees shit is because his eyes are shit. Nonfiction will go boot him out on YouTube. We always get the trolls that come in here because they hate the works that we do here in Spiritual and Cryptid Encounters. So they got nothing nice to say. Who do we got here in the chat? We got Bounty. Or your daughter's name is Lilith, Brittany? How you doing, Scott Baker? Well, I booted that person, man, that came in here infiltrating, trying to talk nonsense. You know how they always do. I guess that the roach camp is mad because I get more views than they do in a lifetime. Yeah, try to take some pictures, Brittany, where you seen it. You know, like or try to record a video for me. You know, just record and send me the video. Maybe I'll be able to see something there. That would be awesome if you could do that, so I could see if I could sense anything spiritually in that area. How you doing, Claire Porter? Yeah, Sister Brittany. Uh, we all go a long ways from Colleen and Nolanville, where they actually would come to Elms Grove when they were teenagers, and they would come and go ghost hunting with me. You know, in which they were trying to figure out what was happening there in that area. So we would do a lot of investigations at nighttime. Okay. Hey, whenever you wanna come on the show and share some of your experiences, let me know. You know, I always drop a link here in the bottom for whoever is. Maybe you can share your story of what happened to you. You don't have to put on the camera on. You can just talk to speaker, so you can share what you experienced a couple of days ago. So yeah, in the area where Brittany and my good friend Belinda, her mother, will live, it was pretty hot in Nolanville, where they lived. Down the road, there was an old cemetery, and there was a lot of activity where her younger sister and even my son got to see it because her younger sister would always see two little children when she would be playing on the swing set. She said they would be dressed like differently, and my son told me that they were playing on the swing set in the back of their house, and that the little boy and the little girl came out of nowhere, but it was spirits of a little boy and little girl, and then they took off running towards the cemetery. Yeah, yeah, you could share what happened, the story that you were telling me of what you witnessed, and things like that, and all you got to do is click on this link. If you got the time, and not, uh, Tuesdays and Thursdays is open mic night, but since we go a long ways, like when I used to live in Killeen and y'all used to Nolanville, and y'all used to be with me when I was going through all this stuff, when I was having all those experiences there in Elms Grove. Hey, what's up, Primo? How you doing, cuz? Shout out also to Primo Jesus Carvajal, to Jesse. Shout out to Jesse Carvajal, to all the primos. Yeah, it's pretty bad. There's Scott Baker. See, there's brother Scott Baker. He hit that link button and he jumped right on. How you doing, brother Scott?
Hey, pretty good. Listening to your show, you're teaching me a lot about a lot of stuff. Like, we talked about shape shifting and stuff. So I wanted to retell the story that, man, this is what I think happened. It's that the story about, sleeping over, like I was 6 or 7 years old, sleeping over at a friend's house. And so I wanted to retell that story in case people haven't heard that. But uh, I think what it was, I couldn't think of the word that might have happened, but I think you hit the hammer and the nail, shape shifting. So I wanted to tell the story over again. I was in Virginia. My best friend, their family lived like 4 houses down. It was out in the country, a suburb, and in Virginia. I'm not going to name the city, but I try to keep this stuff, anonymous. So anyways, back in the day, um,
How you doing, Britt?
families,
See if you
your
can.
friends,
Yeah.
like
Let me see. Can you hear me, Britt? I
Yeah, I
thought I
can hear
heard
you. I have
something.
headphones. It's my boyfriend is asleep next in the background. Yeah, go outside. Get my shoes on.
Yeah, you sound like pretty far ways.
I got
Or you're outside.
yeah, I got headphones on right now.
Scott, hey, brother Scott.
Yeah. I'll just
She
wait. I'll just wait.
she had a story to share, but I don't know
Yeah, yeah.
if
She's kind of
it's gonna.
choppy. Maybe. Yeah, I'll just wait until she can get that
Oh,
connection better or something.
yeah.
Oh yeah, she's. I think she's outside.
Okay. Okay, I'm outside now. Can you hear me?
Oh, it sounded like. Yeah, we can
Yeah,
hear
yeah.
you.
We can hear you.
Uh, tell us what
Okay.
happened. Share your experience. Me and Brittany go a
Okay.
long ways. For
Yes.
me, I knew your mother and them when they
Yes.
were teenagers. So they would go to Elms Grove and investigate with me. Oh, it broke off. It broke the connection. I don't know. So yeah, I had invited her to come on here to share her experience. She experienced something like a couple of days ago, but she used to live in Central Texas also. They used to reside in Nolanville, Texas, which is right by Harker Heights and Killeen area. So they've had encounters over there too with his shadow figures and his demonic entities, unclean spirits. But it seems like her connection broke off.
She's going to come back, isn't she? Then
Go ahead, brother.
okay. Yeah, so it was probably the weekend, like Friday or something, and I was God, I was probably about 6 or 7 years old. I think in that age, and so it was kind of fun to go over to your friend's house and sleep over because it was like you know uh, it was really fun because you're having dinner or lunch or something, and I think maybe my parents were going out, and people didn't watch me or whatever too. So who knows what the story was on that, but it was kind of really fun to sleep over somebody's house when you were little, and so anyways, nightfall came. Um, Back then, um, my friend, he had I think it was like a 3-bedroom house and stuff, and they had a basement and stuff. But anyways, I think the bed, like when you're little, they didn't. We had bunk beds where I grew up, but because we had a big family. But he had just a single bed, so I would sleep in the bed with him, and we were little, so I think I would say it's probably like a twin size bed or something. It wasn't a queen or anything like that. So, anyways, nightfall came, so we went to sleep or whatever. So, and the reason I'm bringing this story back is, you know, we were talking, you're bringing up the this concept of shapeshifting, and so, anyways, I'm sleeping, and I wake up, and I don't know what time, because back then probably didn't even know how to tell time. I don't know if I had one of those Zorro watches. You guys remember those Zorro? I don't know. He was like a guy with but I never knew how to tell time. I don't know how old I was to learn, but I think I had one of those watches, but I didn't look at the time or anything. But so I woke up, and it was late. It was real quiet, and the room was black, dark, no night light or anything like that. And I remember laying on my back, and my friend was laying on his back. So, we had pillows and stuff, and so I was laying there, and then the there was a window where I think that room would be facing east, and I don't know if the moon was out or not, but there was a little lighting in the room, so it could have been the moon shining. I'm not sure, but what I saw when I woke up, I kind of turned sideways a little bit, and I saw my friend. His face, that it looked exactly like a reptilian lizard, and I couldn't tell the color or anything like that. And I'm like looking at, and this is like a foot and a half away or 2 feet away or something. And I'm like looking, and I'm like, then I look up in the ceiling, and I look back again, and it's still like that. And I'm going like, and immediately I kind of like moved very gently off the bed, because he was on the wall side of the room. The bed was up against like a window, and he was on the wall side. And I kind of really slowly slid out of bed, out, and because I saw that, and I didn't say I got to get out of here, but I was still a little groggy, but I saw that, and I like freaked out. I guess I'm going to use that word. So I kind of like slithered out of bed, out of that bed without making any kind of, drastic movement or anything. So then I got down on my knees off the bed, and back then they had old wooden floors, or they had rugs or something like that. So I was really, really quiet, and I had my pajamas on and stuff, I remember. So I got off the bed, and then I walked real slow, like tiptoe out of that room. And then I went into the bathroom, and I didn't turn the light on or anything, because the bathroom was like right across from the bedroom. And I got inside the bathtub, and I fell asleep in the bathtub. I was in there, and this was not a dream. This was not, I was awake, man. And I can remember it to this day. Like, I go back, but he was my best, same age as me. And because I didn't go to kindergarten, and I don't know if he did or not, but it was too far away. So my mom never allowed, so I started, first grade or something like that. But it was early. It was either first grade or before first grade. So anyways, I woke up like in the morning or whatever, probably before sunrise. So I got up and, shut the bathroom door, like I was in the bathroom, and I never told anybody. I never told him. And, it just sat in the back of my mind, like, it's not like a dream, but you kind of put it out of your mind, but it actually happened. So I'm thinking, again, this is a theory. You brought up this thing about shape-shifting. And, I wanted to put that out again, now, he had the covers on, the covers were a sheet or something like up to his neck. So I couldn't really see, arms or hands or anything like that. And I believe it was in the summer. It wasn't, you still get cold winters and stuff like that. And you do get snow occasionally, and that's generally December. So it was in the summer, but I never told anybody. And he had two other brothers. So there was three boys in that house, the father, mother, and I don't remember anything else about the mother, doing breakfast or anything like that. That's all I can remember. But that's a true story. Like this, his face, his head and face was like a chameleon, reptilian, with the snoot and you could tell there was like some kind of scalish kind of, it's the whole appearance of that. So that's the end of the story. But I wanted to, I think, it was something, either, I don't know. I mean, anybody out there, maybe they can relate to what happened to me or whatever it is, but I just wanted to retell that story because this whole thing about shape shifting, I mean, was that was he actually shape shifting, or, I don't know if it was genetically, or, so I'm not gonna speculate on any kind of hypothetical idea, but I thought I'd send that out or put it out on the on your platform, Abe, just to see like what you think or what other people may make a comment about it. So that's the end of the story.
I've seen where a negative attachment uncle spirit attaches itself to somebody, where their face shifts and it changes form. Sometimes you see some that it looks like demonic. You can see like the sharp teeth and the way the face is. It's not the person. You can only see the manifestation in the face, but it's the negative attachment. So it's possible that you might have seen something in the nature, but it's not that the boy was a shapeshifter. It's possible that he might have had a negative attachment on him, or something in that room in which you were spending the night there was attached to him. So when you seen the face, you were seeing the manifestation, the attachment that was on him. I believe that's what you were seeing.
I mean, it startled me. I mean,
you were able to see, since you were a kid, you wasn't living in sin. You were able to see the manifestation.
Yeah, I think
what was on him.
when you're younger, I think your eyes, like, and I've heard about this too, about kids, because I used to see some other that are coming to my mind about a real young person has this kind of this eyesight that they can see a lot of things, that as we grow older, I don't know if we lose that ability because we get indoctrinated by this whole world that we live in. But so I saw that, and that's like it was just kind of, I saw it, I got to get out of here, I got to move from this bed, and I didn't scream.
They manifest the way, the negative attachment or whatever, or that was there. It's going to show you a beastly form because he wants to scare you, for the fear factor. Because if it scares you, then it can find an opening on you and try to attach itself to you.
Well, it just stayed motionless. It didn't move. It didn't wink at me. The eyes weren't open, but it was just the head, the snoot, the scalyish, no ears kind of head of like, not like a snake head, but more like a, like a chameleon salamander, kind of, but it did resemble what I'm trying to say. There's no color because it was, kind of dark, with a little, I guess, either the moon shadow was coming in or whatever, but it wasn't really, and that can make people's face too look weird too. But this was like physical, and I was like, I got to get out of here, because it's like I think something in me like scared me, but I wasn't like panicky. I just like, I got to get out of this bed, and I tiptoed very slowly, silently in the bathtub to go to sleep because I had nowhere else, I couldn't tell anybody, I just had to find a place to like escape, because I didn't know their house. I didn't know where the closet was, or, I used to have nightmares and go to my, my parents' room and try to sleep into their beds. But this thing was like, I didn't know, I didn't know their house. I didn't know where, people, I didn't want to go to the parents' room or somebody else's room and wake him up and say, hey, my friend, there's a lizard in my bed, I didn't want to say that. So I was like, I kept it to myself. And in the morning, I didn't say anything, to anybody about it. So, and I never slept over again at that house. And I never said anything to anybody about it. I just kept it to myself, So, but I started first grade in 7 years old. So, I must have been 5 or 6 in that age, I think. So, it was like before going to first grade. So, but yeah, that's the story. So I don't know if anybody, can explain anything or give me a hint of like what's going on. I hear some background.
Sometimes when you're a kid, that's when a lot of people see a lot of things spiritually. Is because you're innocent. You're not around the sin and all that. So you're going to be able to see it. You're going to be able to see if there's any negative attachments, like the spirits around you. You're going to be able to see if somebody has something on them, and I believe that's what happened. That you were seeing that on him.
Yeah.
It's not that he was a shapeshifter or skinwalker. It's just he had a negative attachment. We've seen that happen numerous times. All throughout my lifetime, I've seen that happen to many people. But that's why you place that spirit to the test. You tie, bind, and rebuke it in the name of Jesus Christ. And if there's an unclean spirit there, it's going to flee, and the person is going to become normal. Because
yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry to interrupt you.
No, that's all right.
No, so I've got a suspicion that his brother, he's on like Facebook, like he's always got conversing with me and stuff, and I don't tell him anything about that. But the brother that I was in the bed with, this incident, I had a kind of an intuition thought that why isn't my friend, why isn't he on Facebook, or there's like, where's the communication? Like, he was my best friend, but his brother is my sister's age group, but why doesn't he talk about him? And I remember him making like a post one time, on Facebook saying something about the school. He went to the school of hard knocks. And what I'm thinking is maybe he had been incarcerated, later in life. This is just a theory, but, having said that, is maybe that attachment, he did something, that made him do something. I'm not sure about it. Maybe I'll find out that, but he's like a supervisor in like construction maintenance or something like that. But it seems like, why doesn't his brother tell him about me and, say, hey, how you doing, Scott? Whatever. It's like, there's no communication. So I don't know, what's going on, but it's kind of weird that, the next older brother, who is the kind of same age as my sister, who's like 2 or 3 years older than me, he's conversing, saying stuff on, commenting stuff on Facebook with me, but the one is, he's not. So I don't know what that means, or what that can be interpreted as, but I mean, maybe he's just not social, he's not into that social stuff. A lot of people aren't, but it's just strange because the older brother would say, "Hey, Scott knows me, and why don't you say hi to him or something like that?" Nothing. It's weird.
People change, brother Scott. That's what what happens. People change. Whatever path they're in life got them a certain way, they change.
Yeah.
Now, I see it happen to a lot of my friends where we were good friends in high school, and next thing you know, I joined the military and stuff, and they disassociate with themselves from me because I went to combat, I went to war and stuff, So it's like I'm not gonna be kissing anybody's ass, If they want to associate with me, they're gonna associate. If not, hey, that's okay too. And what's messed up is one of them passed away not too long ago. And me and him were real good friends, and it just I guess he chose the other guy that was my friend too, and they say let's not talk to this guy, and now he's gone, and I don't know what happened to the other guy.
Yeah.
There was another friend of mine, and he died like in 2008, somewhere around there, But at least he communicated with me. But yeah, it happens that way sometimes.
Yeah, but his brother doesn't even say. He doesn't say anything. Oh, he's too busy. He's not into. I mean, he doesn't even say anything. But I got a suspicion that he's incarcerated, and the brother doesn't want to tell me that. Maybe it's all hypothetical, but it's kind of weird. It's really weird, because he was like my best friend, and it's like a childhood friends, kind of thing, So, you always kind of want to reminisce a little bit. And I was actually going to go back there, but that Hurricane Helene hit Asheville, North Carolina, where my sister lives. And I was going to go drive up there. So I had to cancel, the flight, the rental car, and, the motel, all that crap. I had to, cancel all that. So, but I was going to go up there, and I know sure enough, I would probably, meet him, up there. But that never happened with that hurricane last year. So,
how you doing, brother Wolf?
What's going on, guys?
Nothing much.
The reason I jumped on is because I heard you talking about something. Man, I got a lot of stories about reptilians. Not really that happened to me as much as like just people giving me stories. Hold on one second. I'm sitting on a post and this driverless car just pulled in and is turning around. It's so weird, man. There's like a whole fleet of these driverless cars over here. So what you were talking about with the reptilian thing, there was a guy that gave me a story back in March of this year. His name is Daryl, and he and his twin sister, her name is Daria. And when they were little, like you were talking about being kids, they were like 7. I think he said they were 7 years old. And it's really weird. It kind of parallels what you were saying. So I was sitting there listening to the show, and I was like, oh, look at that, dude. This driverless car just dropped 2 people off. That is a trip, dude. That is a freaking trip, man.
Crazy.
Driverless car.
Yeah, driverless car. Yeah, dude. Yeah, they just dropped these two people off.
What do you mean? A car that drives by itself?
Yeah, it's a car with no driver.
What the hell?
Yeah.
So the steering wheel turns by itself.
Yeah, it just dropped these 2 drunk girls off.
What the hell?
Oh wow, one of them's really drunk. But anyway, they're not really on the property. They're just sitting out here. But so not my problem. But anyways, I guess one of them's arguing with the other one. So anyways, I'm kind of keeping an eye on these people because one of them's getting kind of belligerent. These two, they're twins, right? But it was them 2 and their older brother. They had an older brother, and no, wait, it was they had a little brother, and there was a flood, and it was like in the 60s. It was like in 1965, something like that. I don't remember what year it was, because I don't have the notes in front of me because it's on my laptop at the house, and I'm on post right now, so it's not in my phone. But so I may not tell it exactly with the dates and everything. But so what ended up happening? They ended up having to stay, and these were relatives. This wasn't like just their friends, these were relatives. So they ended up staying at like their relative's house, and they weren't, I don't think they were like, I think it was like their mother's cousin. That was her kid. So these were like third cousins or something like that. And so there was a little girl who was like, I think 10 or 11. Couldn't remember exactly how old. And in the email, I think it said, there was a little boy too, who was a little bit younger than them, like a couple years. So he must have been about 5. So there was a little boy and a little girl, and they had bunk beds. So there was a flood. So their ranch like flooded out. And so they had to go, this is out in West Texas, near Schneider, I believe. I believe that's where it was at least from memory. So they ended up like going out to this other farm, not that far away, and staying with their relatives. This was their mother's cousin or whatever. And so the mom and dad and the parents were up, talking or whatever. And they were, hold on one second. I guess these drunk people are getting into a car, an Uber with an actual driver. Good riddance. So anyways, sorry about that, folks. I'm at work. So they end up having some kind of get together. They make the best of a bad situation. Their parents were up and they were having a couple drinks and whatever. So they put the kids to bed, and of course there'd been this big flood and everybody was like, kind of, like refugees or whatever. And they were sad because they had lost a bunch of their stuff, whatever. Their parents were upset. And this person's older than me, obviously. But this happened in like the mid 60s, like mid to late 60s. And I can't remember exactly what year it was. But he said that they were sleeping in the bunk beds. So they were on the top bunk, and the little girl and little boy, who are their cousins, they were on the bottom bunk. So when he got off of the top bunk to use the restroom, it was him and his twin sister. He got off of the top bunk, he jumped down and he went to the restroom. He didn't think nothing of it. When he comes back from the restroom, they had like a little light or whatever that was kind of coming in from the hallway, and the door was slightly cracked open. So he, and they said, well, leave the door open so that you can see down the hallway, right? If you have to go to the restroom. Well, he comes back in to the bedroom. The door is open, and Daryl sees these 2 children that they had been playing with earlier in the day that he thought they were just normal kids. They looked like reptilians, like what Scott was talking about. That's what caught my attention. I was like, holy shit. So I was like, man, I have to jump on there and say something, but I had to finish my rounds or whatever. And so I was listening, and then I was in a garage with no reception, so I finally was able to get out. But Scott, what you were talking about, that resonated with me because I remember reading that story like back in March, and that's not the only one I've heard. I've heard of other. I have 2 or 3 that I collected. One of them was from a group that I'm in, and it is about reptilians. And there was a girl in there that was talking about a guy she used to date here in Georgetown, right here, like in Central Texas in Georgetown, not far from me and Abe, kind of in between me and Abe. And she was talking about the same thing. They had just done something, and that's a whole nother story, but it was like, holy crap, dude. So this guy's talking about that as a kid. And he said that when he leaned in to look at their faces a little bit closer, the little boy was toward the wall and the girl was on the outside of the bunk. And she opened her eyes and looked at him, dude. And he freaked out, dude, because she looked like a lizard, but he goes, she must not have realized that I could tell because she just sat up, like put her elbows up on the bed and kind of propped herself up, and it said, is everything okay? Are you okay, Daryl? And he was just like, he goes, dude, it looked like her face was changing back to human. And so he was just like, oh yeah, everything's fine. But like how you said, all you saw was the head. He actually saw the hands, and he said her hands looked like lizardy, scaly. You know, he couldn't really tell by the color. When I messaged him back, he just said like brown. He thought maybe that's what it was. You know, but he couldn't really tell because the light, you know. And then the next day, he said they were playing and everything was like normal, like nothing happened. And he said he never forgot it. And he didn't really stay in touch with them. His parents did. And years later, okay, I guess he was like in his 30s or something. His parents were getting older, you know, and he said his parents had them when they were pretty young. So they were like just in their 50s. But his mom and dad were reflecting on that flood when they had to go stay at this people's house or whatever. And it wasn't like some big catastrophic flood. It flooded out the road and this creek right there. And they used that creek to feed like these 2 tanks, you know, that they had, you know, these 2 watering holes for their cows. And one of those tanks, it just rained so much that water had spilled over, and their house was not really built in a good spot, so it flooded out their house. It wasn't like a catastrophic thing, like you know, a bunch of people affected, because it's sparsely populated out in the middle of nowhere out there, and they had like a ranch / farm, whatever. And so, anyways, he said years later, same land, but their house had been moved up to higher ground. And his parents were saying, you know, hell, you remember back when it flooded, you know, whatever. And he said, yeah. And he goes, we were sitting there eating a pancake dinner. You know how you have like a people over and you make, you know, hotcakes for like dinner or whatever. That he was saying that some people from church. And so these people were sitting there at dinner, and he just blurted it out in front of all these people. And he said the little kids' names. It was like Kyle and Ellie or something like that. I can't remember I know that's not right with the girl. I think the little boy's name was Kyle, but I can't remember the girl's name. But he blurted it out like at dinner, at this pancake dinner that they were having from people from church. And so he was just in shock. Like, he goes, oh crap, I can't believe I just said that. He goes, yeah, I saw their faces. They look like lizards. And he said that without even batting an eye, his dad and his dad's brother, his uncle, were at the table, and there wasn't like a bunch of people that were there. All of them were in the next room, and they were sitting at the kitchen table with another cousin of theirs. And he tells his mother, okay, which would be his dad, you know, that's obviously his wife. His dad looks at his wife, which is, you know, this guy's mother, and says, I told you there was something wrong with them. I told you they were weird. And he goes, that's your family. That's your family. He's like kind of teasing her about it. And she's like, yeah, I get it. Yeah, you said something about it years ago. So apparently there was like some kind of argument that had happened. Like I said, this was just an email. It was not told to me by this guy. I haven't spoken to this man. But he said that in the email, it says something about there was an argument over a tractor. Yeah, and so this guy had a problem with the dad or whatever, and the mother came in, and she would have been the cousin of his mother, like their mothers were first cousins or whatever. And she came in and she started arguing with him too about it, because they wanted him to like rent it or something. I can't remember the whole story. And he was just like, I thought you were going to let me borrow it, but they were always trying to get money out of him. And so the woman starts getting angry with him, and he looks and he sees her eyes slit up. So the dad confirmed it. So all those years he never said anything, you know. And he said that he only saw him like a couple more times, and it was like at family functions, you know. He said he's sure that there was more encounters with them, but he don't remember them, and he don't remember if they were, you know, anything else happening just that one time. So
yeah,
that's
one of the commenters asked me, did it have horns? And no, this was like, it would be, you know, it was scaly, but it looked like, you know, a big headed, you know, like the same size of a head as it would be his size, you know, on his size, which, you know, he was 6 or 7, 5, 6 or 7. I'm just going to say in that range, because 8 years old, you kind of know a lot more. But it was pretty young. So, but, you know, he had, you know, it was that that snoot, looking at no teeth showing, but just, scaly, no horns, didn't open its eyes or its mouth, no nostrils. I didn't see that. I mean, I just saw that whole, if you could just picture, this reptilian, scaly. I mean, not like huge, scaly, sticking out, but just like smooth, scaling, kind of, and looking, not up, but just he was on his back, and just I could see the profile, and kind of the as I got up, looked the second time, I could see a little bit more of the more of the front part of it a little bit more, but no color. I mean, there's no green, no red, any of that stuff. It's black and white in there. Just a little moonlight, but no, the covers, sheets, or whatever we were on. And I had pajamas on. I remember, because I got in the bathtub. Because it's not like I had underwear on and with just a shirt, but everybody back then wore pajamas, and but it's weird that the brother doesn't tell me about him, meaning like I think he was incarcerated at one time, and because whatever, this, like Abe was saying, there was an attachment, whether it's reptilian or demonic or whatever, and it makes you do things, later in life, maybe, so I don't know. Maybe he's embarrassed to tell me, or his brother is embarrassed to tell me that, your best friend, he was incarcerated for 10 years or whatever, so, it's kind of like, he didn't want me to know that. I mean, that's all theory, but it seems, maybe, I'm just saying it could be. So,
yeah, it sounds like yours is more like it could be like a demonic. Excuse me, man. It's like a demonic attachment. Like this seemed more like it was a bloodline, man. I mean, from what he was saying, the mother and the children. No horns under fire.
It was physical. It was physical, Wolf. I mean, it was not a manifestation.
They can.
It was like it was like 3D real.
They can look that way. Like people don't understand. Like what I'm talking about is like, okay, like Daryl, the guy that sent me that story. Like I asked him too more details about the horns, things like that. The eyes were kind of deep set. They weren't bugging out. There were no horns that he remembered. Just the texture of the skin looked very lizardy like, not like a chameleon, but they looked very lizard. He couldn't really tell me exactly, when I asked questions, when I messaged him. So here's the thing, though. If something someone has an attachment, they can absolutely manifest something that is physical, and it just looks physical, and it could be from their genes, like that triggers it. But yeah, it doesn't have to be like, oh, okay, well, this is this.
When people are possessed, that they change forms. They can change
from
a young girl to an old lady.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they'll change forms and be shape-shifting and look like, whatever. But some people get it from like the bloodline. And what I mean by that is like they have that blood in them, that Drake blood or whatever type of reptilian they have. And while they're doing certain activities or something, especially coitus, it can come out because the girl in Georgetown, what happened with her was very much like that. I'm going to talk about these stories on my show too, but it was like they were doing, whatever. And then she gets up after they're laying there together. She gets up to use the restroom, and he's laying there in the bed, just kind of sprawled out, passed out. And when she comes back from the restroom, same thing. She lays down, she goes and lays next to him. He rolls over and kind of faces her. She sees this reptile. I mean, with these little itty bitty spikes on the top of his head, little bitty bumps like nodules.
Dang.
Well, I do have a quick story about horns. We used to go camping we had relatives up in New York. My parents are from New York. and my dad would drive with a trailer, the tent, all that stuff. We were like big camping buffs. And every summer, my dad must have got 3 weeks off vacation, but we would go up to upstate New York at different spots. Every summer, we went up camping. We had, my parents had relatives up there, my uncle and all that business. So, and he had a camp up there. And I remember one time, this was not at my uncle's cabin. It was another place. Like I'd have to look it up. I kind of know the name. It's not Saratoga, but it's upstate New York. But anyways, so we were camping. My dad had, the old fashioned heavy green, back then those tents, man, it was like an 8-person tent. I don't know how my dad did it, but this canvas, that heavy canvas, and then it has that mildew smell in it and stuff. Anyways, getting to the story is, I had to go to the bathroom, and I was in a pup tent by myself, and we had a big fire like in the middle. So I don't know where their what their tent was, but I had to go to the bathroom really bad, and or not real bad, I don't know. But I pup tent is like for 2 people, but it was just by myself. I wasn't there with my brother or nobody or my sister. So I unzipped the front of the pup tent, and we had this like bonfire. So I don't know what time it was. Again, I was young. I was like 5 or 6 or 7. Again, in that age thing. And I saw a face in that fire, and it had horns, and it was like reddish, like a face. And it was like looking at me, and I was looking at it. And again, Abe, you're talking about being young, to be able to see. And I used to have all kinds of nightmares, all kinds of weird stuff, nightmares and stuff when I was little. But yeah, I saw that face that was in that fire, and that fire was probably about, I would say, 20 feet away, maybe. And so I saw that face in the fire, and I didn't go out. I don't know what happened. Maybe I held it till the morning or whatever, but I didn't go out. But I didn't tell anybody. I mean, you tell your brothers or no way. I mean, I think when you're young, you keep that stuff inside because it's so scary that you just suppress it. You see it, you don't want to even talk about it, you suppress it in your back memory. But yeah, that thing had horns, like like a devil's face with horns. I mean, what you see, what you perceive. But it was in that fire, in the yellow flame, red flame fire, and that was like, that's real. I can say it wasn't. It wasn't any kind of. But it was a manifestation of a face. It had the mouth, eyes, and the horns. Head, and like a normal size head, size. Adult, kind of. That's that size in the fire that that was surrounded the fire was like, I don't know, it was a fire pit or for camping. Usually they have fire pits, so nothing spreads outward or whatever, but it was the surrounding area around that was bare, nothing would catch on fire around, probably it was like 20 feet in diameter, that everything is brushed out and stuff. So, but that we had tents there. It was a different place that we camped. And so yeah, that was another little quick story. I remember when I was real young about seeing something, with the eyes, being untampered or I just think we have this sixth sense or eye, and then, we just outgrow it, or we get, mind controlled as we get older. We get so much negativity, like, oh, you didn't see that, but Abe, you were lucky, that you grew up and nobody suppressed you on that stuff,
Well, Well, it sounds like
Yeah.
it was intense. That's a joke. Yeah, intent, right? Okay, all right. I'll see myself out. All right, so I'm gonna jump off for a minute, guys. I'm gonna run over to my channel. I got to make an announcement for tomorrow's show because I got to get up and do it early. It's going to be in the early afternoon, which is not our normal time slot for us. I'm interviewing a guy from Britain, and it's the only time I could get him to coordinate with me. So I got to do that. I will let people. I'll talk on there for a little bit. Let people know to come over to you guys if you want to do that. Okay.
All right. Thank you.
All right, man. All right, later.
All right. Thank you, Wolf. Yeah, there's just something, Abe, about being little and be able to see things. And I think your senses, you're more of a sensitive, when you're younger. I ran away from home when I did. I told my parents I'm leaving. I was like 6 or 7 years old. And I got into an argument. I don't know what it was. Like, my mom said something and I was like real mad or something. And I got my matchbooks. I had all these little cars. It was like a little suitcase with matchbox cars. And I'm going, I'm leaving. I'm running away, So I go down because back then we had big backyard and stuff. So, it's just funny that, you're just sensitive to, your parents saying stuff to you or whatever, it's kind of a personality, like, I think it was something like they don't want to listen to me or something. I don't know what it was about, but when you're little, if you can really remember, or maybe your parents tell you about stuff like that, and you just start like reminiscing and laughing like, oh my God, that's pretty funny. But yeah. But I think there's something about when you're really young, you see a lot of things, you experience these kinds of things, and then you kind of forget it. Or your brothers and sisters do bring it up. Like my sister would tell me, I think I said this before, when you looked out the back window, it was nothing but fields and rolling hills. So, in this country where we lived, and in the fields, with the weeds and stuff that are about, 2 feet high, they never cut it, but we saw indentations of because we would cut, instead of walking down the street, we would go behind the houses to go see our friends through the weeds and stuff. Cause we had clubhouses and we would build stuff. But we would see, one time I saw an indentation, like a flying saucer had landed there. Like, it was really small though. It was like, maybe like 8 foot in diameter, but it was pushed down in the weeds, like, something landed there. And my sister confirmed that too. She was with me. And then she said she saw the same thing across the street in an empty lot too. So, something was alien or something landing there, and stuff. So I'm not linking it to that reptilian story, but,
Another thing I think that has the capability of doing that will be like an imaginary friend or a doppelganger.
Uh-huh.
Because that's kind of like a form of a shapeshifter skinwalker, it's an entity that has the ability to shapeshift. So
okay.
And I'm thinking that could be also another possibility, just
yeah, I want to look that up.
Especially at nighttime, the kukui, we call it the kukui, has the capability too. The kukui, we call it the kukui, but people know it as a boogeyman. The boogeyman has the capabilities like that to trick people, right? Like it was pretending to be your friend and is looking a certain way, you freak out. And the kukui or boogeyman, since we were talking about that, they dwell in fear. They that's what they do is scare. So the more they scare, the stronger they get. On that. Luckily, you just were there visiting for one day, but they had to live there. So maybe something did happen to your friend where it was a negative attachment of the kukui or the boogeyman, and it affected him, and he went on the wrong path, like you were saying. If you
Well,
got incarcerated, you know,
here's
it's
another
possible
theory. Yeah,
that
go
something
ahead.
could have happened to him in that nature.
Here's another thought I had that, you're sleeping, right? So, people have experiences like, they, how you kind of like, I mean, people probably felt this when you start to fall asleep and then like you're on that drift, like you're drifting away, and all of a sudden you feel this shake. I mean, it's like some like you're coming out of your body, but then it's like drops back into your body, like your spirit. Have you guys any experienced that? That kind. Okay, so here's what I'm a speculate. Again, it's theory. It's a speculation. What if my friend, he left his body, and it was in the spirit world, and something else entered his body at that time, and it was that reptilian shape thing. I don't know. That's another theory that if somebody had a story, or maybe Wolf. I mean, he came in and talked about some of these stories about that, but kind of an interchange, like the human spirit comes out, and then this other entity can enter, in and shapeshift into that.
Yeah, well,
Reptile,
that's what
reptilian. I mean, this is
what
another thing I'm just thinking
what
of.
demons do. They shapeshift. They can change into any form. That's the thing. Demons. That's what they can do. They
So
can change forms, like
could
you or
they,
me, and
yeah.
or like whatever is in your thought, and you thought at that time, at that age, it knows what
Mm-hmm.
you're scared of or what you're thinking of. So it's going to manifest to what's in your mind,
Mm-hmm.
because if it's trying to get close to you, to lure you in to believe in it, right? When you're a kid, that's what he's going to do. Maybe somewhere within you, I know. Think about the only thing that I know of reptilians back in the day in that time frame would be like the Lost in Space. They had some reptilians in there, and that's one of the shows. And uh, the Land of the Lost, you know. But whatever it was, knew what was in your mind,
Yeah.
and it's okay. I'm gonna shape shift to this or whatever. Take this manifestation just to see if I can scare them or whatever to get
Yeah.
a stronger, jump on you, especially if you believe in what you're seeing. Right, it's gonna
Yeah.
try to attach itself to you. But demons can do
Yeah.
that. They
Yeah. I
can.
just I just don't see that's a correlation. Is like because I never watched scary movies or stuff like that, or had that impression in my mind at all. This was just like it was a one shot deal, you know, and like I don't know, maybe my spirit in me said, "Hey Scott, wake up, take a look at this, look at your friend, you know." When I meet my maker, maybe we can talk about it, and solve this mystery, that kind of thing. But it's like
Beyond the box
I,
says when they are in human form, I can still smell them. Yeah, you're going to be able to see if you live life spiritually with a heavenly love foundation and a relationship with Jesus Christ. You're going to be able to see what's within that vessel. If it's something, a negative attachment, you're going to be able to
yeah,
see.
there was no
What I've been
smell.
noticing is
There was no
people
smell
that
in that.
where they shift in their face, it shifts, and you're able to see the beastly form and the teeth. Even though it's not there physically, it's there spiritually. So you're able to see, like you said, they're in 3D or in a different dimension, but
Yeah,
you're able to see the spirit, the movement of, and you're going to be able to see the manifestation that's attached to the person. I see that all the time, where they smile and they have sharp teeth, but I know it's not the person. I know it's a negative attachment. So what I do is I pray against them, to leave that body.
yeah, but I
But
didn't. I didn't have that. I didn't have that ability like you
yeah,
did.
you're just
I
a
was.
kid. Yeah,
I'm just. it just startled me. But I think I was, brave enough, I guess, not to, scream out or yell out or wake them up or anything. I just wanted to get out of there, and get,
Yeah, I mean, you were
somewhere
just a
safe.
kid. You freaked out what you seen, man, and it's like,
Oh, I mean,
I'm
it
out of
was,
here.
it wasn't a nightmare. It's just like the reality, like, I knew I was awake and everything. And I'm like, I just got to leave the room. I got to find a place to hide, and the only place I'm looking is, the bathroom. I don't know if they had a night light in there or whatever, but, I kind of I didn't lock it. I didn't shut the door. I just closed it and I got in that bathtub and I just fell asleep. It's like, I didn't, I wasn't laying in the bathtub. Like I just got in the bathtub and just, I was out, until the morning, and I got up. Nobody was up. I got up and the door was still closed, and maybe I just flushed the toilet just to make it sound like, I don't know what happened. I'm speculating on, I'm just guessing on that, but
So
I
you,
didn't,
you want to, so your plans now that you're grown up, you want to get in contact with that guy that you supposedly shapeshifted,
yeah.
but to see if he is a reptilian. Now that you're
Well,
older.
I probably would have last year, but that hurricane, canceled everything, because I was going to drive up there, because that's where I used to live up there, and my friend, they still live there. They still live in that area. And, I was looking, maybe real estate too, and checking out, maybe, some stuff on the way and see what, what's there and stuff. And, but that whole deal, I canceled everything. So I put everything on hold. So, yeah, I was definitely gonna, I knew he was working because his brother says he's a supervisor of, he's running a maintenance team or something, construction or something. So, he's got a pretty responsible job, but, I would definitely meet him. That's for sure, or, go there and see, wherever he lives, being up in that, proximity area. So, because I know he lives in that area. His brother says, that, he would have said like, oh no, he lives in Tennessee now or Georgia or something like that. So, but yeah, and I canceled that whole trip. So, but yeah, I thought I'd bring that up again because, you kept bringing up shape shifting, and I'm going, wow, I got to bring the story up again because I'm learning from you, all these different angles or different experiences or research that you've done. So, I'm kind of trying to learn from you, like, the other possibilities, of what this is, what this
Well,
could be.
that's what the Anunnaki were. The Watchers, they were shapeshifters.
Mm-hmm.
There were there were there were angels, and they went against God. They became demonic, but they had capabilities as a shapeshifter, in which they're the ones that corrupted a lot of the people in this world, where they taught them the witchcraft and necromancy, the pharaohs, the Mayans, all these empires. They taught them the witchcraft and necromancy, the ability to shape shift. So that's where it comes from. Uh,
Yeah.
where they can change just about
Well,
anything.
yeah, because Wolf said it could be DNA, in there, So maybe he's, maybe he had some of the Nephilim blood or something that too. I'm just bringing that into the mix, but
Well, it's like the said the Nephilim got destroyed, but in the flood, all I'm saying is that what you probably seen was a negative attachment. Yeah, it might have been the vessel, but what happens when the vessel when like a lot of people get attacked when they're asleep. So if a person is vulnerable when they're asleep and something overtakes the vessel, then it's the
yeah,
spirit that's in control of the vessel. So you're going to be able to see the spirit that's in the vessel, which is like in a form of possession or bondage. You're not going to see the spirit of your friend in there. You're going to see the unclean spirit that's in your friend. And I think that's what happened, that you're seeing the unclean spirit of your friend in the vessel compared to the spirit of your friend, because you know how he acts, you know
Yeah.
his you know how his how he is as an individual, you know, his characteristics. So that's probably threw you off guard what you're seeing, but most likely something was there that overtook over the vessel of your at that time, you know, whatever,
Yeah.
whether it was dreaming or whatever the case, you know, that's I believe what happened.
Well, you wonder about, in the Garden of Eden, they mentioned this, this reptile snake, that word, right? So you wonder about that negative attachment that, the characteristics of what I saw is from the fall, the Garden of Eden, fall story about, he was going to send the beast to the ground, to live in the ground. I don't know what the verse, I can't really remember, but, it sounds like, there's a lot of different interpretations about, the creature, in the Garden of Eden with Adam and Eve and stuff, but it's like a snake, that concept of something,
But
so I
the
don't,
snake was not the true form of it. The true form of it was because it was Satan pretending to be a
yeah,
snake. So it was
yeah, and that's
the
what,
snake
yeah,
was just a manifestation.
right. So
The
again,
true form of Satan is different. So it was just a manifestation that he took of the snake.
yeah,
I
that
think
may be
somebody,
it. Yeah, that may be it. It sounds, maybe the right.
but you know, of course, you know, you got people that believe in aliens, people that believe in reptilians. I mean, I had an encounter with a reptilian uh, at the high, right by the bridge, crossing the bridge to go to the Family Dollar across the club where Sister Brenda used to work. That's when I told you that I seen that African American get elevated up in the air. Well, before that, um, the day after that happened, that I witnessed, that I helped that man, I went back to that area. Well, there was another day from when I seen that happen, where I was walking, and I heard pebbles fly from behind me in front of me. So I turned around real quick, and I had my guards up because I don't know if it was a car or what, but what I seen was this big, tall, uh, uh, white guy running at me. His legs, the way he was running kind of like a lizard, or how an alligator, or a the way his legs were run. He wasn't running like a human. Just put it that way. So I had my guards up, and I told him, "What's up?" You know, I had my guards up, and he stopped and just looking at me. I'm looking at him because he came running out of the woods, and he was running at a high rate of speed towards me. So I was with my guards up, and he's looking at me, and
My
I
God.
asked him, "What are you trying to do? Are you trying to sneak up from behind me? What are you trying to do?" You know, and he's just looking at me. He's not saying nothing. And I said, "What's your name?" And he looks at me. The only thing he says to me is Indiana. That's what he says. So I waited for him to walk parallel to me because I didn't want him to be behind me. Because to me, it felt like he was trying to attack me from behind, right? So we start walking parallel to each other. As we're walking parallel to each other, we're crossing the bridge. As we're crossing the bridge, it's like time slowed down, like real slow, like slow motion. And we're walking, and we're passing the bridge. The cars are going slow, kind of like a time vortex where time is slow. And I see people in the car passing real slow, and there's this translucent, seems to be like owls or lechuzas on the bridge, where they're jumping off the rail, or the edge of the bridge, and going into the cars through the people, as is they're feeding off their energy. So
Wow.
I'm still keeping an eye at this guy and say his name is Indiana. So we cross, and then I'm seeing all these things jumping in through the people, like it's jumping through in them and out of them, right? Like shadow figures, but you can see how they look. And as we cross the bridge, I am praying also as I'm walking while all this is happening. So as soon as we cross the bridge, time goes normal. The cars speed up. It's like everything's back to normal. So I start speeding up a little bit on the driveway that goes up to the Dollar General, and then I turn around and face Indiana. I face him and I'm looking him in the face, and he's looking at me, and I look at him. Well, it was nice meeting you, Indiana, and I grabbed his hand and shook it. When I shook his hand, his fingers felt very weird. They didn't feel like the fingers of a human being. I could feel something sharp, like he had claws, and he's looking at me. I'm looking at him. So I went into prayer within myself. I'm looking at him, and I start using my love foundation, start praying the Our Father. As I'm praying the Our Father, he's looking at me, and I could see some of his skin on the side ripping. It's ripping. Like the manifestation is ripping, and I'm able to see green scales. And then he
Wow. Are you
smiles at
kidding
me.
me?
When he smiles at me, he's I could see his teeth. They're real sharp,
Man, you got a lot
like
of
real sharp
guts.
teeth, right? So when I start saying the Our Father within myself, and he's trying to pull away from me, and I go deep into prayer because to me I feel that it's demonic, that the manifestation is just a manifestation that is taken. So I started praying the Our Father. At that time, I wasn't rebuking nothing in Jesus Christ's name. I was just praying the Our Father. When he let go, all his skin had ripped from the side of his face, from his forehead, and it looked greenish. You could see the reptilian eyes, and then he smiled, and I could see all his teeth. And when he did that, he looked up and he pointed up, and he looked down, turned around, and walked away from me. But
Man.
the reason he broke his cloak is because I brought Jesus Christ into the equation. If I believe if I would have tied, bind, and rebuked him in Jesus Christ's name at the time, most likely he would just disappear right in front of me. So at that time, I was just saying, "Our Father." I wasn't fighting spiritually like I fight spiritually right now. But he was very tall. He was like 6'9", very tall. Uh, what's tall in the Bible? The Nephilim, disembodied demonic Nephilim. They're tall, but they're demons, right? But yeah,
I hope
it's one of the
I hope
things
people
that
that yeah, I hope
of
people that
course
are hearing this right now, I just want to say this, Abe. I hope people that are listening to this right now, even including myself, that you have that exactly what Abe was saying, the Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. I mean, have that as a spiritual barrier, a shield. Um, this is serious. This is serious. So I hope everybody out there, remembers what he's telling you, because this stuff, this veil could be thinning, and stuff like this could be happening to all of us, some of us, not any of us, but it's always good to remember spontaneously how, to remember this, like, like this is your first, this is your first defense
so
against something like this. So
the
I appreciate that. Hey, bringing that
the,
up.
the following day, I was still upset because to me I felt that he was trying to attack me. So I went back the following day, got on the highway, and stopped on the area where he came out of the woods. So I'm on the highway, and I say, Indiana, and I scream, "Are you here? Indiana, are you here?" And I just hear, something in the woods moving, breaking branches. Branches are breaking, and I say, Indiana, I'm not afraid of you. I said, come talk to me, Indiana. And I'm hearing all kinds of branches breaking, and then boom, it stops right in front of me by the edge of the wool line. So when it stopped in front of me by the edge of the wool line, I took one picture. I think I captured them in that picture, but in the manifestation of what you would call a reptilian, which
Yeah.
is or like a chameleon. You know, a chameleon can blend in Mother Nature itself, but it's in like real tall.
I
Uh,
have,
I
I've
have the
seen them.
picture.
I mean, I don't think that I have ever told you what happened to me when I was younger with my dad. But when I was 5, I was put into a situation where I was almost killed. So, being that young, my father had decided to protect me. He was going to keep me with him. And he had a very high leveled clearance and worked at a base down below underneath it. So he got the permission to bring me with him because they needed him there. And what I remember, I was almost 6. So we went into an elevator and my dad told me to push, and I always remember he said push the 1-3, the 1-3. So I pushed it and we went all the way down. I mean, boom, 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 boom. So he picks me up and he goes into an office and someone comes in to talk to him. I'm not paying any attention to what they're saying. I'm 6 years old. Their military bumbo jumbo has nothing to do with me. So he says, all right, I'll be there in a minute. So he looks at me and he sits me down and he says, I'm going to take you somewhere. I don't want you to be afraid. And whatever you do not talk about Jesus. So I kind of looked at him and I said,
You
okay,
said don't talk about Jesus.
you cannot say the word Jesus. So I said, okay, I didn't know what he was doing. So he picks me up and we go down this real long hallway and we went behind this big door. And there was 2 military men standing there with really big guns. And I look over and there are these 2 really tall, smelly, greenish brown things. And being that age, I didn't know what they were. I just knew they weren't people and they were working on something. So I looked at my dad and I said, why do they smell? And my dad said, they live underground. So being 6 years old, I said, they don't have showers underground. I mean, this is I'm 6. I'm asking why they stink. Now, I wasn't afraid of them because I didn't know what they were. But rest assured that it was something that was always on my mind. So as I got older, I wasn't allowed to go there after a few times because I guess if a kid starts talking, they don't want people talking about it. So when I started to get a little older, I would sit down and I would talk to my dad about them. And my dad explained to me what they were. And that's when I realized that those things live here and have lived here for thousands of years.
What year was that?
That was in 1970, 72, 71, 72. So after that, when I started to grow up, if I went somewhere and I smelled that smell, because it's kind of like the smell of death, you never forget that smell ever. This was a certain smell that you just don't forget. And when I would smell it, I would look around, and I
What's it
didn't
smell
see
like?
nothing. It smells like really stagnant, dirty garbage and sulfur. It's very disgusting, and it's like nothing I have ever smelt before. Not even off of a demon. Demons can
Like
smell like sulfur.
like rotten eggs?
That's the sulfur smell, like rotten eggs, but it was different. It also smelled like being in the middle of a garbage field with the heat blaring down on you. The sun just like steamed garbage. It was really gross. But what I learned as I was growing up and I started looking more into all of that, what I learned is that, like, I could be in the grocery store, Abe. I could be at HEB, and some guy 6 foot tall can walk by me, and all of a sudden he'll look at me and I'll look back at him because I smell him and I know it's him. And then when they walk past me, no matter what aisle I go down, they're at the end of that aisle all the time till I leave the store. Like, what are they waiting for me to rat them out? I mean, you know what that would cause? So, my father told me that what they do is they have this ability to be able to shade a part of your mind so that you cannot see their true form. But however, if you know and you look at them and you stare at them, they listen to what you're saying in your head. They know that you know who they are, and you can probably get away with seeing them.
Thing it says Jaime's mic is making a noise, sighing and grunting.
Oh,
Yeah, whatever you're doing, Jaime, cooking
oh,
dishes.
oh, oh,
Said,
oh, sorry
"You-
about that. I'm stirring the coffee.
Oh,
I was stirring the coffee. What I'm doing. Oh, okay, there it is. Okay, I'm done. I'm done.
that coffee's important.
Yeah, yeah. Sorry about that. Oops.
But yeah, but I'll
Make me,
smell them.
make me a cup while
Sure.
you're at it.
Sure,
I know,
Scott.
right?
I'll send it to you right now, man.
Okay.
You want a
All right,
cup?
thank you.
Abe? All right, here you go. Would you like cream?
Cool.
You like cream?
Yeah.
Oh,
Cream.
all right, man.
No
You got
sugar. No sugar.
You, sugar?
Just cream.
it. Okay.
No sugar. Thank you.
No sugar?
Okay.
Oh,
I got it for you. I got
Okay.
it. Thank you, James. All right.
Okay.
Thank you.
But they are everywhere. They are everywhere. And you don't know that's the bad thing. You know, you don't know who they are and who they aren't. Well, I do. I had somebody one time that wanted to. I used to be an apartment manager years and years ago, and I had somebody who wanted to rent an apartment, and they come to the complex, wanted to look at one, and the minute they walked in my place and I smelled them, I was like, "We have no vacancies." And he's like, "Well, you have an ad." I said, "Yes, but we have no vacancies." And they walked out and left. I was not going to rent an apartment. Nope. Didn't want them living around me. So, but yeah, they are places all over. I mean, who knows? I've heard people say that there are
I
big
think
cities in certain
I think his
places
mic
underground.
was interfering.
Yeah, when they use phones, a lot of times our sound will go through their speaker. So that's why a lot of people, when they use phones, like Susie, I have to have her wear an earpiece because she uses her phone. That way it doesn't cycle through the phone.
Oh, I see. Well, I do got a picture that I wanted to share with y'all.
All right.
I send it. How they look. Well, the one when I went back and I took the one picture, I worked on. I'll show it to y'all. Okay, let me. Boy, let me see. I can. Well, let me find it real quick. Let me get here. Let me try one more time.
Oh, there. Right.
Yeah, he
Oh,
kept
thanks,
on
Abe.
he kept on coming in pretty bad, man.
Okay, I unplugged the speaker. I had
There
the
you
phone
go.
hooked up to the speaker.
All right.
Okay,
So
you
I'm
hear
gonna
me now?
share this picture real quick.
Uh-huh. Okay. Brenda, I heard about that before.
You did?
Yeah, creatures living in under in the sewers and under the drains
I think they have. I think
in
they have
LA.
full-on cities underneath
Yeah,
some of these
I heard about
cities.
that. They seen creatures come out of the sewers, out of the manholes.
Well, I
Here,
mean, whether
here's a picture from
Okay.
near the bridge that's there by Elms Grove on the highway that goes between the Domino's to the Dollar General
yeah,
or Family Dollar, the woods.
yeah,
Well, this thing that I'm telling you about that is stopped nearby, I took a picture where I'm thinking it stopped, which was in this location, and there's something here. Uh, let me see if I can get a closer look out of it. But I, I, I'm going to show you where it's at. It's standing right here by the tree, and I did some work on it. Let me see if I can.
okay.
Uh,
No,
uh, there you
Nevez,
go.
my dad worked for Area 51.
You see how it looks,
Yeah, I see him.
and there's a feet. He's
Yep.
standing by. He's standing by the tree. Check it out.
It looks like
Different shades so you can see how he look, and he's looking at me.
I see a big
His,
face
yeah.
and a
Well,
nose, Abe, and
his face is right. His voice. There's his body right here. His feet are down here.
I see them.
So I put different filters so you can see them better. I mean, I think either which is the one that stood out the most. Let me see.
Um,
You tell me which one makes it stand out the most of the filters that I put. And you can see him standing by the tree.
yes.
And possibly something else back here.
That
It
looks
looks
like
like some.
another face.
Yeah, it looks like something else over here in the background.
Now, that looks like a wolf face, and then it's like two faces, Abe. I don't
Yeah,
know
yeah.
from like the side is a
See that?
wolf, and the front is different. Oh, it looks
I think this one makes it stand out the most right there. What do
Yeah.
y'all see?
okay. Looking straight ahead, it looks like I'm looking at a wolf face, and then it looks like and then if you look like if he's looking to the left, like he's looking, to the side, that's like another face right there. You know,
Mm-hmm.
do you know what I mean, Abe? It looks like you look at it straight, and it's like a wolf, and then you look at like, hey, it's a side view, it's another face. You know,
Standing.
Yeah, because the tree's right
yeah.
here, but there's one
Mm-hmm.
standing here that's like in blending in with the environment, and then of course the face he's talking about is right here.
Mm-hmm.
Just that's the activity, but the feet are down here of this that's being camouflaging itself with the Mother Nature.
Well, I'll tell you what, Ed, you're smarter than I am, because if anybody ran up behind me and turned around and said Indiana, I would look at them and say, no, Texas. So,
Well, the thing that I thought about it afterwards when he's saying Indiana, I think was trying to throw me off because when I look up Indiana, of course I know Indiana is a state, right? But
right.
the thing that Indiana has is a lot of UFO sightings.
Oh.
That's what I found out.
Hmm.
But I'm not gonna. I stick to my faith in Jesus Christ, so I already know what these demons can do. They're always trying to deceive. So, basically what I'm saying is, what is a reptilian? hanging with a dog man.
Mm-hmm.
You know when they
That
say
Well,
that's just a ship shaper.
because because they're demons.
yeah.
Abe, a lot of times if they shift shape into different things, they're probably going to shape shift into something that you would be familiar with. And what are you really familiar with? You're familiar with the werewolves, the dogmen. You know what I mean? So what if it just did that so that it would think it would be more familiar to you to know that something was there?
Yeah, we're trying to get me to believe in it to get more power over me.
There you go.
Well, Abe, they could take any form. Well, look at that snake that was at that house you were talking about. That was outside. Remember, the snake was wrapped around the tree and it was
So I'm gonna
talking.
go a closer look at it, so y'all can see so y'all can see it better for the viewers. Okay, let's take a closer look at it because I can take a close look at the what we're seeing. That's like I can see them. Uh, okay, here we go. Uh, See them,
Yep.
but then the other one, the head is up here because the feet are down here. So maybe it's like maybe possible the shapeshifter skinwalker and that lives in that area. I don't know.
Could be.
Demons can shapeshift from one thing to another in the blink of an eye. Maybe I caught it in manifestation or something.
Right. In between shapes. Yes.
So since it's looking like it's in between shape there, I'm gonna take a closer look at its wolf manifestation. I'm not gonna worry about the feet, and I'm not gonna worry about the that weird head, this head that's up here. I'm not gonna worry about that because that is connected to this, but I want to take a closer look at that right there. It's an old picture from Elms Grove, and after viewing it, this is the first time that I witness it in the background. What I mean by it is like the werewolf, like I mean, you'll see.
Oh,
And I've seen this numerous times. Here we go.
Oh yeah.
I'm gonna do one more closer for y'all.
oh, I see another face. I see like a long face, Abe, on the left, on the right side,
You see his
like a note
face?
right there. I see
Yeah.
that right there. I see it.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to show you. Is standing right there looking
Yep.
Now
at
I can
me.
see it. Yeah, I can see it like a wolf. I can see
His
like an
face,
Yeah,
ear.
his ears. Yep.
I can see like ear, and there's probably the other one. I can't see it too clearly, but I see an ear on the right side. I see a mouth, like a nose, eyes, eyebrow. I mean, brow. Yeah, I see something standing right there. Looks like a wolf, werewolf, or
okay. One more closer look at it, guys, and then we'll continue on with the show. I hope the viewers are enjoying this.
werewolf demon.
Here we go. Let's take a real close look at it now.
Oh,
Oh yeah, oh yeah. I see it. I see a
What do you think,
face.
Mr. Brenda?
I sure do.
Mm-hmm.
And it was looking at me right there.
Right. That's it.
But this is the one I seen in the background that I never seen. You can see his what do you call it? Arms right here.
Yeah.
But it seems like it's hiding behind maybe the him and the reptilian to run together.
Good possibility. Or, like you said, it could be all in one. Maybe he was just manifesting into something that you would be more familiar with.
There you go, shapeshifting.
Mm-hmm.
Well, he's on all fours.
Yeah, he's in all fours.
Or is he squatting, but yeah, I mean, he ain't standing, that's for sure.
He probably is like, you calling me?
I know, right?
I'm here.
I don't know if that's his mouth or is his tongue sticking out.
Yeah, his tongue is sticking out.
Okay, there he is again. Man, Abe, every time you go out there, they're watching you. I believe that they're here he comes.
Michael Jackson made that song just for Abe.
Yeah, they're watching you, Abe. Every time you go, oh, here he comes.
This is a short reel worthy.
Yeah, I think it is. Especially if it's that photo.
Yeah. Without the reptilian would be good, or should I put the reptilian in there? What seemed to be a reptilian. Because look, the feet are down here.
I don't know. You could start it off, do a 2-piece reel. Start it off with that, and then switch over to where it shows the big by itself, because it really stands out.
Right here.
Yes.
With this one. This one makes it look, yeah.
You can't even see how the wood goes behind it.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can't even see the wood through it, so you're not looking at it as if it's see-through. It's solid.
Solid, yeah. Solid manifestation.
Yep.
He looks like he has a snubby snoot.
Yeah, he's like a long face, huh?
Well, his snoot doesn't look real long like a German Shepherd. It looks a little shorter, like a pug.
That's right. Yeah, Scott.
Well,
he looks like a wolf man, not a werewolf.
But look at the angle.
Well,
if he's holding his head down,
I don't know.
it's going to look shorter.
A short nose.
If he's looking down, it'll look shorter. It's not. That's not a view from the side, so it's hard
he's
to
looking
say.
straight ahead, though.
Mm-hmm.
You're looking right at me. Check it out. Let's look at the original picture.
He's like, you called?
Yeah.
It is. Let's look at the original picture. Yeah, there it is, right there. Looking at me.
Yeah, that's heavy brush.
And that's the direction I was looking at right there, because that's where I heard the movement stop.
You heard movement?
The movement.
You heard movement, Abe, but you didn't see nothing with the naked eye, did you? You just heard movement?
Yeah, no, I heard the branches breaking and everything, but I didn't. I heard it when it stopped right there.
And then you took a snapshot.
Yeah, I just took a quick picture. Yeah.
Under Fire said that they're backstage.
All right, let me see. Okay, wait up. Yeah, this is a crazy picture, ain't it?
Yeah.
Okay. Wow.
We'll leave it at that right there for right now. Let me see who's backstage. Somebody's backstage.
Yeah, I think Under Fire is.
Okay, let me go. Let me see who we can find. Under Fire.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. I got the right settings. There's 2 options. I didn't know which one was working out of the 5 I had.
Yeah, I couldn't see you because I was in the picture.
Yeah, no, that's okay, man. It's fair enough.
Right there, that's a pretty good capture right there, like that. Look.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, I could see him. He's black. He's dark.
He's sticking his tongue at you, Abe.
Yeah. He's like, oh, again, here he comes. But that's amazing. The camera, the technology can see through the veil.
Well, if you get So
This
if you get
picture is an old picture. This is from like, man, it's like man, 2011, 2012, possibly 13, when I got my second blood clot on my left leg because I was walking with a walking stick.
mm,
Yeah, it looks.
I know Scott Carpenter. If anyone looks him up, he's done some amazing stuff. What he does, he's got a camera facing behind him as he walks on his hikes. Of course, the former Scott Carpenter, he's passed away a few years ago, but the photos he has, the film he has, this stuff will come out behind people. He's had stuff like coming out of portals. He's had like a Sasquatch head moving kind of out of the bush, looking at him. It's like high
Mhm.
quality, goes back. It's crazy. This stuff moves around behind us so often. We
What do you
don't.
think about this
You,
picture?
you,
Yeah, it's pretty good. You got the ears, you got the head, and he's kind of looking down the angle. It's a very impressive photo without question.
I know what you're talking about. I followed his work also, and I've seen most of all those pictures Scott Carpenter took, and yeah, they're amazing. He has a photograph of a portal right behind him. I know
Yeah,
you know
yeah.
what
It's
I'm
like one
talking about.
photo on the pathway. He's just like sitting
Yeah,
behind, looking at him.
yeah, right on the pathway, right behind him. Portal manifesting, or it was already there. And then there was like a creepy little creature on the side on the side of the trail. Uh, you remember that? That was really creepy. He heard this funny.
That one was really eerie. You can see his eyes, like hyper detailed. It's just
Yeah.
like I've got some photos of this stuff too. I've shown a little bit on the show before. I've got a film of one of these things, glowing eyes, looking at me and my friend from a hiking trail.
Uh-huh.
It's really interesting. I think so. One of the theories people have come up with, some scientists and stuff, and some science people have had. The general idea is the real shape, nature of reality of you and your spirit, and you're not within a physical body, is almost like a plasmoid like state, right? And that's people have seen stuff, say heavenly stuff as well, not just the bad stuff, but good stuff too. It's kind of like a plasmoid state. It's like seems to be the natural, actual state of a spirit. And that's what we kind of see. And these beings, they're not fully there, but they're not fully physical. They're in kind of probably the fourth or fifth dimension kind of range. And they seem to be able to kind of manifest in the physical. It's kind of what Josh Wolf, who's here early, talks about is if they stay in this density long enough, they form into that density. Then they have to feed and live like anything else. But if they're coming back and forth from another realm, they can come here for a short time and they can do the things like we see, move the walls and things like that. Scott, I was just going to say too, just to your story, I've had to deal actually quite a bit with particularly the Draco and I would
Yeah.
say higher level draconic beings. I've even seen what people would call the red dragon once, which was when I first turned to Christ and God. That was in mind's eye vision. There's a lot going on. There's a lot going on. I would say just for those people, I didn't get to hear the full story. If you ever do meet them, show kind of that love, compassion, and mercy because the depth of what's going on, the people who have this genes and stuff like this goes way back. There's been tampering, there's factions and groups, and it gets complicated. I kind of mentioned the comments something about the seraphim, and one of the kind of theories I have is so the seraphim that actually are within Bible and other sources linked to God in heaven, like good, proper state of way things are supposed to be, and then there's a state where they become fallen, and they get corrupted by either the outer darkness, the abyss, this black, whatever it is, and you're in a fallen state, and they eventually made these reptilians, or they made the Draco, and the Draco made the reptilians. I'm unsure about that still, but it's a theory. And so you're in that state of spiritual death. I personally don't view that technically they're very close to demonic, but they're not exactly there. Again, it's the definition of the demonic because some of the Jewish books say it's entities from another reality that got flattened and then came to our reality. The others say, of course, it's a Nephilim. So it's very broad terms. We don't have a full clear image. At least in my research, I can't find a full clear image. But there's a lot of stories of these like reptilians and stuff like that. Some of them have changed their state. James Barley, someone's talked about this quite a bit. It's very Like, don't go and approach and be friendly because there's a lot of bad stuff out there, right?
Right?
But there are cases where people have been harassed by these bad ones in military black op groups, and they have a good reptilian or something appear to them, give them some information, esoteric information to get away from these groups, and then they vanish away, and it actually helps these people get away from this stuff. So there seems to be what you're in the spirit is when you're in that state, you're in a state of spiritual death, is what I like to call it. And you can flip out of that. That's how you get these people going to these demon worship cults and stuff, and they can eventually flip back out, come to Christ and God, and leave that stuff. So it's the spirit that matters. The spirit, the quality of the spirit. And if you have that spark of God, which is love and compassion, if you don't have that spark of God, then you're in a state of what I call spiritual death. You exist, but you don't have any love, you don't have any compassion, you don't feel. So you might as well be a demon at that point because you don't have
Yeah.
that ability, right? But you can get pulled out of that state. At that point, usually I think it's an act of God, but someone with real faith, real good, can pull beings and entities out of that state. So it's kind of very complex, and that's kind of what I've seen from a few things and researching some visions and stuff. But reality is really complex. Like there's so much going on that
Yeah.
we don't know, right? So we have
Yeah.
to speculate to an extent.
Just what? Yeah.
Go ahead.
Oh, just what we're speaking about. Look at all this that we're, like Abe and everybody else have discovered or we're aware of. Listening to the scientific community on the news on a channel I listen to, and they're talking about China splicing DNA, fooling around with DNA. There was a dilemma. Where they're going to stop.
Oh, I believe it.
They're opening the doors to these things because the Bible says it will be like the times of Noah. So
But
they're deliberately doing this.
But we
You know,
haven't researched. That's just what letting the public know. They've already been doing
Oh, yeah,
far
for
worse
a
things for
long
decades.
time.
Pretty much
Yes.
what
Yeah.
happened is it split off civilizations or societies and deep, black operations, stuff in the military complex. And they've been way ahead. They have bases on Mars, apparently. People like astral project, fourth density, there's a base on Mars, on the moon, other dimensions. It all becomes interconnected when you really do your research because you have these alternate realities. These evil entities or principalities will come take someone from this reality spiritually and use them in the other reality, right? They come my labs. That's extremely alarming stuff. You go through it because then they're like saying like, oh, it looks like I've been into this place before, but it was slightly different. It's because they were in a parallel reality. One of the really disturbing things is so what they do trauma-based kind of satanic or the satan, you see the satanic cults that do these horrible things to people and children, and they do this
Hmm.
trauma, and they take shots, they slip a shots of your soul off of you, your spirit, and they'll put that into like another entity. Example is one story, literally, if someone had a shot put in a reptilian body, and they were eventually able to meditation prayer, found this other part, and they called this part themselves back, and it actually came back, visited them fully visible, and came back to them, and they healed. So there's people walking around who have shots of themselves taken off in these other realities, and they're being used and manipulated by these evil entities, and they don't even know it. Oh, sorry, I'll let Abe
Yeah.
show his clip here.
Oh,
Check out this, brothers.
What is that? Oh, my
Check, check,
goodness.
check this out.
Yeah, you see something moving right there.
You'll see.
yeah.
Yeah, I see kind of a face almost.
Like eyes moving. Oh, yeah, right there.
Yeah.
Wow.
Moving through the bushes. I see eyes, like a face, but it's really black. Really black, and I see just the eyes, the white.
He had his mouth open.
Yeah, okay,
Check
that's
it
his
out.
mouth.
Check it out.
Yeah. Okay, I see it now. Yeah.
Check what he's gonna do. He ducked down, went back down in the ground.
Yeah.
He's gonna go up in a moment. Check it out. There he comes up. And he's gonna open his mouth.
Yeah.
He's gonna show his teeth.
He goes back down.
Okay.
He opens his eyes, looks.
Yeah, okay, I see it.
Check it out. Watch. He ducked down, went down, and back down. I think I have another version of this video. A closer look at it. Here we go. It blinks his eyes. And he digs down. There was a slower speed of it. I just wanted to share it with you. I thought it was crazy when I caught this footage. I
Mm-hmm.
think. Let
No,
me
it is
see.
good.
Is this it? Let me see if this is part of that or not. I don't think this is it. It was this one up here. Yeah, I was just trying to
Yeah.
share that there was inside there, and it was following me, and it showed itself like he's right beside me, right behind me, and he's smiling and opening his eyes, closing his eyes, showing his teeth. Then he goes straight down into the ground. No, I told you that there's shapeshifter skinwalkers that can use Mother Nature itself.
Now,
Well, that
Abe, let
Yeah.
me let me ask you, Abe, why do you think that they always do that to you? That they're always there and they're always following you? What do you think that their agenda is?
Uh, what their agenda is?
Yeah, because they're always around you. They always know, and I know that things attract themselves to people that can see, but they
I think
get
it's because I'm radiating in a different like with the Heavenly Love Foundation and stuff, and they what they're doing right there, Sister Brenda, is actually identifying themselves to me. You know how the Legion identified themselves to. Well, Jesus already knew that the person was possessed, right, with the
yes,
Legion. But through spiritual law, they have to identify. So that's an indirect way of them identifying themselves to me without saying nothing to me because I'm capturing them on the footage. So they are going by spiritual law. They're just not saying nothing to me. And sometimes they do like growl or talk a different language and things like that. Uh, which I know I'll go into prayer. Right when I hear that, I go into prayer. But right there, they're doing it to because they have to identify themselves and show themselves. That's why I think I capture them a lot on camera or on video. I mean,
huh?
I'm going in their territory, I guess, and it
Yeah.
all started that I would do investigations. It was just me. What I would do is in Elms Grove, I would do videos like spiritual videos on for positive spiritualists, and I would just be talking about God and all this. And I guess it's things that are around there in that area didn't like that, so they will come at me.
You know, Abe, I believe that is their territory, and I think they've known you for a long time, but that I believe that is their territory, Abe, and I think all of them know. How I don't know how many there, but yeah, that's a hot spot for them. I believe that's a portal there for them, and they're hanging
And
around.
that video there, that's not even Elms Grove. That's over here where I live in Temple.
That's in Temple, really?
Yeah,
Oh
that video
man,
is from Temple.
man, they're in Temple and Elms Grove.
They're in Central
Oh
Texas, all through
yeah,
Central Texas.
well,
damn. I mean, you know what? In other words,
Fort
Abe,
Hood,
they're everywhere. They're all over.
yeah.
everywhere,
Well,
all over the world, and
here's
disembodied for it.
Yeah,
here's the thing with a lot of these things too. So they can follow you around, and they can be
yeah.
just outside your frequency. It depends what they are. But they can be just outside your frequency, and you can't sense them unless they want you to sense them. Like again, I'll talk a little about the Drago stuff. I won't go into this too much, but Scott, you might be a bit interested. I came home one day from a meal, opened up the door to my basement, and there is what they call a glimmer man. It's the effect. You ever seen the Predator movies? How the Predator's kind of cloaked like that. It's
Hmm.
kind of what it looked like, but more defined and more in the presence. So I actually could see the scales on his face. Imagine the Komodo dragon head, broaden that out wide ways, You get them forward-curled horns and a more slender body, and he's sitting right at the foot of my stairs, probably about 9 foot tall. Of course, sitting there, he's just looking at me. I can see the black eyes just looking at me. And so I just go, okay, my family's right beside me in the room. Literally, I'm looking at the scene right beside me in a room. And I'm just going, okay, you're not going to scare my family or terrorize my family. And so I'm about to charge down the stairs and rebuke it. A little bit of a comedy thing. He lifts up, and it's like, have you ever seen those cartoons where they pull the cane and the character off the screen? That's kind of what it was like. It's just gone. So I ran down the stairs. Everything's gone fine, but the following months, I've listened to a few things about research about them. And my phone's right beside me, right where I am right now, my computer, and it's about widescreen. It's about 75% or more so way through the video. It's like a 2-hour video. All of a sudden, I see the guide bar light up, and it scroll all the way back to near the beginning of the video right beside me. Like something put its finger and scrolled it back. So I'm sure these things probably been around me, even probably today. There is some things about some people spiritually, and I know a lot about myself, and I won't share that too much, but there's a reason why I'm dealing with this stuff. And I've been dealing with this stuff for years now, probably all my life, really. It's only the last few years I've actually really spiritually awakened and realized kind of stuff out. So there's a complexity to why some people get certain things attracted to them. There's a history, you could say, that kind of
generational curses. Sometimes they somebody in the past within the generations. Generational curses. They skip generations. They don't affect. They can skip 2 generations, 3 generations. So then, whereas in that other generation in the future, they're the ones that have to deal with them.
Yeah.
And that's
spiritually.
And certainly be part of it. For me, I think it's more of a spiritual past lineage, is what it seems to be. So it's outside of this physical life, but there's definitely that too, physical. They can do that too, so they can tattoo from previous lives and stuff as a spirit, but also physically. So it's crazy when you go into the depth of this stuff and some of the esoteric. It's a lot. But I just wanted to kind of say that, Scott. So, Scott, have you had a whole bunch of other stuff that's kind of related to it? Have you seen like stuff in your mind's eye of like either an eye looking at you or the actual image? Because I've had these things like the image.
Well, actually, that does ring a bell about the eye. But I wanted to answer. I wanted to give Brenda your answer here. I was looking it up. Here's this question you posed to Abe. So in Acts 19:15 in the Bible. So you guys, should have a Bible like next to you. Everyone. Because,
I got several.
Let me get mine.
So yeah. So here it is. These are the disciples are. I haven't read the whole passage, but I'm just going to leave. You just look it up yourself. But I'm just going to say this part, and then you guys can research the rest. But it says the demons are saying, "Jesus and Paul, we know, but who are you?" So you can read beforehand and after that, but that's what it's getting back to Abe. Like they know who he is, and he knows who they are. So he's got that frequency. I mean, as he says, he's got that's the word he's using. So they know. They sense something about him where if I was walking by, I don't know me, but somebody else, they wouldn't pay him any mind, nor would the person be interested, in doing anything. But this scripture does point out that the demons are saying Jesus and Paul, we know them, but who are you? This is regarding the other disciples trying to, they're trying to exorcise a demon. You have to read further about that. But so see what that says.
I read that scripture. Yeah, yep. Scott, I read that. Yeah, I think they were Pharisees, weren't they?
I think Job. What happened with Job when?
Oh, Job.
They were trying to say that God wasn't with him. And I guess the demon jumped out and started beat him up or something because they knew who he was, but they didn't know.
Yeah,
something like that. They didn't know.
Well,
Yeah.
the Acts, Acts is in the New Testament, so
Yeah.
you have to take the whole verse in context. I'm just like I'm doing a little snippet about trying to get right to the point that they know Abe and he knows who they are spiritually, and so the common person, they're not interested. They're interested in Abe. They're not interested in us. They're interested in him.
Yep.
I hate to tell you.
I got a question since y'all brought up Scott Carpenter. Did he ever tie bind and rebuke him in Jesus Christ's name?
He built he did a cross once, and he set it up in a
No, but did
place.
he ever like tie bind and rebuke this things that
He
he
said he
captured?
did.
Did when they came by his house eventually. I think he did.
Yeah.
No, but I'm saying when he was out there investigating, did he ever pray like before, during, or after?
I don't know. I'd have to look.
You
at
know,
his
you know
video
what?
again. It's been
You
so
know
long.
what?
And his films, like his, would he bring Jesus Christ into the equation? Is it, because I feel that I don't know what he passed away of. I heard that he passed away, but I felt that they took him out.
You know what? I felt that same way.
If he did not place Jesus Christ first.
I never recall that. I watch a lot of videos. I would have known that because I would have been glued to his channel.
Yeah.
That's why I'm glued to this channel. But I saw some of that, and it was interesting and stuff. But when somebody brings up Jesus Christ into a cryptid platform, my antennas go up. That's what interests me. So,
Abe, I remember. I believe I did remember seeing him pray one time while he was walking. He stopped and he prayed. I remember. I think I did see him pray one time. Once I recall.
I think he was getting really scared because there was shit being thrown at him. He was being followed. I think there was one where he got scared enough that he finally did that.
Yeah, I remember him praying. One time he was standing and he was walking. He was hiking on his trail, and I remember him stopping and then saying a little prayer. I think he did. Abe. I remember they did zap him. They zapped him one time.
I'm saying that he would that like before, during, and after. If he would pray,
okay.
Videos like
Mm.
not just
Morning, Claire.
then when he's scared, but I'm talking about before, during, and after. Prepare yourself, like pray to say, if there's any negative energies around me or unclean spirits, don't follow me home. If you can say that, then they could attach itself to him. Like I said, I don't know what he passed away from, but I felt that he got spiritually attacked.
Well, I think so.
I've never spoke to him or nothing. I just heard from other people about the videos that he would capture. But that's what I feel. That something like that in the nature happened. To my understanding, I think his son is picking up where he left off or something like that.
Well, check this out, fellas. I mean, I remember one time he said, he got zapped out there in the woods, and then he had when he went to urinate, he had blood in his urine. He went to the relieve himself, and he was bleeding. In his I don't know if you guys remember that
he's right near one of the entities, and it looks at him, and then he turns away, walks away. I think like a minute or two. Then he comes back, and he didn't realize until after he looked at his film that this happened. So like mind controlled him away from it, and he didn't realize until he watched the film after. So I remember something like that too, where he was being influenced. But I just want to ask Scott real quick, because I do have to shoot off here. I'm sorry.
Yeah, go for it.
Scott, so I mentioned you about the kind of mind's eye thing. You said it kind of gave you kind of hinted at something you remembered. Do you remember?
Yeah, one time, I think, I was unemployed, and I was sitting in my lazy boy chair, and we had bushes that were in the front of this window, and it was that was my man cave. It was a carport converted. I had a fireplace in there and everything, and I saw this one eye like come through the bushes. It looked like a cat's eye. It was yellow, and I can't recall if it had a slit or nothing, but it was like an eye that was like maybe like 12 inches in diameter, but it was one eye, like right through, like dimensionally, like right through the bushes. Because I could see, we had screens, those nylon screens, the windows were open, but the bushes were like, they were, 5 feet tall, but it was like, it came through the bush. And I was like sitting, in the room, and I saw this eye, like looking at me, kind of, and then it, I didn't get scared or anything. And I just remember, but it was like, it was just some kind of a manifestation of just this. I remember the color yellow, and
like eyelids.
but it didn't. No, it's just like an eye, like it was like
Sauron's eye,
like a cat, cat. Cats don't really have that slit. I mean, it's more like something like that, but it was like big. I mean, well, let me see. Let me think.
Mm-hmm.
I would say maybe 8 inches, in diameter, maybe. But it looked kind of like just one eye, not two, but it was just like peering through, the fourth dimension fit, of course it's coming dimensional wise, because there's no, but it's coming through the bushes. So it had, because there's a block wall, and that's like 3.5 feet tall, and then you have your windows above that. So
fully manifested into
this
your
was like
physical.
A manifestation, like
five,
like maybe 5.5 feet tall as far as height wise, but coming through the bushes, like looking through the window, and I'm sitting because I had my TV there. And I think that happened close to 9/11 at that time, because I remember my chair. I was unemployed when I saw that 9/11 thing happen. So September, that was in like close to, it was in September sometime. And I knew I was unemployed. I was getting food, or I was on unemployment, and trying to, find out, God, please help me, one of those numbers, right?
Mm-hmm.
Unemployment out, and I'm like, and that's another story right there. But just picking up that manifestation of an eye, like a cat eye. I don't know what that signifies, but
you've only seen it once and nothing since. Funny you mentioned the cat eyes. Cats, I'm very convinced of this in the research. So no mammal has slitted pupils, like a cat. No feline, no other mammal in the animal kingdom. I'm very much convinced of your ancient alien kind of theory that they're a hybrid creation between serpents and felines. That's generally what the esoteric community has kind of concluded, and it makes complete sense because there's no feline that has slitted pupils like a cat. There's none. So you have to explain that, and you can't explain it by evolution. So something went on there. But it also explains the personality to an extent too, how cats kind of like sometimes. But the eye thing, like I know recently I went for a bit of a physio massage for my really messed up neck muscles. As the look in my neck is a really painful spot. Had my eyes closed to kind of help myself relax for it. And then I had eye black scales kind of around the eye. And this one was slitted. A lot of the ones I've seen were not slitted. They're more like Komodo dragon and those type of lizards. But this one was slitted, and it was pressing in as I've drawn to the pain, right? Enjoying the pain, wanting to see what's going on with the pain, right? So if you had this happen several times, and I would say then there's something of interest that is interesting to you. If it happened once, it could have been because, unfortunately, you mentioned 9/11, and that was coming close, and henceforth a lot of evil entities and stuff were being gathered or getting into this world by what could be consumed as a mass sacrifice. I know I had something really bad come in my room the day after the sun did a massive portal opening, breaking a seal to the abyss that they did.
Oh man,
I think that was 2 years ago. It was pretty much I woke up in the night. One night I didn't wake up, so I went to bed, just turned out the lights, went into my bed, and then also I turned over and my entire room was filled with black goo. That was not a fun experience. I'll put it that way. It was like, have you ever seen Lord of the Rings where Frodo puts on the ring? It's like that wind tunnel effect. That's what it was like. And my doorway was bright white. So I have I have a target in the back of my head, and that's all I'll say
Wow.
about that. I've got a whole bunch of stuff I've dealt with, but I think sometimes these evil things will come when there's a serious evil event that takes place, whether it's a mass murder, a terror attack, a whole bunch of bad stuff. I've heard of stories where some people who will go into like hypnosis regressions, where people will talk about past lives and stuff, and they're like, this one incident they talk about where someone had like this violent car accident or they were murdered by someone, and these shadow entities came and stole them and took them to a very bad place for a period of time because they had died in something violent. So the evil entities and stuff thrive off of everything negative. It really is a battle between light and dark, good and evil, law and chaos. And every time something bad happens, the master that kills someone does causes suffering, it gives them either an opening to come into our reality or energy to go and do bad things. And that's what it seems to be. So I don't know if that links exactly to what you experienced, Scott, but that could be kind of within that time era. And again, time doesn't exist outside the physical. That's one interesting thing. It's we're in the physical, we're experiencing time, but if you're outside of it, everything's happening at once. But it seems to be the part of God's creation or the false reality in, or however it works exactly. Time is linear here in the physical, so that we don't experience everything at once. And it has to be that way. So that's kind of the thing. It seems to be the pinpoint when stuff's going to happen, and then they come in and do what they want to do.
You want to see
yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Like,
A freaking
I just
creature right there from Elm
Yeah.
Grove with
Yeah.
some big
Oh, yeah.
legs and they're curved inward.
Well, I'm going to
You
shoot
always-
off. So go ahead. Everyone, please, God bless you all. Have a great night. And I'll try to get on the show more often, watch more, give guys a thumbs up, okay?
Okay, brother.
Okay, Under Fire. Have a good
Good
one.
night, Under
Hey,
Fire.
you too. Take care, everyone.
Good night, brother.
Hey, all right. Hey, but I just want to mention real quick. There's a couple that I follow their channel. The Mexican couple. I think they're really good. They go to all the forests. They go to all over the United States. They go to all these hot spots, these forests. Well, in one of their episodes, they came to Texas. Abe, I don't know which forest they went in, but they came to Texas on one of their adventures. And they were at night. It was at night, and one of the trees started shaking like hell, man. I mean, both of them were like, "Whoa, what the hell?" The tree was shaking. There was nobody there. I mean, it was shaking hard. Everything was still, but the tree started shaking. I mean, hard. And then she felt the wife, the woman. Something jumped on top of her back and scared the hell out of both of them. And they took off, man. I mean, that's here in Texas. So you're right, man. They're all over this woods, and in Texas, yeah, I believe it. And
Check this out.
go ahead, Abe. Go ahead.
Here's the regular picture right here. That's me taking a selfie before doing my
Uh-huh.
spiritual life. This is in the park in Elms Grove, right? So when I was
Uh-huh.
looking at the picture, I was like, man, what the hell is that over there in the background? That's like a good, man, like 70 yards or like 60 yards towards the tree line. And man, looking at it, I said, man, that's not no tree. So check this out. We'll take a close look at it. I'll pause it there for right now. Right in here.
Uh-huh.
You see how it's got big legs and it's curved inward? You know how people talk about the legs of the dolphin curving inward?
Uh-huh.
But
Oh,
it's weird.
Hawks
You can see
reverse.
you can see like something running here, like pretty fast, and then something up here, like standing. Let's take a closer look. Do you see it now?
Okay, yeah. Whoa.
Look at those legs. What do you think about that, Sister Brenda?
Okay, I see it. Yeah, they're like crouched down and they're like reverse hawks. I thought it was okay, I see it. Oh,
Look at the leg, how it's curved inward like a
yeah.
C.
Uh-huh. Yep.
Look at the legs, how humongous. I think on the show I said that the legs were curved inward, the legs were forward, and they were real muscular, and it's
Yeah,
got
like
a long upper body torso.
yeah, they're like a dog's hawks, like
That's
a wolf. Yeah, they're
but
backwards. They're like
yeah, that's big, man. That's huge.
uh huh.
You
Yeah,
know,
it's
and
like crouched down in a
imagine
way, huh?
how tall would it be if it's so straight up?
That right there, that tree right there is what like 12 feet.
That's a
Abe,
that's an acorn tree, man.
huh?
Those the acorn trees and cedar trees. They're
Uh
pretty
huh.
tall.
Okay. Cedars are real big. They get big. They get really big. That's what 15 feet. No, that's way up there, man. That's way up there.
Yeah, yeah. But there, I was looking at it, I said, man, is that something there? You know, and I
Yeah,
took a
that
close
tree's
look at
like
it.
that tree's like 40 feet. But
Hmm.
Yeah,
there's a
but look how
whole
big it
family
is.
of cryptids there.
Yeah.
Hey, there's a whole
I
bunch
took
in
a,
there.
Yeah. Yeah.
There's a whole bunch of creatures in there.
Abe, is that
yeah,
a face, man? I see a huge face.
There's a
You know, in
whole
the
bunch of
branch.
them.
Yep, that's right, Scott. I see a huge face right there in between the branch, like like up to the on the right side, Abe.
yeah.
I
I
see
don't
like
know.
I see. I don't know. It looks like a face. It's big, like a nose. I see a nose and a cheekbone and a chin. On this, oh, on the other side. Well, there's something there too. But on the
No, I
left,
mean,
like right
yeah.
on
I was
the.
just trying to focus on. Oh, wait up.
Okay,
Let me get.
okay, sure.
I can get a picture.
I can see
Well,
it. Yeah, Abe, it looks like it's crossed down, man. It looks like hawks and
yeah.
knees.
Remember, y'all remember the when I said on I think it was on Vic Condo's show where I said that it was like a huddle, like it's you know how when you get yourself like a huddle, like you're fixing a charge
Uh huh.
or like a center or a quarterback or
Yeah,
I mean a football when you get
yeah.
down low because
All the
you're
players
fixing to
getting
make
them.
contact.
Yeah, they
Right.
crouch down and they get close to each other. Yep.
Yeah. But that's tall, man.
Uh huh. Yeah, that looks like at least I don't know 15 feet. I mean, just that thing.
Uh, yeah, that other picture that's left of that tree.
Right here.
Yeah, that one. Or what's that other picture you got like that? It's a little closer, I think. But
Yeah,
no, it's
that one.
yeah. That guy there, man, he's 12 foot.
They're big, man. I think it's more than 12 foot. But
Yeah.
I mean, at least that.
you see this one?
Uh huh. Man, there's at least I can see there's.
This one that's running, that is living a trail. Okay, it's got a body and everything, but it's
Yeah,
moving real fast.
there's a whole bunch of stuff in there.
Yeah.
Shapeshifting
Yeah.
Skinwalker, man. I'm telling you,
That's
they're
right.
there. Sister Brenda,
I,
you gonna go camp out over there?
No, I was talking to you guys, but I apparently was muted.
Mute?
oh. What? Okay.
What were you
Well,
saying?
Funny.
let's let Brenda.
Those are very tall,
Yeah.
very tall. And yes,
Yeah,
I can
because
see how that one crouches. Looks like it's it looks like it's sitting like this, or its
Yep.
legs position.
Yeah.
The goat
Yep.
man, the way the
Uh huh.
goat man's legs are positioned like that. That's what it
Yeah, it's
looks
kind of
like.
like a sumo wrestler.
There you go.
yeah, but the legs,
Bingo.
you see the leg how it's curved with a C.
Yeah,
Looks like a sumo position.
like a Japanese sumo werewolf.
Uh-huh. Ready to.
Or do you think he's taking a shit?
He
Well,
looks like
it
he's.
could be.
Oh man. He looks
Maybe
like he's ready
wiping his
to
with some
pounce.
toilet paper or something.
He
No,
looks
but
like he's ready to pounce.
you see this one that's moving here that looks like a shapeshifter skinwalker?
Yeah.
You see it right here?
1, 2, 3, 4. It looks like there's about 5 of them in there.
That's in Elms Grove where you go visit, Brenda.
Yeah, I know, right?
Oh man.
It's like they're having a little. They said, let's go get them. Let's go mess with them.
I know, right?
They're all
It's probably
watching
the
you,
one that
Abe.
hit me in the back of in the back.
One of these
Man,
days, one
there's
of
a
these
bunch of
days,
them.
Abe, I need to go with you. You and I need to go walk around somewhere.
Wow,
There you
that's
go.
amazing. That's
Well,
you
I
have a lot of
won't be
guts.
walking. You'll be walking. I'll be
you
rolling. But hey, still.
have a lot of you, have a lot, you got a lot of guts. Okay,
No, we have a lot of Jesus. That's what we
a
have.
lot of Jesus. Yeah, that's it, huh? Jesus is all we need.
Well, it's just like Abe said, we have to pray.
Uh huh.
If we are out or inside the house or outside the house,
Mm-hmm.
if we feel an inkling that something dark or something, your hair stands up on end or stuff, but immediately you got to go into prayer. I
Mm-hmm.
mean, Abe, you're teaching me, man. You're teaching me because I would have just brushed it off, but the stuff that I'm learning from you about this, you know, this spontaneous prayer right away, um, I never thought about doing that kind of thing. So,
Sometimes I forget, and I got to remind myself, "Hey, wait a minute," you
yeah.
know.
Well, Abe is saying that all the time, so I
Yeah,
think it,
yeah.
should be starting to sink in a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, I say it a lot because that's a way you have to train yourself because when they come in numbers, man, they're gonna try to when they try to take over your vessel, they're gonna try to keep you preoccupied in the mind, trying to keep you preoccupied physically, spiritually. They're gonna try to get you not to do what you're supposed to do. Try to overtake your vessel, man. So you really have to set it in your mind that when certain things happen, you react to it right off the bat and take care of business. Take authority over you in Jesus Christ's name. And also, you gotta look if you have any spiritual openings. Unforgiveness is the number one thing that you use,
Yeah,
where
you know
even
what, Abe?
curses come from.
That's true.
Because how many people do you know that say, that haven't forgiven somebody, that they still maybe might have a family feud or quarrel or something, all these years, that they forget about it, but they still have the unforgiveness. Even though they might be being happy and all these things, sometimes their life will be like, man, why does these things keep on happening to me? But they forget about the unforgiveness of the person they have to forgive. Then once they forgive, then their life comes back in order with love. Because forgiveness
Hmm.
is part of it. They use that.
Yeah,
If
yeah.
you see how they like chaos and division, or government is doing that chaos and division. The people in power they've been doing that for years. Fear mongering. They basically they're setting us up, trying to set us up for failure, especially trying to keep Jesus Christ out of the equation. They're trying to set us up for failure because Jesus Christ is the only way we're going to be able to overcome. Doesn't matter if something messes with the DNA. A demon is a demon. So through
Hmm.
the power of Jesus Christ, we're able to tie, bind, and rebuke it in the name of Jesus Christ. Doesn't matter who messes with what or what they splice or anything. If they're demons, they're demons. And through the power of Jesus Christ, we're going to overcome them. And that's why they were trying to take away religion away, trying to take a religion away, trying to make it seem like if Jesus Christ don't even exist because
Hmm.
they don't want people prepared or ready to fight spiritually. They
Hmm.
want them to be dumbfounded so these things, when they do surface up, to overrun as many vessels as possible. So that's why I got the show.
Right on, Abe. Amen.
I'm,
I'm
yeah, go ahead.
I'm gonna jump out of here so I can take the dogs out.
Okay, Sister Brenda.
All right, I'll be in the chat when I get back in.
Alrighty.
Okay.
All right,
Okay, Abe.
bye.
Bye. Ooh.
Yeah, you don't hear once on any commercial or news program, any kind of media, radio, computer, little, oh, I'm going to sell gold, or, all these other podcast stuff, but you never hear about Jesus Christ, do you?
Hardly.
Buy Jesus Christ, he's free. You don't hear ads on all these alternative podcasts, Rumble, BitChute, YouTube, all this stuff, then those commercials on YouTube, zero on Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Zero.
Well, there's Scott, there's one guy from England. I don't know if you ever heard of him, as Speaker's Corner, and he preaches the gospel of Jesus, and he's just when he's there, he's always battling with Muslims. I mean, I don't know if that's, I'm just saying that's probably the only one that I realize. I see his name is Bob. He's in the corner, and everybody goes there and speaks their mind. He's always battling with Muslims.
Of course, you're going to have that. Jamie, of course you're going to have people like that, but I'm just talking about 90+% of what you're watching is it's not teaching anybody to even oh, Jesus Christ, okay, who is that guy? You go online and you say, oh, I'm going to have to buy a Bible, but there's nothing. They don't say one word. Political, YouTube commercials. They talk about, oh, do you have insurance? You have a car? You can get your insurance. All you do is see these commercials, hear all this garbage. But there's not one mention, anywhere on
it's all business.
Christ. Yeah. And that's
it's all business.
Somebody proved me wrong on that. I'll tell you that much.
There's not enough. No, it's really, you're right. It's not enough. Maybe a little, not enough. It's just all business. Call now, collect your money, or apply for this and apply for that, and and you're also getting the scams and all this, man. It's just you got to search out the good, because there's so much garbage. You got to skip that, and keep going until you find something that's real. I hear you, Scott. Yep, I agree.
This platform, I mean, you watch every video that Abe's doing. There isn't one time that Jesus Christ doesn't come into the picture. Something to do with the Bible, something to do about casting out demons, scripture from the Bible. Every single video, there's something that he has to say about. He says something about that. You don't see that on anybody else's. I mean, I don't really. I mean, personally, I watch a lot of video, a lot of stuff, and I don't see that as the cornerstone of the belief system in the host. In the whole personification of the video, whatever they're doing.
There's only, I think, including Abe and maybe one more that I consider. Well, they speak of Jesus while they're doing their thing, but that's it. That's it. I believe there's only one other that, and I haven't been to their site for a while, but I've been here with Abe, and you're right.
There could be more. There could be more that I'm missing. There's all kinds of stuff that, look, I'm not an expert on knowing everything. Yeah. But what I'm saying in the general internet, YouTube, Facebook, Rumble world, all those channels and Real Raw News, Liberty Mill. I go to all these, all these kinds of sites. And I don't see it. I don't see, I mean, you see the preacher sites and all that stuff, but when you, it's especially the commercials, that they promote. And who controls the internet? Google. They own YouTube.
Oh,
they got a CEO, that girl, and none of these people probably believe in. I mean, that's my assumption. None of them believe in Jesus Christ.
They got a monopoly.
You know,
They got a monopoly on it, Scott. They got a monopoly on it.
If the
And,
CEO of Google and YouTube, and Facebook, let's just say, you know, Zuckerberg, whatever, and they were believers, they would be. They have the money to be running ads. You don't see it, do you? You don't see it.
Yeah.
So what does that tell you? What does that tell you out there? You know, the whole world. You know, what's that? You know, what's that saying? You know, young kids that are, you know, either gaming or they're, you know, they have commercials that come on, or, you know, you name it, you know, movies, you know, I stream hockey games, you know, and, you know, I go to basketball, whatever, you know, and I see the chat rooms and all that stuff, and the commercials that come on. There's nothing about Jesus Christ. Nothing.
Wow. You know, Scott, you're more prolific than me. I'm just, you know what? I'm just one trick. You know, I just watch Abe, certain videos that I'm interested in, like how to fix something on you know, how to fix a sink, or you know, how to do it yourself, stuff like that. And then Abe, and then other, like, I look for history. Not very much. So I really don't go to Rumble, or unless I hear about something that's really interesting, then I'll go. But I hardly ever surf the other sites like that. Mostly it's YouTube, you know, because I feel like I learned something. Sometimes I find something that's helpful, you know. But
well, when I went to college, you know, when I went to college, I got a D. I couldn't write papers. I was telling my sister, like, I had to write a paper. I had the dean of English rhetoric, and there was communication rhetoric, they call it, and you know, 2 semesters, and you know, you had to get your English qualifications. And I went to a Catholic private college. It was a city college, and I wasn't academia at all. I was like, I'd rather be a blue collar worker, you know, and steal boots, you know. I'd rather do that, you know. But anyway, long story short, my mom pushed me into this stuff, you know. But what was I trying to get to? God, am I losing my train of thought on this? So I was terrible at spelling, sentence structure, you know, writing papers, you know, being like, you know what I loved the next semester was research. And I just fell in love with it because, you know, it was something that I had to dig through, you know, we had to write papers or something, but it said, you know, you have to research, you know, what does this topic mean? Can you research it? You know, and I'm going like, well, God, I can do that, you know? So I got a D in the, which was passing, but I got a B in the research. So I'm just I'm very curious. I like, you know, Wolf is kind of like that too. You know, he's like, he's really industrious. I mean, he's a great storyteller, but he's a digger. He likes to dig and listen to people's stories. And then obviously I think I have an intuition that, you know, he's digging all the time for information. And that's how I am. I love to be, you know, a digger. So maybe I can share some stuff to other people. But, you know, I love that research. You know, I'm not a storyteller like Wolf is. I mean, I don't have that knack. I mean, I'm kind of a jabber talker, you know, but I say, you know, and you know a lot. You know, I'm bad.
He's a good storyteller. Yeah.
But I am not, you know, I like to dig. I like to, and so I'm all over the internet at looking at a lot of, you know, looking at stuff. And, you know, I've been tricked. I've been bamboozled. Like, you know, I used to tell my friends about this and that, and it turns out to be false. And, you know, I fell for it. So, you know, I'm not infallible to this stuff. I mean, we all make mistakes. And so, but, you know, I love, you know, the way, you know, this internet has come about to, there's so much out there, and I'm interested in it. I'm interested in politics, you know, everything, you know, nature, you know, the atmosphere, the sun, the moon, you name it. I and I took a lot of college courses and all that. I have 4 years, but I never graduated, but kind of walked away from it because it didn't have God in it. That was the other thing.
Yeah.
My university, I went to these Catholic school, and then the other one was like St. Pete Juniors. That was like a Catholic or Christian school, and then University of South Florida. But there was no mention of any kind of religious Christianity slant. I mean, they keep all that Jesus out of those colleges too. That's another thing. You walk out of those colleges, you're an atheist, man. You know?
Yeah, I mean,
unless you're going to theological, theologian school for that. But who has the money, right? Who has the money?
Right. The people, and
or the rich people do that,
Yeah, the rich. I didn't really like high school, man. I mean, when it's overcrowded, Scott, you don't really get the attention that you need, man. I mean, it's like a factory. Like, okay, next. Here's the next paper, and here's the next paper, and I'm like, wait a minute, I'm still on this. I need some help with this. I don't understand what's going on here, and it's just like, well, I got left behind. Like I was way behind. I mean, there's just like a factory here. Here you go. Here's the next paper. And I didn't dig that, man. So I transferred from the high school I was at to another high school that it was smaller, because it was just, I was not getting the help I needed. I mean, not everybody learns at the same capacity like everyone else. Some people are really, really fast. They can really pick up a lot of things quick and a lot of things. So, but not everyone's like that. I feel like I understand things, but it just takes me a little bit more time, Just want to mention that.
I was ready to leave school in 7th grade, man. I mean, I was like not waking up, but it's kind of like if somebody came to me and said, "Hey, you want to be a junior executive of a corporation and fake it, like you're 18, and this is how much money you're going to make," I would have said, "Hey, Dad." I mean, I would have been long gone, man. But it's like, for me, education it was a waste of time. I like to be frank with myself and with everybody out there. But I walked out of a lot of that academia. I didn't have street smarts. Smarts.
Yeah.
There's a lot of people that have street smarts. And they end up becoming multi-millionaires,
Yeah. Oh, okay. Abe, I hear you, Scott. Oh, what? Abe, excuse me. Go ahead.
Oh, it sounded like an echo somewhere.
Oh, okay.
But I don't know where it's coming from. But no. Go ahead, guys. I was going to share a picture that I haven't showed anybody because, I don't know, I found it when I was looking at my Google Pictures. So I'm going to try to share it in a moment. I'm just trying to make my phone get the light brighter so I can see it better. See, people are talking about birds on there.
Let's see, months. Just shut up. Okay. Birds. Let's see. Okay, so that's not nice. I haven't called anyone names here. Oh, okay.
Who's causing problems?
Somebody's calling names. Somebody. What? Okay.
Who's this set trip person?
Okay. We're having a little.
They jumped in just now and started saying things. I don't know who that is.
I think there's a troll. I think there's a troll.
Head trip. And he says, "I've been entertained myself." Anybody know who head tip is? Because if nobody knows, I'm fixing to boot them out.
Yeah, I think there's a troll. I think there's a troll in.
Research is very important because you have to be knowledgeable I mean, you don't have to
Mhm.
be, super knowledgeable, but you have to have a well-rounded. I feel, and this is my own
Oh,
personal
okay,
opinion.
I
You
see.
have to have a well-rounded concept of the spiritual and the
Mhm.
physical,
Yeah. Yeah.
and
Yeah.
and be open-minded, and and again, just like Abe, was saying, have this love foundation,
Yeah.
because that's not, it's a barrier,
Yeah.
that, because if you have that whole, it's a wall that surrounds you, so that's that shields a lot of stuff that you encounter. So and I'm learning a lot, babe, from you,
Uh-huh.
man.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
know you.
Abe's
I don't
story
know if you know
is
that, but it's a lot of
Abe's experience is a landmark experience to me. I mean, it's up there, man, with all these. There's other famous cases, Scott, that are well known. Some of them they make movies out of. They make movies out of their cases. I think Abe's is one of those heavyweight cases that's up there. It's not just a ghost, ghost hunting or something. Oh, I heard a ghost. We saw a ghost. Nuh-uh. His is it's big time. I mean, it's a heavyweight story. You know, uh, it's up there. It's up there with the other ones. I put it in that same class, man, because it's really something else. And I'm glad he's sharing it because this. I'm glad I learned about this about Abe's case. It's just amazing. Um, it's just awful. The things he had to go through, but he's a survivor. He's still here, and he hasn't lost. He won. I believe he's won this battle. uh, and they're just mad. These their spirits. They're pissed. Because they couldn't get him. They couldn't. You know, break him. But he's a survivor. You know, they lost. They lost, and there's many others that have won too. You know, you could you could even look up the saints, Scott. There's many saints that have had the same battle, and they've won too. And I don't know people. If you research it, the saints that have battles with the evil, with the powers of darkness, you'll see for yourself that many have battled the evil and won. So yeah, Abe I think he's pretty that's outstanding. He. So I digress. Go ahead, Scott. If you want, you want to say something, go ahead. Um,
no. I mean, we're
okay.
just here
Well, you know
to.
what I'm saying.
Oh yeah, yeah. But like I'm saying,
I'm gonna send you share a picture. There was this lady that contacted me like about 3 years ago that she had purchased a home near Belton Lake, and she 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 had seen my episode of Documentary Encounters, episode 53, and she told me that she believed that there was a either shapeshifter or skinwalkers or a dogman in her property that she bought. She lives near the lake, so she had sent me a photo, and I found the photo, and I'm gonna try to share it here with y'all so
Mm-hmm.
y'all can see what's on the property. She said she's afraid to go to her backyard or go anywhere in the yard because
Mm-hmm.
she says that they come out at nighttime and they're out there at night. I just don't know if she still lives there. I was
Mm-hmm.
supposed to go to her property and investigate, but she never contacted me back. I don't know what happened,
Yeah.
but I'm gonna share with you a picture that she sent me.
When you get it. Oh, I wanted to mention. There's another podcaster who does, boots on the ground. She's this one lady. She's kind of crazy. I mean, she gets a lot of footage. She sees a lot of stuff. She gets a lot of footage, and they sent her some pictures, Abe, Scott, and she got a picture of this dog man in this driveway, and she's looking at. They have the picture of this dog man's coming out of a trunk of a car. I mean, the whole head is clear as day, man. You can see it clearly. The dog man's head is sticking out of the closed trunk. The trunk is closed. You know what I'm saying? As if it's
I haven't
going
seen that, but yeah,
through the
that's
car.
again.
It's like going through the trunk. Like I don't know how you explain it. It's not dead. It's like alive. It's looking right at the person that took the picture, and the head is sticking out of the trunk, a closed trunk. You know what I mean? So that's that's a spirit right there. I mean, I figure that's spiritual. Yeah, I mean it's man, it's kind of spooky. The head is like sticking out of the trunk, and the trunk is closed. You know, that's not possible if it's a flesh and blood. It's a demon.
Let me try to work on this picture, man. Get a closer look at it.
Yeah, you're right on that.
Because I didn't I thought I had cropped it. Yeah, but it's right there. Yeah, I just wish you wouldn't have put the circle there because it takes away from the picture.
Okay, this is the picture. Okay. Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna reshare it. Okay, here we go. Take a close look at it.
Okay, I see it now. I see two eyes and a nose.
Yeah.
I see the ears, Abe. I see
Yeah,
I see it.
she said she went over there because she seen something, and then she was going to the woods to go see that it was looking at her, and she fucking ran inside the house.
Uh-huh. Oh, I see it, Abe. I see the two eyes and the nose.
Yeah, I just wish she wouldn't have drawn the circle. And
Yeah.
it was in a property that she bought in Bell in yeah, it's got the ears, the eyes, the snout,
Uh-huh.
and it's colored like brownish, man.
Yeah, it's brown. Yeah, it's brown. I see eyes. I see two ears, the snout, and it's looking straight ahead, right at the person's taking the picture. I see it, Abe.
Yeah,
Wow.
yeah, so she was scared, man. She said that it was big, and she was
Uh-huh.
afraid. She was afraid to go into her backyard because she had a garden out there,
Uh-huh.
uh,
Jesus.
and she feels that she's in their territory because she said there's a lot of them.
There's more than one. She's seen more than one, Abe.
Yeah,
Oh.
more than one,
Oh man.
and
Holy
they come out
moly.
at nighttime, and they come bang on the walls that they run on top of the roof.
Oh my God. Oh, talking about that same woman I was telling you about, Abe, they're on her roof. They already followed her home from her expeditions. They follow her
Hmm.
home and they're all over her roof. And she has a video of her. She's in her house and you could hear them boom, 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 walking on her ceiling, on her roof. I mean, you could hear them. And they're already peeking in her window. She sees multiple cryptids passing by her window. One wolf was peeking in her window. I mean, they guess that they found out where she lives and they're doing the same thing to her. Wow. Yeah, I see it. I see the face.
I'll show it better. Yeah, she was scared, man. She told me that she needs help. I said I can go pray and try to see how I can do something, but I already know how they are. They're
Uh-huh.
very territorial,
Yeah.
and when she told me there was more than one, it's like, oh shit.
Uh-huh.
So there we go.
Yep, there it is.
The eyes. There's one. I pointed one eye. The other eye is right here. Then there's a snout right here,
Uh-huh.
and the ears are up here. Just I was trying to point that out with y'all, which you can see it right there.
Uh-huh.
He's got a massive head, no?
Yeah, a lot of these people aren't armed up. They're not armed up spiritually. So, when this stuff happens, when they buy a mobile home, a house, or whatever, you know, and it's sold or they
Yeah.
buy it.
She said she took up running inside her house because he was staring at her staring at her like he was gonna attack her.
Oh man. Hey, this is in Texas, right?
Yeah.
This is all.
This picture is from Belton, near Belton Lake.
Uh huh. Ay ay ay.
It was the person that sent it to me.
Dang.
I just wanted to share it with y'all. There you go. Yeah, my niece, man. You know, I would pray for her and stuff, but you know, she had heart surgery like 2 years ago, and she's only like 20, like 25, 26 years old.
Mm-hmm.
And she's in the hospital right now. Her heart is only working at 15%.
Oh
So
my God.
they're thinking of putting the machine.
Pacemaker.
Yeah, she's young, man. She's only like
Yeah.
it's her heart has been. They said they don't know how she's alive because the way her heart has been like that all her life. I
Uh-huh.
remember she would always get tired and winded real fast, like
Oh.
she would run or do sports. But then it was because her heart was only working at, I think it was even working less than that. That they don't know how. Well, they don't know two things: how she's alive, and they don't know how she could have her baby. She had a son,
Mm-hmm.
birth to a son, with the heart only working like at 15%.
Mm-hmm.
And they're saying that they're miracles, both of them,
Yeah.
because they're saying that she should have died and that the baby shouldn't have been born that way because
Mm-hmm.
her heart is only 50%. But you know, the Heavenly Father, when He has a purpose for somebody,
Mm-hmm.
that person is going to be here because
Right.
He's saying that they're going to be here,
Yeah.
regardless of what the doctor's saying, or regardless of, you know, it's about the faith and belief in Jesus Christ. And you know, I went to go visit her yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
That's why it's kind of like, yeah, I see the people arguing here and stuff, and it's like,
Mm-hmm.
you just gotta remember, brothers and sisters,
Mm-hmm.
anger, hatred, that's what division, that's what the enemy likes. That's what he
Mm-hmm.
feeds off, is chaos and division. You know, it's
Yeah.
not.
Yeah. Yeah. I hear you. Como dice en español, hagan corajes por gusto. You know.
Yeah, but at the same time, I faltered myself because sometimes you all see me throw skits here for
Mm-hmm.
those people that mess with me, but you
Oh
know,
yeah.
there's a spiritual warfare happening right now, man. There was this vehicle. I pray for, check it out. I pray for my niece and I pray for cousin Jesse.
Mm-hmm.
At the hospital, I was praying for my niece. If there was any unclean spirits or witchcraft or narcolepsy, you know, I taught about and rebuked it, and I prayed for her. I gave her some bracelets and I
Mm-hmm.
blessed them for her father to bless them, and I gave them to her for protection.
Mm-hmm.
Man, on the way home, I got home. There was a big accident on the highway where a
Mm-hmm.
fueler blew up,
Mm-hmm.
and in the video, like everything's on fire on the highway.
Mm-hmm. Oh my
So
goodness.
I'm telling you, the spiritual warfare is very real, brothers and sisters. You
Yeah.
you, you
Yes.
gotta you gotta pay attention to your surroundings. You gotta pay attention to the steps that you take, the things that you say,
Mm-hmm.
because the enemy will use that to come up against you.
Yeah. He's looking for
That's why I say
any way to get
that
in.
I'm not gonna let those other people
Mm-hmm.
mess my peace. You know, I'm gonna maintain my peace and my heavenly love foundation and continue to do the works that I do here.
Yeah.
And there's some
And
people that they're not about that. They're not about Jesus Christ because they want to believe in other things. And
mm-hmm.
that's fine. Go ahead and believe what you want to believe in. But I know
Mm-hmm.
Jesus Christ exists because I myself am a walking miracle. I shouldn't be here, and I'm here. I should have been
Yeah.
gone numerous times.
Oh yeah,
But
I
the
remember.
Heavenly Father has me here, just
Mm-hmm.
like my niece is a walking miracle.
Mm-hmm.
Cousin Jesse is going to be our walking miracle. Uh, Yeah, man, God is amazing. That's why I place him first. Even though I'm doing this, I'm a veteran. I'm 55 years old.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, just when these people that come up against me got me wrong. They try to make me seem like I'm a person that targets people that I have hatred just because I was in combat. It's not even about that for me.
Yeah.
Everything that I've been through, I've learned something from it, which you gain wisdom and knowledge.
Mm-hmm.
When you travel and you go through something, you get that little bit of wisdom and knowledge, and you save it, and then you save it, and you save it. Of which now that I'm 55, I could be just
Yeah.
focused on my marriage and
Mm-hmm.
just going doing things, living life, But then
Yeah.
I say to myself, am I doing what I'm supposed to be doing? I'm here for a reason because He blessed me to be here because I could have been gone. So I need to do His works, and that's why I created Spiritual Encrypted Encounters
Yeah.
to appreciate Him, worship Him
Yeah.
for blessing me to be in my son life. Because if he would have taken me in 2002, uh, I would have died, and most likely my son would have died because
Yeah.
my son was like a year and a half or 2 years old when I passed away. So
Mm-hmm.
I thank the Lord daily, and it's the works that I do is because I truly believe in Him because He blessed me to be amongst the living. That's why I do this works,
Yeah.
and I'm here to expose the unseen forces that might be causing you or one of your
Mm-hmm.
family members uh, ailments
Mm-hmm.
on the bad road. We need to awaken all the brothers and sisters.
Yeah.
We need to awaken spiritually, and going back and forth and fighting is not a good thing. I
Mm-hmm.
wish I could wake up certain people spiritually, but like just like it's written in the Bible.
Yeah.
What was it saying, brother? Uh, about the path, brother Scott, the path.
Oh,
To
broad
make
is
it
the
into
way that
eternal
leads
life.
to
Oh
destruction.
yeah. Yeah.
So, that's what
Narrow is the
everybody's
way.
on. That's where
Mm-hmm.
everybody's on. So this show, I believe this show, as well as others, I'm not,
Mm-hmm.
I'm not boasting and putting Abe on a pedestal, but I'm just saying, it says a matter of fact. It says straight is the way, uh, straight is the gate that will leave you to everlasting life, and broad is the way that will lead to destruction.
Yeah.
So broad is the way.
Yeah.
So, that means like the narrow way is a really rough and tough and lonely and persecuting
Yeah.
and you name it, because all that other way, you're not going to get persecuted. You're going to get money. You're going to win the lottery. You're going to, meet the beautiful girlfriend that you've always, thought of,
Mm-hmm.
whatever it is. But that narrow way it can be. It can. I'm not saying I don't. I can't make that judgment. But when you think about it, the forces that are out there they want to grab you and throw you over there to the Broadway.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, it's you
They're
can do
gonna.
your own research in the Bible, and you can go through Strong's Concordance and
Mm-hmm.
do some research and say, well,
Mm-hmm.
what's the narrow way? What am I going to face if I go through the narrow way? You know,
Yeah.
so you may lose your family, your
Yeah.
friends, your pets will run away, whatever. Anything can happen.
Well.
So and these are all witnessing. This is from people that have witnessed that too.
Mm-hmm.
So, and they're striving, and we keep falling down. We're not perfect,
Oh no.
but it's but it's a The fear of the Lord is just, it's glorifying God that, He'll provide, that protection for us and provide us the tools that we need to try to stay on that path.
Yeah. It's gonna be hard. It's not gonna be easy. I mean, when it really gets bad, when really starts to get bad, when the government changes and then it's gonna be, you're gonna be with us or you're on that side or on this side. There's not gonna be no in between. And if we carry our cross, we're gonna be ready to, because what they're gonna do to us, if I'm don't ever lose my way, they're gonna do to us is what they already did to Jesus. He said, whatever they do to you, they've done it to me. Remember that? I mean, that's in the
They
scripture.
hated me.
They
Hated me.
They're gonna
And
hate you
they'll
for my
hate
name.
you too.
Mm-hmm.
So, get your eyebrows up,
Mm-hmm. Yes. Abe, you gonna say something?
No, I'm just listening to you. I'm looking at the
Mhm.
comments over here in the
Oh,
chat.
okay.
I'm trying to catch up.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well, there's a lot of
it's
things going on. There's a lot right now persecution going on in the world. Also, Scott, look at with Syria. All those Christians they murdered. The government over there they murdered a whole bunch of Christians, and in Africa, they went into a church and just machine gunned all the Christians they could and over there. I mean, and I see that on the news, and I'm like, man. I mean, oh, I mean, that's they're Christians. They're Christians, and they got murdered for their faith. In two or three countries just because they were Christians and they weren't bothering nobody. They were worshiping. They were in their church, and they weren't bothering nobody. They're not persecuting nobody, and then they get. That's
those countries don't have the checks and balances that we do. I
Mhm.
mean, we keep a pretty good handle on justice and policing and
Mhm.
safety for its citizens. Where you end up moving to Niger in Africa. Well, what happens if they have a coup? You
Mhm.
know, you reload, you retired there, and it's beautiful and everything, and like these people are retiring outside the United States. If there's a coup takeover of the government, it's like the Onion Fields. Did you guys remember that movie, The Onion Fields, where the Khmer Rouge took
Oh yeah,
over
the Khmer Rouge,
Cambodia? Remember that?
Cambodia.
You saw that movie. So if you
Yeah.
watch that movie again, maybe everybody, I'm going to actually watch that movie again because it's ringing a bell. Meaning, if and this is like, if you're trapped in a foreign nation, you're
Mhm.
never going to get out. You're not going to get out. But here in America, I don't think that'll happen because I think with the Constitution and the checks and balances, that
Mhm.
I think God will bring the true generals of Jesus Christ into light, and they will. I mean, it's going to be a choice. It's going to be a choice for everybody. You're either on the dark side or the good side. But
Yeah.
it's God is using this nation. It's going to be a choice. It's going to be a choice. So, but I think, we have enough intelligence and wisdom in this country and the tools to expose a lot of things, just like the child trafficking
Mhm. Oh yeah.
that is being exposed. Um, and there's a lot of, and I don't know this, but I believe it's true. This is a secret war going on, and
Mhm.
if people knew what was really going on,
Yeah.
it would make people super depressed.
Oh yeah. Well, look at what Jim Caviezel discovered.
Especially the mothers, the women who give birth to children,
Mhm.
and because they're more, uh, they're more sensitive to, their whole gender
Mhm.
is geared for that, instinct of protection, of that sort of thing. So
Yeah, motherly.
There's a lot of exposing, but there's a lot of this, this trafficking. The war is continuing, and this is worldwide, and but I think it's purposely,
Mm-hmm.
it's by our government is to try to keep it covert because it's horrendous. It's horrifying.
It's horrible. Yes, it is.
It's so horrifying that people would, they would jump out of buildings, or it would be mass hysteria.
Yeah.
If this stuff ever came out, like boom, like that.
Well, they're afraid, Scott, to get exposed. We're afraid to get lynched. Brought to. They don't want to face justice. They want to keep it on the down low. They don't want to lose. They're afraid of the people. They're going to lynch them. They're going to, bring their own justice. They don't. They don't want to have to pay pay the piper. For what they did. They want to stay in their position, and it's awful. Talking about the Khmer Rouge, right now Cambodia and Thailand are at the brink of war. They're I don't know if you know that. Yeah, right now they've already had exchanges, and they've already Thailand has already killed quite a few Cambodian soldiers. I mean, they're firing at each other right now. They're back and forth, missiles and rockets, and they're at the brink of war right now. They're having exchanges at the border, disputes right now. I just remembered that. Yeah, it's always something, huh? Every day, man, there's always something going on.
We don't know that, these peaceful countries, it's been pretty peaceful. I used to tour Southeast Asia a lot. My brother worked over there, and I lived partially over there at one time, and I traveled all through Southeast Asia myself. I was over there like, I don't know, 3 months or something one time. And, but we don't know about, the secret, again, we're getting back to this whole concept of good against evil, meaning that, the devil wants to create this separation, Cambodia versus Thailand, this strife, these people are Buddhists over there, they're Muslim and Buddhists.
Both sides.
It's not about religion. It's just about how people are attacked, and they may not know this type of invisible spiritual warfare that goes on, to stir, two great countries that work together for years. All of a sudden, the next year, it goes all to hell. I mean, what's up with that? What's up with that?
There's the influence. There's somebody pulling the strings.
Yeah. So, I mean, can you imagine if we could really see behind the scenes? I mean, we'd say, "Get me off this planet, man."
Yeah, that's right. It probably scare the hell out, to your hair turn gray. We saw what was really.
Get me out of here.
Yeah. Oh my God. You probably. Oh my God. I don't see no more. Who's really pulling the strings? Who's influencing invisible forces? That's what these principalities and powers are. They're invisible, Scott. We can't see them, but they're there, man. They're there influencing and talking into their ears, telling them this and that, playing the part. Yeah, this is a good idea. You do that. Don't let them don't let them take over, and this and that. And then,
you look at Pakistan and India, they've been at war. They've been at war. I have a pastor. That's how I found the Bible. Get this. I mean, here's this real short story. Through several people, I met this pastor. He came to my house. We started a Bible study in my house. And so guess where this guy is from? That he found Jesus Christ. He was saved. Guess where he is from? And he was teaching underground Christianity. If you look at the map in India, okay, now if you go northward in India, like straight up.
Mhm.
Now he's in an area called Kosian, which is, if the biggest city you probably people would know would be Darjeeling. It's
Mhm.
area way up in the mountains where they grow all the tea leaves and
Yeah.
stuff. So when you see in your grocery store Darjeeling tea or whatever,
Yeah.
you know, those tea bags and
Uh-huh.
stuff, that comes from India up there. But I mean, can you imagine? There's a guy from India that's teaching me the Bible from India,
Yeah.
not from, you know, not
Not an American.
not from America.
Yeah. Not from America.
I mean, you know, all I'm saying is you know, there is a lot of underground Christianity churches, even in Thailand, even in a lot of Southeast Asia, a lot of underground kind of stuff. But they tolerate it. But it's kind of like in India, they will tolerate Catholicism and Christianity, but the main religion is Hinduism. You know, and I don't want to get into a war with people online about, they have to find their own way, and it's but getting back to this guy, I mean, can you imagine? I mean, here's a guy from northern India, almost like up by the Himalayas.
Yeah, on the boonies up there.
And it's like, this guy is like, his father was actually like a Methodist minister, but he was a major in the Indian Army, and once you join the Army, you can't get out of the Army. Unless if it's discharged, but God gave he prayed to get out of the he's got a story about that. But once you're in the Army, you don't say, "Hey, I want to get out." It's not like that over there. It's you've committed. That's your life that you're committed. But he got a calling from God. He got a calling, and he's got a tremendous story.
Yeah, a real strong faith.
But he told me about this Pakistani, because he had an AK-40, the Russian guns, the AK-47, the Russian kind of guns, and because he was he told me about a lot of the guns that he used and stuff, and he would shoot too on the border. So they were always fighting.
Well, recently they
and
were
stuff, but again, they're always at war, and you're wondering, like, why is Pakistan and why are these countries always at war? And I mean, that's a whole different, I guess, discussion. But I just wanted to share that with you, that my Bible teacher was a guy from India, and he was from India. He was born and raised there with a kind of the British accent, kind of thing. But he went to Israel and all that kind of stuff. And so my friend who lives where I live, we do a little Bible study every Sunday morning at my place. And but I was taught the Bible by him. One of the major points in the Bible. And I used to be a sports guy, and every motel room had a Bible, had a Gideon Bible. I'd open up the Bible, and all I would read in the Bible in the beginning, and then I would shut the Bible and put it in the drawer again. I mean, that was me. That was me.
God, I mean, I'm self-taught in a way. I mean, I just started, gravitating to the Bible. I'm self-taught, and I even got other books that are, lost books of the Bible. I even got I'm trying to find other, like the Septuagint. I like to get closer and closer to the way, the real. I mean, it's all real. I mean, I got the King James, and I kind of like self-taught. I understand it. It's strange. I mean, I'm amazed. Like, sometimes I understand these things, scripture, and I get it. I understand. Well, Scott, that meant, well, the Gentiles, we're Gentiles, the latter days, it's gonna be many Gentiles of other, not just the Jewish people, but every race, different races, they're gonna come, they're gonna convert, to even Muslims, uh, the scripture says even some Muslims are converting. You know that even Muslims, there's Muslims that convert,
Well,
and
I got neighbors that are from Tanzania,
uh-huh,
you know, and they're Christians, and so it's like people you meet, they're from all over the world, and that it is, but it's curious about these factions that come up, these like you just mentioned, about this
yeah,
stuff, but it's
Koreans,
again,
yeah, there's
yeah,
Koreans.
it's
You know, there's Koreans. Some parts of Korea, they're Christian. They have they have their own churches, and they're allowed. South Korea. I mean, not North Korea, but South Korea. Yeah, there's a lot of Christians there. Koreans that converted to Christianity. They're really deep into it. I mean, we're the Gentiles. Everyone else, you don't have to be Jewish. There's a lot of Jewish that don't believe in Jesus. They don't accept him. Not all the Jews, but there's a lot. There's quite a few that don't accept Jesus as their Messiah, and they're thinking of the Old
it
Testament.
says in the Bible,
Huh?
God
Yeah.
God will take their scales off. When the time
Yeah.
comes, they will
Yep.
realize. Here's a funny tidbit. I don't know if you know this, but Wuhan, China,
Yeah.
okay, where the
hmm
so-called COVID virus came,
COVID. Yeah.
all that. Did you know that's the highest city of Christianity
No, I didn't know.
in
I didn't know
China?
that.
Now, get this. Did you know that it's either Hiroshima or Nagasaki was either one of those were the highest cities in
I
Christianity?
didn't know that. Mm-mm.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know what else, but I read those two. Could be more,
hmm
could be more, but isn't it pretty suspicious, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it had to be them. Had those two cities. You know. Uh, it-
I'm just saying it's very suspicious to see, Wuhan, China, where they had to all those bodies, they had to cremate
yeah.
them like
Uh-huh.
millions. I mean, they had incinerate. They had like 40-foot container
hmm Yeah.
incinerators,
Oh man.
with all these people and
Well, that
stuff.
was.
And so what I'm saying is it was horrific. I mean, this one woman, she's from
Oh man.
China, and a couple of days ago, and she's saying like it's like I forget the number, but it'll make your jaw
Yeah.
drop. What she saw, the statistics and the numbers of people that
Yeah.
died in China. I'm not talking about these flood
Mm-mm.
stuff, but I'm talking about the
hmm
epidemic stuff.
Scott, that's
It's
that government. Scott, I blame. I mean, it's that government. They're soulless. They're heartless. They don't have any souls. I know it started there. I know their own government did it to their own people, and then they got it spread over here. I mean, that's they don't have no soul, man. Those
yeah,
communists.
they
They're
got
they're really
yeah.
they're
Yeah, it's kind of like they round up the Muslims there too and put them in work
mhm,
camps. Nobody knows about.
yeah.
There's in Asia there's a lot of
Mhm,
Muslims.
yeah.
Islam, like Malaysia is all
Yeah.
Islam in
Oh
Malaysia.
yeah. Indonesia.
It's Muslim. In Southeast Asia, it's
Mhm,
Buddhist, Muslim, not too much Hinduism, um, and then but um, yeah, China's um, is a big player in the world, and yeah, my dad worked over there and stuff,
they suppressed
and
the Catholic or Christianity over there. They suppressed it. I mean, I don't know if they let up now,
well,
but they were really.
they'll tolerate. Yeah, it's kind of like they tolerate it in a way, but that's a whole different
Yeah, that's a
subject
whole
matter
one.
about
Yeah,
bringing.
won't get into that.
Yeah, I mean, that would take like, I don't know. I mean, people talk
Hours.
about that too. There's a lot of,
Yeah.
dictators and all that, how they were trained and so forth, all that stuff. But it's, it's, I don't know. No American really knows because it's a closed country.
Yeah.
North Korea, China. There's so many provinces in China. I mean, China's like, it's
Yeah.
huge. This country is like,
They got the most population in the whole world. They got.
but it's. I mean, I lived over there a couple of years, and I know and that was back in the old days. But, it's. Anyway, I'm not going to go too much into
We
that.
could be here all. Yeah, it's a lot, Scott. Yeah.
Yeah,
That's a whole nother episode. That's a whole nother chapter.
Yeah, it's just that we see a lot of this happening. So you just have to be vigilant about your surroundings and what's going on, and just continue your the life that we have. But just be. Again, I love research stuff, and every day there's something new to jot, and to me it's, oh my God, it's unbelievable the amount of information that's we'll have. I mean, we're still free. We're still free in this country. Canada's getting a little locked. Canada's getting a little peculiar up there.
Yeah, I heard Richards talking about something, mentioning that you mentioned that it's looking like the UK, with all these other groups. I mean, I have nothing against other ethnic groups, but he said it's they're getting an invasion over there too. Muslims and other religions and ethnic people. Which I have nothing against. As long as they're just respect everyone's religion or their point of view.
Yeah, I mean, it's freedom of religion, but it's there's going to come in time that sooner or later they'll go to some digital monetary system, and they're going to have regulations and rules, and if you don't abide by those rules, you're not going to be able to buy or sell.
Scott, I kind of know what that's about. I mean, that's like you got to sign on the contract. Sign here. You accept the one. My way of I'm gonna provide everything. You got to agree with me. Basically, that's gonna be like you're gonna agree with me. You agree with this president, or you don't. I'm talking about the man of sin. Him later in the future. He's gonna. I mean, it's gonna get so bad. He's gonna have all of a sudden this guy's gonna appear, and this man, he's gonna appear. He's gonna seem to bring peace and economic stability and all that. And basically the chip and all that, and that's gonna be basically I believe the actual situation will be where you have to agree with his form of government, because I think our government is going to be probably gone. Our constitution is going to be gone, Scott. He's going to say, you want to buy, sell, or trade, you want house and all that, you got to sign right here. You agree with this. You agree with your president, or you don't. You don't get none of it. And then you get your chip. That's what I believe. First, you got to agree with him. Then, if you agree with him, you have the sign on your forehead, because your mind. I agree with you. You're going to provide for, and I agree with your law. It's not going to be our constitution.
Well, you just get somebody else to do the dirty work and buy your food and everything else.
I mean, you're going to be able to survive. But you're going to be like,
you'll survive.
An outcast.
You'll survive. But, it's the beginning of sorrows. It's going to be pretty horrible. I heard the UN moved to Africa, Tanzania.
Mm-hmm. Wow.
And I got a friend that she's having another baby, and they're from, I think, Nigeria. Where are they from again? and I was talking to them, but they don't speak English. They're from Tanzania. But I just read something about like the UN moved to Tanzania.
Mhm.
I don't know if I can confirm that, but you know, they were saying, "Hey, Scott, you should move to the Congo."
What?
You know, and it's kind of like,
Warlords.
and it's like, yeah, but it's there's a lot of beauty in Africa. There's the north part is all desert and stuff.
Yeah. You got to have a safe government, Scott.
Yeah.
You got to have a government that's.
That's what I'm saying. You move there, you're an expat, you're expat and stuff, and you move to these countries, and there's a coup. Guess what? You ain't getting out of there. You're gonna go right into prison.
All Americans, all foreigners are gonna go to jail or prison, or you're gonna be everything is gonna be taken from you, or something, or worse. But what who protects you? You can't have a good life with a good government. You got to have law and order and rights. Human rights. You can't have a warlord for your government or rebels. Being a hostile area with constantly fighting and one leader takes out another, and then you have a whole nother system of government, and you're just like, okay, all you have is ours now. In the name of our cause or our Shia or whatever. That's how about South Africa?
Yeah.
South Africa's safe. I mean, I guess that part of that part maybe there you probably have more safety. But you get out of bounds, you leave that area, you leave South Africa, you go into the deep. You're taking a risk at your own risk. But I'll digress.
You'd be surprised though how modern these cities are too. I'm just gonna change the subject. As far as Asian cities, you go to these cities in Africa, and you're like, they're not like third world. They're like 5-star hotels, stuff like that. So it's I mean, and on the computer again. You can travel.
Yeah.
You can travel anywhere you want, and it's all free.
Can you guys hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you. Yeah, we can hear you.
I'll tell you what I would like to see. Exactly what Russia just did. They just turned around and made it illegal and outlawed Satanism. If you get caught doing Satanism in their country, you get taken to prison.
Oh yeah, I saw that.
Yeah. Yeah, Putin stood up and said no more.
Yeah, I haven't heard that.
Yeah, I heard
that's pretty cool. Because just saying that word Satanism, people say, if they did that in this country, people would say, "Oh, what's that mean?" At least they would research and go and find out what this is all about.
Well, when he was giving the speech, you should have seen all the upper people there. They were like tucking their head and putting their hand over their head, and some of them putting their hand in front of their mouth. He went into the whole spiel about child trafficking, about the Satanism, and harming children and sacrificing. Putin over in Russia.
That's what freaking Trump should be doing.
Yeah.
Well, that's why everybody was saying
Putin's
on that.
good for doing that.
Everybody was saying on that America needed to follow suit.
I salute Putin for that, man. I mean, I know he's Putin, but I got to give him props.
I want to weigh in on this too. If anybody, if anybody can pull up, on your own time, search Putin's speeches that are translated into English, and it really gives you a different perspective than what you're hearing on social media and other avenues, because they're trying to make him out like he was trying to just take over Ukraine and this and that. But his goal, for the most part, has been to protect the Russian people. And that bleeds into Ukraine, that bleeds into Poland, bleeds into a lot of the surrounding areas.
They had a lot of those bioweapon labs in Ukraine, and
Yes,
that's what he was taking out.
Mhm.
And here's the funny thing: Russia still owns part of Ukraine. It was walked over and taken on the minute that Soros went in there and started buying up crap. So he never got away from that stuff. And he has been, it's all about, protecting the people. A lot of those people left and went back to Russia, and the Ukraine soldiers were killing them for trying to leave. So I, you ask me, I think they ought to turn around and just give it back to him. It'd probably get ran a lot better.
That makes sense. And they want to repatriate. I mean, they were part of Russia. I mean, what do you think about us getting involved? I mean, I think we should stay out of that. I mean, what's the worst they're gonna do? If they join back with Russia, I mean.
But see, the problem with it is all of our other governments have given Ukraine all their weapons, all of their stuff that they've gone after and hit Russia with, and everything else. We should have stayed out of it a long time ago. Not just recently. We shouldn't be giving other countries weapons.
We are
because you know what? If they don't have them, maybe they didn't need them to begin with. But
we gave them a lot.
Yes.
We gave them a whole bunch.
A lot of these Sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
Just based off of what I've researched, even back in like early 2000s, there was a big issue with the Middle Eastern countries with us having bases in their countries and embassies, and they wanted us to just get rid of those, and our government would constantly refuse, and they kept on putting more and more camps and embassies in all these different countries and having a military presence, and that's what they didn't like. And that all escalated into these wars, which are also bankers' wars. So there's that.
Yep. But I really think that maybe Trump does need to do that. He needs to follow suit with Putin and do that. I mean, it sure would knock a lot of people out of existence, because there's a lot of that going on here. Like I said, we've got one or two temples in Austin, that should not be there, and they're everywhere.
And Brenda, you know what? Those temples, we don't have no idea the horrendous things they're doing. The low, I mean, vile things they're doing. They're not just pretending. They're, it probably give you, a heart attack if we actually saw what they're actually doing. What are they really up to?
Oh, I know what they do. Yeah, it is.
Hey, I'm gonna take off. It's getting late, and I just wanted to say one thing. I'm just gonna do a shout out. I think Wolf has got, and he doesn't. I'm not promoting his channel or anything, but I think he's got this guest on tomorrow afternoon or morning. I think it's probably in the morning because he's in. I think he's in Europe. Yeah, but I think he may go into a lot of history of Russia or the Tartarian Empire. Which is an empire that stretched from it took over. It was over half of China too. Mm-hmm. So I don't know if he's going to talk about that, but I'm into all this kind of stuff. These empires and stuff. But this guy, he's really funny. I like this guy. He kind of makes a little joke of different things and stuff. But you might want to tune into his show tomorrow because I'm going to check it out. What time is it on?
You know what he said? It could be early.
What did he say?
2 p.m. or 2:30, somewhere around there.
2 our time or
Central Time.
Yeah, because I know it's there's a time difference in Europe. But anyways, I'm going to sign off. So it was fun. I'll see you guys tomorrow. And
you have a good one.
Yeah, thank you for being.
Good night, Scott.
Good night,
Peace be
Scott.
with you, and always have Jesus on your mind, and pray.
All right.
You know, that's all we
I
can
need
do.
it.
Sir.
All right.
Good night, Scott.
everyone.
Good night.
Good night.
See ya.
Heard.
Oh, Andres hit the nail on the head. Yes, it was a very high trafficking ring place over there. But the bad thing is that in Ukraine, a lot of our higher ranking governments have got property there.
The
Yeah.
Bidens.
Yep, not only the Bidens. The
Obama.
Obamas have it. I even believe the Bushes have property there.
I wouldn't doubt that.
Yeah. I don't know.
It wasn't turned into a good place, let's put it that way. And a lot of the Russian people wanted to leave from there, and they were never allowed. And then Putin opened up the border and said, I'm taking whatever Russian people that are in Ukraine can all come here. And the people in Russia threw a party in the street for those people that night that came back. And a lot of people took them in until they could get their own places. I mean, you know, I keep saying to myself, look, I have a Russian long-haired Chihuahua. He was born in Russia. And I kept saying, that's it. I'm going to use him to defect to Russia. I'm moving to Russia. I keep saying that. I'm moving to Russia. But this move that Putin has made, and everybody was sitting there saying that America needs to follow suit and do the same thing.
Not just that, they need to persecute everybody that's done illegal activity within the government that's in power. Put them in jail.
Yep.
No more letting them slide, or that the other president gave them whatever. Fuck that. Put them motherfuckers in jail.
Yeah.
If they're doing something illegal, if we do something illegal, we'll go straight to jail. They need to persecute them.
Yeah.
I mean, put them in jail.
Yeah.
For going against the laws. You got people consorting that's coyotes. Put them in jail.
I did.
They were doing illegal stuff.
I did see a press conference come up today that they did, and they're starting with that Russian collusion thing that happened in 2016.
Oh yeah.
And they've got all the paperwork and information that the Obama administration and all of that. So now I will tell you that I do think that what's going to happen in all of that, some people may get arrested. Some people may do big time. Some people may do little time. But I think for some reason, they're going to probably try to skate Obama out of that on presidential, what do they call that, privileges or something.
Screw that.
Well,
but
that's going to be tough.
If they do it with treason, I think that treason is where it goes to the Supreme Court, and they can override his presidential stuff. So I don't know. But I know they're starting with that. But then if they keep going and they throw everything else in there, because they said that this bled over into Biden's administration.
Yep.
So,
it was a one big conspiracy. It was amazing. It was horrible watching the whole thing, Brenda. It was all just get them.
This is what I realized. Okay, so what I found out was, you guys remember the soccer ball that Putin gave to Trump? Okay, well, here's the thing. Inside that soccer ball was a thumbnail, a thumb drive. Yeah, I always say thumbnail, a thumb drive. But that was being kept because it was looking like Hillary was going to win. And Putin had all that stuff on Hillary and was going to wait for her to win and have it come out. Well, when she didn't win, I guess Putin decided that it would be in good hands if it went to Trump. And so Trump got that, and now he has all that information on the Clintons. All of it. So I think that them starting with the Russia collusion is going to take it step by step up the ladder.
And it's federal prison.
Yes, it's Gitmo.
Yeah, I noticed they were very much against having Guantanamo Bay reopened.
Yeah, and
so that tells me something.
It's been open. It's been open. It's been rebuilt. It's a lot bigger. And then they did the alligator Gitmo out there in Florida. I love that.
Oh yeah, yeah. That's
I was
make gators great again, MAGA.
Yeah. And a lot of people think that it's for all the illegals. I don't think it is. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Because this stuff is deep and it's been going for a long time and it's huge.
Yeah, yes it is.
Yes,
it is, Brenda.
Correct.
So
these people need to be held accountable.
I have a question for you, Brenda.
What?
Why do you think they're not just mass corralling everyone into these prisons that are in the higher forms of government? But considering that there's the lower local governments that can continue operating, and really we have self-governance, we can take care of ourselves. But why do you think that they're not doing this all at once?
I think that they're not doing it all at once because have you walked around the world here? A lot of people wouldn't understand it and they will revoke. So what they are doing is they're going to do this step by step, do it legally so nobody can come back and do anything. They're going to do it step by step, and they're going to make it to where people can see why they're being arrested. Look, there are people out there like my daughter who still believes the sun rises and sets in Obama's ass. Okay? Mm-hmm. And there are a lot of people out there like that. So if you go and you arrest Obama and put him in jail and they don't understand why, what are they going to do?
Good night, Navia's Angel.
Good night.
Good night.
If you think it was bad with them in LA and that riot when they were collecting the illegals, can you imagine what would happen if they arrested Obama and people did not understand what was going on?
You know,
I mean, it would be horrible. We would all be twisting fighting. It. Yes.
Yeah. They're going to twist it. Yeah. Go ahead, Brenda.
Yeah. And Josh, you're right. Obama did nothing good. He's the one who started the whole division again, the whole racism thing again. Yep. You know, it was done and over with, and everybody lived like a whole of people. And he brought that in and started it all over again.
It was him, huh?
Yes, the man has done nothing good. He was chosen for that position when he was a child. He was put through these schools by Mossad. He was not born in this country. He was born somewhere else. And he was raised to do this. But most of these governments, most of the presidents, like Bush, the Clintons, all of that, they were all bred to do that job. That is why they slander and slash Trump and make him look so bad, because he is not the same. He didn't go to school for none of this. He did not want to be a president. He is an outsider who looks at them and says, you know what, screw you all. I'm doing this my way, and it's going to get done right by rule of law.
Yep. They're skull and bones.
Yes. And everything he is doing is by rule of law. And he has a reason for doing things the way he does them. That man by no means has ever slipped. He is not stupid. He's a very intelligent man.
Yeah, yes, he is.
He does the 5D chess game, let me tell you. And he is not, so it has to be done a certain way so that people don't rise up and tear this country down.
Jesus. I mean, just watching this, Brenda, did you see how many ways they try to take Trump down? The media, the collusion. Man, I mean, I can't name them all. the Russian collusion, the media, all against it, all negative, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, negative.
I'm going to tell you,
FBI was against him.
He is not a perfect man. None of us are. Yeah. And the first time he was in office, he wasn't a Christian either. He was not a godly man.
Was he Episcopalian or something?
Something like that. But he found God, okay, in recent years. And he knows what they do behind the scene, because Trump used to be a Democrat. And they all used to gather around him because why? Not because they wanted him to run for president. Money. Exactly, Abe. The money. Because he's a wealthy man. But when they invited him to some of this stuff. And when he seen what they were doing, he secretly didn't tell anybody, just poof, switched on a dime and went to Republican and ran for office.
Yeah. He actually scared. Yeah, go ahead, Steve. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
It's all good. That's a bit on the tip of my tongue. Because Trump really is playing this 5D chess thing. He's making himself very public and out in the open throughout his whole life. Earlier tonight, I was watching the main event of WrestleMania 5, Hogan versus Macho Man. And Trump is sitting in the front row on the hard cam. He is right there, and it's in Trump Plaza. So he's made himself known for all of these years, and he was beloved for so long before like the media started attacking him running for president. But his presence is there, and I really do think it's all like premeditated in a way, but like he's a businessman first and foremost, but he did a really good job with getting his image out there and name recognition out there, because even going back to the 80s, he was known back then.
But he's smart. Like when the FBI raided that place, they were looking for certain papers. Honestly, they weren't there. He had them spread out with people that he trusted, that lay low, that nobody knows anything about.
Yeah, so, and I want to mention also that like I don't agree with everything Trump does and says.
No, I don't either.
But he's more like we were talking about, like this chess game or whatever. He's a piece in that for what we're thinking is going to move things in the right direction. So while we may not agree with everything he does and says, he does have a critical role in moving these things forward for the betterment of everyone. At least that's the way I view it.
Well, you look, all right. The other people, obviously, and it is obvious, they hate America. They were trying to tear it down. Okay? Trump may have done bad things, may be bad. I have a personal relationship with him, so I can turn around and tell you he's really not an awful person. But he is definitely the lesser of all evils. I'll put it to you that way.
Nobody's perfect. Everyone has their flaws. And so and I understand where you're coming from too, Brenda. And plus, since you have that established connection with him, it's like you understand these people are fallible, but you know that their intentions behind things are good.
Right.
Right. Okay.
Did I tell you that I secretly got sent a new shirt? It came in the mail. I was like, what is this? And I opened it up, and it's a T-shirt that has Trump on it on a raft. And on the bottom of it, it says Gulf of America.
They tried to throw everything at him. Oh, my goodness. Every ex-girlfriend or ex-secretary, oh, he touched me. You're getting sued. They got it. You know what? Trump has a mugshot, his mugshot, Brenda, in the White House.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
You know that? Yeah. Him and Giuliani were arrested. They're arrested. They went into jail. The great Giuliani, the ex-governor of New York. I can't believe it, man. Like his mugshot, he put it in the White House. I saw it on the news. It's right there. He had his mugshot right there.
Yes,
Do you think that's
a badge of honor?
He has a copy of it also in Mar-a-Lago.
Oh, he's a criminal. Oh, come on, please. He's a criminal. He has about 30 charges, fake charges. You trying to take him out, man? That's what it was.
They're all criminals.
Fake. This, yeah, yep. I'm like, man, the deep state. Okay, listen, the deep state, man. They went through everything. They tried to throw everything at him except the kitchen sink. Man, I just look at this guy. Look at the guy who tried to. He shot him in the ear. Remember the assassination? That guy. They can't find no internet trail on him or no receipts. Nothing. He's clean. He's scrubbed. They scrubbed his his record.
Yeah.
I don't know if he's still alive or in prison,
supposedly they killed him. That they shot him, but
yeah. Thank God he. I mean, I feel bad, for the person who got killed. That innocent bystander there. The father tried to take care of, protect his kid. I don't know. There was something divine there to keep that bullet from hitting him in the head. Thank God. He didn't. Oh man, they would have been happy. So we got him.
Just remember one thing. Everything that anybody does to Trump is always 2 steps ahead.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
They know if there's an assassinated hit on him. They know where and when it's supposed to happen. Mm-hmm. They are always steps ahead of what's going on.
Yeah.
And when you see him all over the place, sometimes it ain't him. They have stunt body doubles. That go places. They've all had them. They've done it for decades. JFK had them. This is not something new.
Oh, I know.
I mean, the life that I grew up in knowing a whole lot of things. So it's, I don't know. It's a behind the scenes type things that happen, but all I know is Abe is right. I've even expressed that. Mm-hmm. People need to be accountable for what they're doing, what they have done, and what they would have continued doing had it and nobody tried to stop anything.
Yeah. What did
we have prayed for here on AC News before even he got assassinated, because we're doing the live and I got an image of that somebody was trying to assassinate him, and we prayed here on Spiritual and Cryptid Encounters for Trump, for him to be protected, for the Holy Spirit to intervene and stop the bullet to the trajectory to go a different way. We pray for it, because that's what I've seen. And then like a couple of days later is when it happened, and the bullet missed, and they're saying, "Oh, it's a miracle of God." Yeah, it is a miracle because we pray for it to miss him.
Mm-hmm.
I'd like to share something about that too.
Yeah,
I would have to look at the time that we prayed, but yeah, it was days before it even happened.
There's these incidents of like people walking on the street and 2 cars collide and hit each other, and they move into the path of the person walking, and the person doesn't even get hit. And I compare that to like the situation with Trump and the shooter, the way that it was just so close. If we're taking it at face value that it wasn't staged or anything, and that this was actually an attempt on his life, that the way that he moved his head at the certain time to have that bullet miss is divine intervention.
Yeah.
Or like the probabilities of that moment happening the way it did are so minute that you could only
the shooter got killed on the roof.
God, man, I don't know what
they took him out. The shooter.
Why don't we know anything? Why don't we know anything about that dude?
Oh yeah, I know they scrubbed his record. He has no internet trail, no, for that age, you're all over the internet. You're on your phone. It's like a regular young man. You're on your internet, you're on your cell phone. You're surfing the web. And they didn't find nothing on him. I mean, the guy, what was he living in a cave? I mean, it's just
No,
it
they
don't look
seem to do that. They've done that with other shooters too, because there was the Highland Park, Illinois, 4th of July parade shooter a few years back. He had a social media presence, and there were videos that were up for a few hours, and then they just scrubbed everything off. And so, why would they even do that if you're trying to collect evidence on this dude? But like, it doesn't make any sense why they would do that unless there's some type of cover up.
Yeah.
Like there's actually other agents trying to like egg him on to do these things, or any of these other shooters for that instance. It's frustrating.
Yeah,
I'll
it is.
say that much.
Yeah.
We
There are a lot of people that don't like Trump, but I'm here to tell you guys, they were down to destroy this country, and had he not have won, it would have been within these next 4 years that we, America, would have been living like a third world country.
Yep.
Well, California is already living like a third world
Yes,
country.
it is. Look
Oh
at
man,
what they've done
New York?
to California.
Where's in California?
California,
Yeah,
no, New York's following right behind them.
our state's, man. I live in California. It sucks. I mean, I'm okay, but it could be better, man. I mean,
How many
I don't even want to
homeless?
go into that. I don't even want to go into that, man. It's just, I'm just.
I still have family that live in California, and I a lot of them have bought property in Arizona now, so they're thinking they're relocating. But I had such a bad life in California that the minute I got old enough to get out of there, I got out of there. I went back there for the first time in like 20 years. Just before I lost my leg, I went to go visit family and pick up my mother's ashes. And it was so bad. It was a lot worse than when I was a kid. And I couldn't believe it. When I left, I said, you know what? I'm gonna say my goodbyes now, because I will never come back here again. Ever.
Mhm.
But it's just, to me, it's horrible. And I've lived in so many different places. Ohio, Tennessee, Arizona, Nevada. I just, coming down that hill, going into California, I was like, yeah, no, I don't want to be here. And I was there for a week and a half. And I was so glad when we left. I drove straight 24 hours to get out of there.
Ooh.
I was done. I'd had enough. All I wanted was to go home.
Yeah. Right. I remember talking about yeah, Brenda, talking about, the deep state. I remember what that Kevin Costner said in the movie JFK, and man, that is so true. If you can't if you can't tell the truth anymore, and if your own government can't tell the truth anymore, well, we might as well get a new government. And it's a dangerous place when you can't tell the truth anymore. And that's what.
Yeah.
And it's true. It's true. When your own government can't tell you the truth anymore, what it looks like and smells like.
Even Trump has said, our government's way too big. It doesn't need to be as big as it is. He said, and the people themselves, people can govern themselves. He said that we don't need all of these people in government. We don't need Congress as big as it is. We don't need as many Supreme Court justices as we have. We don't need, it's too big. Their britches have gotten too big. The government is the only people that make money and can be rich and live off of us. but yet they're the ones that are supposed to be working for us, but they work against us. We work for them, and that's not the way it's supposed to be. So
that is true, Brenda. Look at AOC and culture. What's her name? The squad. They're all millionaires. They're only paid what
She was a
200,000 a
freaking
year.
waitress.
They're millionaires, huh?
She was a bartender.
yeah, she needs to go back to being a bartender.
Yeah, she's a millionaire. All four of them, man. I'm like, what? Inside trading and benefits, those fringe benefits they get from all these donations for these corporations donating to get. Oh, would you? It's going on. It goes on. I mean, what is going on? They all wind up. They're all millionaires. Pelosi. Oh, she's a millionaire over many times over. I mean, wow. Wow.
Of course,
It's just
insider trading.
Don't forget
insider trading.
Hey, Andrea. I didn't even see you there.
Yeah, hi, Brenda. Hi, Jamie and Steven. Hey, Abe.
Hey,
What I want to say about something about the insider trading, seeing as how some of the senators are actually in Congress, they automatically know lifetime what's actually going to cut, like the Medicaid bill that they just cut. One of the senators ended up purchasing a bunch of stock out of it because he knew it was going to happen and made himself even more money from it. And that's just one of the ones that's known. So obviously, most of these acts, they profit from it. All they do is just buy it right before the act happens, and it becomes much more valuable.
Yep, that's true. And that's illegal. That's illegal. It's sad.
And one of the senators actually called to have a meeting to vote that the senators can't do that anymore. I wouldn't be surprised if that bill goes nowhere.
Oh yeah.
Well,
it'll go into the pocket. Yeah, go ahead, Steve. Sorry. Go ahead.
That's okay. Tennessee had laws passed about the chemtrails being illegal, yet I hear that they still have chemtrails up in the skies. So it's like the laws don't even be applied. They're not even being followed. And nobody's being prosecuted from what I understand. Like, I don't follow Tennessee news too often, obviously. But I heard that they did pass laws to outright ban it, and that people were still seeing the trails in the skies. So I wonder what's going on with that.
What do you think, Steven? You think those are chemicals, or they're just ice? Crystals.
It's like dustified metal.
Yeah.
I truly believe that's what it is. It's metal that's been turned into dust, and it's all different elements that they're putting in it. Now, like, there's days here in the Chicagoland area where the air just like you can taste the air sometimes. Like, it just, something's off about it, or it smells off. But I know we had like the wildfire smog over here a few days ago, and I was wondering, like, is this stuff from the planes that are now just like lingering on the ground here in the morning? Because it wasn't just straight up fog, it was there like throughout the day. And then there were the news stories saying that it was wildfire smoke. But there was also that a few years ago in 2023 when I went to the East Coast by Gettysburg, and we were driving through the wildfire smog over there too. And so there was, like, for there to be that much fire going on, it's like, I understand there could be that smoke, that it's there. But I'm also wondering how much of it's also mixed in with the stuff they're spraying, and it's falling down into our lower atmosphere here where we're walking around. So I just try to avoid being outside during those days. There's days when it's regular clouds and it looks safe to be outside, and so that's when I spend my time outside.
Well, Stephen, don't you remember when? Oh, go ahead, Brenda. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. I was just making a comment and said you have
regular clouds. Go ahead, Brenda.
I haven't had regular clouds in so long. I don't even remember what they look like.
Yeah, and Around here, it's really rare. In parts of Missouri, when I was traveling down to Texas, they were
I'll
regular
be right
laws.
back, yo.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, Vader's various videos in the comments said barium, strontium, silver oxide. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what they're doing. And I've seen photos of these the interior of these planes that have these nozzles on the wings or under the wings. And I've also seen pictures of like the control cockpit that has like the buttons for the stuff to like activate, deactivate. Who knows if that stuff is true or not?
I'm going to
But
tell
it's out
you.
there.
I'm going to tell you guys what can happen. The way to stop it. Of course, it's going to take work to do it. Everybody has to be on the same page. Everybody has to stop all this separation, division, all this stuff, fighting, arguing, and
Yeah.
come together. Because people, there are more of us than there are of them. And we can stop it.
So
peacefully, we can stop it.
What do you think would bring us all together besides Jesus Christ?
Well, that's the main thing. All right, that you gotta have.
Yes.
But all of these people, like I said, like my daughter, who thinks Obama is the greatest thing that ever walked this earth, and Hillary right behind him. But you've got to, these people have to see and understand what our government is and what it has been for decades. What, even way before JFK, it was bad. People back then just didn't argue it. And a lot of it, I'm going to tell you guys honestly, a lot of it's our own faults, because every time something happened, instead of us stepping up to our government saying no, we sat there and said, oh, that stupid government, and didn't do anything about it.
Mm-hmm.
So in all reality, it took us to put it down. It needs to take us to build it back up. And if you listen, don't listen to a lot of things, but if you listen to the play on words that Trump uses, he tells us that it's us, we the people. This is our nation, all of ours. It's ours. We don't need anybody to run it. We don't need, other than the trading stuff that we have to do with other countries and what have you. But we have to take it back. It is our country. Mm-hmm. And it is up to us to come together and work together. But it's so hard because look at what we're faced with. Our kids growing up, they tried indoctrination. Oh God, I can't even say that word.
Indoctrination.
There you go. With us, it didn't always work. That's why a lot more of our generation is more wise to what's happening. But the younger that they get, they're not learning anything in school. They're not learning history, math, all that stuff. You know what they're learning? They're learning pronouns. They're learning how to call their teacher whatever they are. That's what they're being taught.
Yeah, right now it's the millennials that are teachers.
Oh,
and they're trying to push all of this identity politics onto the children.
Oh man. Yeah.
It's rough. Like I'm seeing them do this stuff. They're like bragging about it on social media too. Like, oh, I'm so happy. So happy what I did today with class. That I made them say that I'm such and such. And it's like no lesson plans. It's just let's brainwash these kids
That's
into
evil.
Yeah.
That's evil, man.
So
I don't know what year it was, but I'm not sure if you guys remember. There was actually a school that actually had after school kids that bluntly told them not to tell their parents, keep this secret, until one of them talked, and the parents were pissed about it. I don't remember which school it was, but it came out on the news, and they were pissed.
Yeah,
Any teacher that does that, they need to get fired, man. They need to get fired.
And they screwed up. They screwed up with COVID because that's where most of the parents noticed what the kids were learning, and they weren't learning normal school academics. They were not.
It's actually like that's the silver lining of all that stuff too, because they weren't planning on the parents to actually sit in on these Zoom classes to see what was going on. They just thought they would let the kids sit in their room alone on their laptop doing all this stuff. And I'm shocked that they switched out. I think it was 2008. They changed, like, all the incoming freshmen got laptops instead of books, the Chromebooks.
Yeah.
So they removed the physical books from the students to actually use anything to mark them up and everything. And like, I have 1,000 tabs open on the computer. How are these kids going to remember what they're learning with that?
I remember I took my ex-husband's daughter to kindergarten, one day, and walked into the class. And I looked around, and all I seen was rainbows and computers. And I said, what is that? Why are those in here? Well, that's what we do now. In kindergarten, we start teaching them computers. These children can't even count how many toes they have on their feet.
Mm-hmm.
How are you going to start teaching them computers? Okay, to be smart, that's good. But kindergarten is where they start learning social skills.
Yeah.
Okay.
And art.
Not high school. High school, they should already have that down. High school, they should already know what they're doing. They're ready to graduate and go get a job. Not these kids.
I even remember in preschool for myself, this is in the 90s, we were doing a whole bunch of different art projects. And this was at 3-4 years old. And I doubt that that's happening now, like, at least in the same capacity. And then the kindergartners are being, like, taught these gender pronouns. It's shocking to me.
Oh man, yeah, I remember they busted a teacher doing. I mean, there's one teacher I remember she got busted doing that. I mean, I hope they fired her because that is. Oh man, that is sick, man. That is. They don't have no business teaching them that. You know.
Yeah, they should be stripped of their teaching licenses.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Like not allowed to just transfer districts, which I'm sure a lot are. It's just, it's like not enough authorities being instilled on any of this. They're just mixing everybody around. I hope that they're going to be punishing some of these people for not educating the children the right way.
Mm-hmm.
And the right way being just trying to get them socialized to be around other children, and it doesn't even need to be the same age. I don't even know why we're doing the grade system the way we're doing. Really, it's all backwards now. There's kids that are in a certain grade, they should be learning something several grades ahead, and there's some that should be still relearning stuff that are several grades behind. And then that way everybody eventually catches up. Everybody learns differently. Everybody writes at different speeds.
You know,
it's like the note taking.
They should with crayons, man. They should, safe and in a safe environment. If they're starting with crayons, let them start with crayons. They're gonna start putting laptops in front of them. I mean, what is that?
When I remember when I was in school. Do you know that America used to be at the top of education, at the top of the scale in education? I remember the test we had to take to go from one grade to another, and they were hard. But nowadays, you look and they're no longer number one, number two. America is like 37.
Yeah, now you have to like have a. I wouldn't even. We had a different grading system in Catholic school. If you got like a 70% on anything, that's a D/failing. and now that's like C plus B minus for 70%.
Yeah.
And a lot of these like graduating grades, like in order for you to get to the next grade for the next year, you just have to like pass most of your classes with D's and C's.
Wow.
And where's the accountability for the teachers there too? I mean, I was in classrooms where we had close to 30 children in there. And we had 2 different rooms with 2 different teachers for each grade. And I noticed there were people that, I mean, there's the students that were just goofing off or just had things just didn't interest them. So like you have to go along with like what these children are interested. Like if they want to build stuff, teach them about architecture.
Yeah.
If they really enjoy doing math problems, give them everything you got. To give them the Einstein theory equations and all that.
Look,
See what they come up with.
I remember my grandmother one day getting into an argument with the principal over some other kids and myself. And this is exactly what she said to the principal. She said, if our kids are stupid, then it's your fault. It's your teacher's fault. What the hell do you think we pay you for? To teach our kids? And the principal just stood there and looked at her like, didn't even know what to say. And I thought that those were words of wisdom because she was correct. She was correct. If your kid's not learning, it's teacher's fault. Because that's what you go to school for, to learn, correct? I used to have teachers that would sit there with their glasses on, hand out papers, turn on a TV, and just sit there and read a book. Not to us, to herself, while we watched a video with a piece of paper. I didn't see much teaching in that, honestly. I mean, maybe I went to a sucky school. I don't know, but it was bad.
Something that's being like negated from all of this teaching, and even stuff that like we've forgotten about this too, is that there's 4 different personality types, at least, where people like there's different motivations for these different personality types of people, and if you try to force certain people to do things like that, it causes confrontation, chaos, and that's in the extreme level of it. But like I was saying earlier, if you were to just have these students go into these different personality type groups, then I think there'd be a lot more learning going on and knowledge being retained because they'll be comfortable around the certain types of people that think like them.
Yeah.
Because we all think differently, and that I think that's really it's forgotten a lot. It's forgotten often. I forget about it a lot.
Yeah.
I would just assume everybody thinks the way I do, and it's not the case. I need to be a little more sensitive on that too, and like it's just I'm not aware of it all the time. But if the school system actually had that installed in the way that they ran all of their lessons and everything, I think we'd be in a much better place right now. But it's all just kind of like you're thrown into the group, and then you just need to like survive within the group, and good luck if you don't keep up with everyone.
Yeah. And you know what, Lawrence, you're right. Kids do need hands-on.
I had that problem.
And let me tell you, I think honestly, I learned more on the streets in LA than I did in a classroom. I really do. That's no joke. And you know, there is one thing that I say about the younger generations. There is one thing they did not learn because they spend so much time behind computers and playing games. They never learned common sense. And I'll tell you, common sense goes a long way. And I learned more on the streets from gangs in LA than I did from half my teachers. So, you know, I mean, the teachers don't do hands-on. They haven't for a very long time, and they should. So, hi, Abe. Are you back?
I had a good.
Yeah, I had to take a little
I had a good
snack.
comment, but I forgot.
Ate some chips with a bean dip.
Oh yeah.
Just to kill the hunger.
I had a turkey and Swiss cheese wrap earlier.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, it was pretty good. It was on sun-dried tomato wraps. Oh, ooh. I love them. They're great.
Come on, kitty.
Come on. I don't know. How's Rebel doing?
He's asleep. Mine
finally laid down.
Buying some more treats. I ran out, so but he's taking a nap.
You know,
like you go knock on my scratch my door because you want me to come out here and sit down on the couch while he takes a nap.
Oh yeah, my dog always wants me in bed, and he will sit up here on the side of my bed and stare at me and rumble and grumble and make all kinds of noises just to try to get my attention. Then I'll grab the blanket and pull the blanket down. He gets all excited. Oh, good, we're going to bed. We're going to bed. If I don't get in that bed, I hear about it. He rules my life. You know, my daughter said she's gonna have my grandson homeschooled, which I kind of agree with her. But you know, and she doesn't do bad with him, but I'm scared when he gets older. Like, you know, he was a year and a half old, and he does his ABCs and sign language. He's a pretty smart kid, and I told her, keep up that. Teach him like that. Don't let him sit behind the computer and play all kinds of games. Don't sit him. I love that. Where did you get that?
My wife gave it to me for Father's Day. I mean, I see Shave by King send all his family members were in the military. Thank you for their time of service.
Yeah, I love that class. But yeah, I mean, you just got to keep them entertained, give them hands-on stuff to do. You know, I didn't think about when my daughter was that young teaching her sign language and you know, her alphabet was sign language and stuff. I should have. You know, it's not that I didn't know it, because I do. My work, I've ran into deaf people that they have found on the streets. One night, I'm in Waco, and they had this guy pulled over who was homeless, and they were trying to talk to him, and they couldn't talk to him, and I pulled up and got out, and I'm like, what's going on? And they said, apparently he's deaf, and they wanted his ID. So I asked him if he had an ID. He said no. And I said, where do you know, I told him, where do you live? And, you know, he gave this sign that he lives everywhere, which meant he was homeless. So I told the guys, look, I've seen him. He's in the park all the time. What did he do? And they're like, well, he's trespassing over here. I said, so all you do is look at him and tell him no and point to the ground. He can't be here. And then point to the park, and he'll go back to the park. And they're like, oh. They were sitting there for 30 minutes messing with him when he was deaf.
That's KPD?
No, it was Waco's.
Oh, Waco.
Yeah. And I mean, so sometimes you have to do special things. I don't know why they didn't have people in the department that knew sign language. You know, they have people in there that know other languages so they can talk. They just don't think of that disability, I guess. But, you know, I grew up with a friend that was deaf, and their parents taught me how to communicate with her. So, but I didn't think of teaching my daughter that. That was a smart move on her end.
Yeah, I remember, Brenda. I helped this Mexican family. They didn't speak any English, and they stole their car from Walmart. And I
Oh,
was buying groceries, and they were like, I could see them. They're sitting on the sidewalk, and I was like, and they had groceries and their little kid, and I was like, oh man, what happened? And they stole our car from the parking lot, and they didn't speak no English. And then I go, okay, I'll take care of it. I'll help you out. And I called the highway patrol for them, and you know, and I asked them, hey, do you have somebody who speaks English? I mean, Spanish. He goes, yeah, we got some Spanish. And then, okay, you need to come over here, and I'm going to leave you the phone with them. This is the Spanish-speaking person, okay? And here you go. And I kind of helped them look for their car, but they stole their car. So
God,
I
could you
kind of,
imagine coming out of Walmart with your kids and all your groceries and your car's gone?
mm-hmm.
I went
Yeah.
through that with a friend of mine. She had a kitten, a brand new kitten. And it was my kitten, actually, the one that I have now. I had let her keep the kitten when I was in the hospital and lost my leg, right? So when I got out of the hospital, I had to go to one of the stores to go pick up some stuff, like a shower chair and stuff. So she took me. Well, while we're in there, we come out, and her car was gone. And she thought somebody stole it. And I said, oh my God, that kitten is in the back seat. They impounded it because her husband forgot to tell her he wasn't making payments on it. And you wouldn't believe what we had to go through to go get that kitten out of that car. They wouldn't let us go there. They didn't want to let us in there. And we're like, look, there's a live animal in that car. Well, they didn't see anything. You're not going to see it. It was sleeping in a velvet bag. And we finally got her out of there, and then I brought her home. I was like, oh, this poor thing.
Little kitty.
It was one that needed to be bottle fed and help potty. She was that young. So, yeah.
Little kitty.
You would think that if they're going to repo it, they could hook it up and everything, but sit there waiting for the people to come out. Don't come out and say, oh my God, my car is gone. We called the cops. They're like, it was repoed. We're like, well, thank you for letting us know. Who did it? Who took it? We need to know where it's at. There's an animal in there.
Yeah, but would have it been a puppy or?
I told them, I said, well, they said usually they'll look. And if there's an animal in there, they may call animal control or they don't take it. I said, next time we go anywhere with you, I'm staying in the car because they won't repo it with a person in it. And I only got one leg and I can't get out. It was crazy. Crazy. Oh my gosh.
So you're 5:15, guys and gals?
It is. What time is it? Oh my God, it is. I think
it's 3:15 here in California. Abe.
Yeah, well.
Yeah.
It's 5:15 in the morning here.
5:15. It's going to be 5 where Abe's at in Texas.
Well, I started at 12:30 the live.
Wow, we've been there.
So.
I think this is the latest I've been with live with Abe. You guys.
You say it was been live for 4 hours and 53 minutes.
Is everybody still alive out there?
Is anybody still there? Is Steven still here or he?
We have 40 viewers.
Yeah, we do.
Oh, great. Hey, we appreciate you guys.
Earlier, somebody jumped on here and this is something rude, and I booted them out. I think it was those people that troll me.
Yeah, the name's more.
Gave them the boot real quick.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. What's his name? Anyways.
Lawrence, he just woke up out of bed and jumped on here. It's like, hey.
I'm ready to go. Oh, there they are. There they are. Okay. There's everybody.
All right. Well, I am going to scoot out of here.
All right, Sister Brenda. I appreciate you.
All right. On. Thank you. Good night, Abe.
Good night, Brenda.
Good night. I don't know where Steve is. I think Abe made him hungry. He went to go get something to eat.
Yeah.
Who is this? Laura says drinking coffee.
Have a good one.
All right.
Yeah, I'm gonna finish my coffee.
Yeah.
Oh,
All right. Good night, guys.
oh yeah. Remember the spoon was making noise? Okay. Anyways,
Valerie says, "Don't go."
don't. Oh, Brenda. Who else is there? Drink.
Brenda's fixing to make her a pot of coffee or some cafe.
Yeah. I can't drink too much. I mean, I start getting my blood pressure goes up or something, man. I drink too much caffeine. I like
It's the
coffee.
sugar. The sugar.
Yeah, it's the sugar, Abe. Yeah, you know what it is? The sugar. I'll
The
over here.
sugar and I've been staying away from coffee, even though a lot. I mean, I would never drink it till recently,
Uh-huh.
but I'm staying away from it, man, because of sugars and stuff.
Yeah, I better calm down because I don't want no start. I gotta go get calm down because I was like, wired up because of caffeine and all that sugar. Abe. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, I love a
It's the
good cup.
high and the low because the high is caffeine and the low is the sugar
Oh,
because the sugar can hurt you, man. Too much sugar, uh,
you know.
cause,
Uh huh.
the diabetes, man. It There's one
Yeah.
time that they had me on meds and I stopped taking them.
Hmm.
Like 6 months passed by and I started having certain things happening to me and I didn't know what was going on.
Uh huh.
And my sugar levels were so high. They're like, it was so high that I could have had a, you know, real bad situation. So they
Hmm.
got me back on the meds and, it fixed the problems. It took me like 2 to 3 months to recuperate what was happening to me.
Yeah. Oh, shit.
Uh, because your body starts reacting a certain way because the sugars have to come out somewhere.
Hmm.
So the sugar will find a way to come out of your body,
Hmm.
and wherever it comes out, it doesn't come out just by sugars. It'll wherever it comes out, it'll have bacteria.
Yeah. Oh.
So I had to go buy uh, what do you call it, like jock itch, because jock itch
Uh
fights bacteria.
huh.
So wherever I had the sugar coming out, I had to spray jock itch
Yeah.
or
Wow.
or rub the cream
Uh huh.
because that kills bacteria.
Yeah,
So
I didn't.
yeah,
I didn't.
sugars are very dangerous.
Oh, I didn't know that. I better. Jeez.
Yeah, sugars can be if you got too much sugars, it can even cause your veins to get clogged up.
Oh.
The azúcar, just like the
Oh.
cholesterol, the sugars can do the same thing. It can
Hmm.
make your veins clog up.
Hmm. Oh shit. Dang.
So the best way is to stay away from it. Just like cholesterol,
Hmm.
cholesterol can make your veins clog up. You just got to be careful.
Hmm.
I'm supposed to be taking a cholesterol pill, and I haven't taken it because I was having bad side effects with it, where my mouth was bleeding, and I figured out it was something in the pill that wasn't supposed to mix with another medicine that I was taking. So I stopped taking it about almost 2 months. I've been doing good, but I told the doctor that if she wants to give me a different one, that it's different, then I'll take it. But if it's the same as the other one that's going to make me bleed, I don't want it.
Damn, that's a what
So
side effect, man?
imagine this. You're sitting down on the couch and you get up to go use the restroom, and then yeah, you feel you just spit, and when you spit, nothing but blood comes out of your mouth.
Uh-huh. Oh shit.
It has nothing dealing with you brushing your teeth or nothing.
Uh-huh.
And the I think it had something in it, the medicine where it causes even it can even cause gingivitis,
Mm-hmm.
the side effect of the pill. So I'm
Mm-hmm.
glad I got rid of it, man. It was making my jaw hurt. I
Yeah.
mean, like real bad, man.
It was
And
making did it make
ever since I
yeah.
stopped taking it, all the
Uh-huh.
things, the side effects stopped.
Shit. Oh my. Well, I'm okay. I'm glad you're okay right now, Abe. I'm glad you're okay, man.
I'm trying to hang in there, man. I'm trying to hang in there.
Hell yeah, Abe.
Man, I could be laying down right now and just relaxing, but like doing the shows. We had 4 hours and 59 minutes. Who is here with us right now?
Steven is here still. Yeah, Steven's here.
And
Andres Abe. Okay.
Yeah.
There it is. There's
I don't know what was going on earlier in the chat, but it's like I don't go to other people's shows and try to disturb what's the topic or anything like that.
Yeah, that's what I don't understand, Abe. I mean, you're not bothering nobody. You're not bothering nobody. You're not putting out no propaganda. You're not hating on no other sites. You're not hating on any race, color, creed, or religion or nothing. And these guys got to be, what do you call it? Jodiendo,
Yeah.
Just chingando, just.
Like chingando la madre.
Yeah.
That's what it's called. Chingando la madre.
Jodiendo.
Yeah, I guess right now the podcast I did, it's got like, it's only been 2 days, and he has
last time I saw it had around
58,000 views in 2 days. The podcast I did with What Lurks Beneath. Yeah, 58,000 views.
Oh, I saw part of it, Abe. I noticed that. I was watching. I was like, "Hey, there's," and then I go, "Okay, Lurks." I've seen one of his shows on Dogman, but then I saw you the other day. Today, as a matter of fact, I was watching you for a little bit. I go, "Oh."
On this one?
Yeah. What Lurks Beneath? Yeah, I was watching that, Abe. I saw you. Yep. I was watching. Oh, Abe's on another show, and I was checking it out. I go, "That's What Lurks Beneath."
Yeah, dark.
Yeah, it did. Especially, I think it was after you showed your screen, which was bright as heck.
Wow, it got dark. Is there any negative energies we type by and rebuke you in Jesus Christ's name? And welcome. That's crazy. It's lit up and everything.
Well, you're starting to grow brighter.
There you go. Yeah.
Abe, you got a hell of a lot of views on that one, huh? On What Lurks Beneath?
Yeah, only 2 days, nice. And it's got 58,000 right now. A lot of people, I'm getting people contact me on Messenger and wanted me to help them with this and that. I said I would, and then just more positive feedback than negative. And the only ones that are doing the negative is those people, man.
Yeah,
but I'm not worried about those individuals. But yeah, man, 58,000 views, and it's not even been 48 hours yet. I think it's 48 hours. It said 2 days. So yeah.
Oh yeah, your story, man, was a lot of people were blown away. I bet they're like, "What? Holy moly!" That's like.
I told Josh. I said, let me just. I said, let's just let me beef it up. Beef up the show. Let me speak. And
yeah.
He let me beef it up. And that's why it's like action packed from the beginning to the end.
Yeah, you can say that, man. There's this.
Yeah, he was cool about it. He said he wants me to do another one with him.
But you still got a lot to tell, Abe. You still got a lot more to share.
Yeah.
Still got a lot more to share, man.
He said that next time that we do it, he wants me to share some of the short reels that I got. The short reels of the DDN, where they're moving, how they move and stuff.
Yeah, yeah. I saw that
he
one.
even wanted
That
me to
one.
do a show with him for a while, but
Uh-huh.
it's like I was always doing things, and he would tell me, "Hey," so then I said, "Okay, we'll do this." Then I said, I had to go to a VA appointment, and I said, "Look, I'm sorry, man. I missed. Not trying to ignore you." I said I had a VA appointment that I didn't know I had. So how about we schedule it for Monday? Then we did it. But no, I did this show with him, the podcast, about 2 months ago, and he just put it out. It's he had to work through it and stuff like that. But yeah, man, it was. I seen it, and it was, and the what the people are saying, man. That's if you can, say your story, and I'm not reading no paper, no, I'm just saying because I experienced it.
Uh-huh.
People are gonna believe what you're saying because you're being truthful. The
Yeah.
people know when somebody's being truthful. They know when somebody's trying to bullshit them.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean,
And of course, you're gonna have the haters, right?
yeah. Yeah. I think. Yeah. They don't believe. They don't care. I mean, they don't know what it is. They just don't care.
Yeah.
Um.
But yeah, I'm surprised, man. 2 days, 58,000 in
That's
two
pretty.
days.
You're.
Like, whoa. But we'll see. If there's people that watched it that are here tonight, I just want to say thank you for
Uh-huh.
tuning in. I really appreciate. I was trying to get a message, and I would pray to God as a Heavenly Father. How am I gonna help all my brothers and sisters? Because I would just do my show on YouTube. I mean, on Facebook, on Positive Spiritualist initially, and then Spiritual and Cryptid Encounters on Facebook. I would do the show there with just the members, and then I would just download the video and upload it on YouTube. And then it's like somebody said, "Hey, I come just doing YouTube." So that's when I started doing YouTube.
Mm.
I seen, I was doing it off my cell phone. I didn't have no laptop, so off my cell phone. And then I said, I bought me a laptop, and I started doing the laptop thing. I said, okay. So I started getting the hang of it because, in the military, 10 years in the military, I'm a hands-on kind of guy. That's the
Uh-huh.
thing, I work hard. I'm a hands-on kind of guy. So then I started doing this on the computer, and I said, okay. I started, doing things, and people started attacking my positive spiritualist, spiritually encrypted encounters, mass reporting me and stuff. I really don't know who does the mass reporting. And then they try to attack my YouTube channel. So
Mm-hmm.
I jumped to StreamYard, and they were attacking me there pretty bad. So I jumped to Restream, and on Restream they protect the channel. Not like on StreamYard, they wasn't protecting me because
Mm-hmm.
they were getting infiltrating with profile after fake profile after fake
Mm-hmm.
profile. But on Restream, they've been protecting me, so I've been doing it off of Restream. But yeah, it's rough, and then of course, you're gonna have some people that it's agree to disagree or whatever. You know, I don't know. I seen somebody talking about birds, and I think somebody believes in birds. Uh,
Abe,
yeah, I believe in the
I'll
birds.
I'll be first here to apologize
No, you don't have to apologize, brother.
I fed into it though,
No.
and
Yeah, and I'm just
it
saying that.
started on Wolf's channel, and
But it's
he
not
ended
dealing
it.
with you. That's what I'm trying to say, brother. It's not you because
Thank
he's
you.
done it before to other people. I already know,
Okay,
but
thank you.
so it's not your fault. That's what I'm trying to say because he's done he's lured people that way before. And to me, if we're supposed to be all cool, you shouldn't be coming over here in that way, disrespecting the members. If we're united, right, and he's trying to cause division, then where does he truly stand is a bigger question.
Yeah, I was sharing knowledge on my behalf
Yeah.
to help him in his quest of what he was trying to find, and then it was just like he was changing what he was trying to find. And
But you know,
it,
that's what happens sometimes when people have a negative attachment on them. That's what happens. You know, it, it's trying to jump on from person to person because it wants people to argue so it can transfer. You know,
yeah.
but you know, me,
Well,
I forgive people.
thank you
I,
for like
yeah, yeah.
understanding the situation. 'Cause, like, I
Oh
didn't
yeah.
mean for it to start in your chat.
Oh,
It was
it's
just
not your
something. Yeah,
it's not your fault, brother. You know, I've seen it happen before with the same individual with other people. So it's not the first time he's done that. You know, and I'm just being honest that he's done that. But you know, I don't have nothing against nobody. Not you know, it's just
yeah, yeah. I
once
appreciate you weighing in on it and also
oh yeah,
expressing that you don't have anything against anyone. Because I mean, neither do I.
yeah. I
I'm
know,
just trying
man.
to help out.
What it is the unseen forces that are around us, right? They're the ones that cause that kind of things to happen, the fighting or the division, the arguing, because they don't want us to be united as
Mm-hmm.
brothers and sisters in
Yeah,
Christ.
it's you're saying like it's not the person, it's the outside influences that are steering
Yes,
all
sir.
of that. Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
Um,
That's all I'm saying. You know, that's why I don't have nothing against nobody because I know how it could happen that way. Where just like right now, y'all seen how it got dark in here, and I prayed because it got pretty pitch dark. You know, and I've been praying for a lot of people. But yeah, it's other elements that are around that are unseen, like the DDN that I speak of.
I think about 2 days ago, Josh had a full house, and I think the same person he got in there, and Josh he got on him, and he blocked him right away. You know, you're out of here. I think I think it was the same guy. I'm not sure, but he was, Josh had pretty good. He had about six guests on live, and this guy tried to disrupt it, and he got booted out. I think it was the same guy. I'm not sure, but he's using the name. Well, I don't want to get into it, but you know what I mean. Uh, but I
Yeah,
understand.
we're at an understanding here, so no beef. It's just
Yeah.
it's a known thing, I guess. I won't feed into it though for your sake for
Oh,
not
it's just
derailing it. I thought like talking in the chat wouldn't have like done anything, and you did a good job of not addressing it. So
oh
at
yeah,
least
no,
like
no.
while it was going on.
I got too much. You know, I let y'all talk it out or whatever. You know, I had like my niece in the hospital. Cousin Jesse is still recuperating, and I mean I'll show you why I didn't say nothing. Not because I don't like nobody or whatever. It's because there's other things when you pray for people. Other things happen somewhere else. Did have a video of what happened last night when I left the hospital on the highway. Something happened. We wasn't going. It was towards where I live, but a little bit up the road, something happened. So I want to share with y'all. That's why I'm maintaining my love foundation and keeping my peace and tranquility. So I'm gonna share with y'all because I uploaded it here. I was just waiting for people to calm down a little bit. Here you go. This happens where I lived, up the street, on the highway.
Oh man.
I prayed for my niece. I gave her about blessed two bracelets, and I gave it to her. I prayed for the Heavenly Father to bless the bracelets, and as we're driving home, and we got home, this happened. Like it had happened, like maybe I think on the time of the when I prayed for my niece and I blessed those bracelets, that's when this happened on the highway. That's just a picture of it of the vehicles burning, and I have another video also of it. Let me get the other video of the aftermath. Okay. Here's the aftermath. Can y'all see it still?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we can see it.
Yeah.
A lot of cars, man. A lot of people passed away. Well, I prayed for my niece because I felt something wasn't right. So I prayed for her, for the Heavenly Father to protect her. You know, like I always pray here on Spiritual and Cryptid Encounters. I pray for her at the hospital in the room. That's why when I seen the things that were happening on the chat, I already know that it was the unseen that was pissed off because I intervened in prayer and I gave her some blessed bracelets, you know, and I pray for her to be protected. But that's the aftermath. A lot of people died. That's why I seen what was happening, but I didn't want to say nothing. You know, I wanted it to calm down before I speak about it because you know when you pray for people and you'll go against your heavenly love foundation, then the prayer that you're praying might be no good because you left the spiritual opening. So that's why I just stay calm and relax. And but I could see the powers that were working, but to my understanding, this happened somewhere else, and then they came over here, right?
Yeah. It was on Wolf's channel, the PRT.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was over there, and so like he ended his stream. I came over here, and then he continued it here. But I'm leaving it alone because I don't enjoy feeding into that negative energy, and I didn't feel like that was happening. I'm not going to defend myself. All I was doing was putting my information out there for him to research, and he was ignoring it. So I already knew that something was up, and we wrapped it up. And that's the important thing. We didn't let it continue on. Although others probably wished we would have stopped earlier, but you know,
no, I was seeing,
we're all fallible
I
here.
was just focused on because that's not the first time he's done that. That's what I'm saying, not me, but you know, I just try to. I mean, I don't know what the research is. If I'm correct, he's the one that believes about the Thunderbird and the totem poles and all that. Is that what the discussion was about?
No, it was about photographic evidence of birds prior to 1900. So I provided him. I provided him 2 photographers' names with their publicized books for him to look into, and then he's like, "No, I need one of the cityscape and panoramic photographs." And I'm like, "Well, if you're talking about that, it goes into the different types of photography." And so he's me just sharing my knowledge of different types of photography. The older formats took longer for exposures, and birds don't just sit in one place all the time. But it's like whatever, man. It's whatever. I say just keep looking for what you're looking for.
Any who's the one that knows him? He's the one that believes in the totem poles, dealing with the Thunderbirds and
So there was that. He was like I think the ex MMA fighter. I had emails with him for a while. I was going to have him on my show, but then I think he was the same one that when you and Jesse said you were going to pray for him, and he's like, "I don't need your prayers."
Yeah.
Like, don't pray for me. And like you noticed that as a negative attachment, and like had to just ask him to settle down, and he admitted that he had some mental issues. So I mean, that's good for self-reflection, but like he was attacking everybody in the chat. That was like it was a different situation in my perspective.
Yeah,
but that was something.
I think he's struggling right now because I think he's from Canada. In Canada, he's having it rough, man. He's not eating right. That's what it is, I believe. That's why he's not eating properly because the government over there is all fucked up right now. So he's having it rough. So, and I guess when you're not eating properly, it affects you. That's just something that I'm just trying to say. Like a homeless person, it would affect them. They don't have food or water. But
Yeah, and the type of food that you put into your body, I mean, it doesn't just fuel you for a day or two. That stuff sticks with you, especially if you don't regularly intermittent fast, or in some case, I mean, I know a lot of people don't do multi-day fasts. I'm one of those people that don't do that. I'm trying to begin that process now, but you need to have a cleanse of your body, but everything you put into it, it affects you. So if you're eating these GMO foods without realizing it, especially with the fake color dyes, it
Sister
affects
Sister
your
Ryan, I think that's the
temperament.
same person. I think they are the same person because he said he's got another profile.
The Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson profile.
Yeah.
I think that's what he said, that he's got another profile.
Yeah, that might be him. I mean,
Yeah, I think so. If it's the same guy, because he said has another profile. So anytime anybody talks about a bird, he gets offended because that's what he believes in, like the totem poles, and he talks about this, like the Anunnaki and some giant birds from back in the days, and
see, I wouldn't have connected the bird, like the Thunderbird thing, because I know Mr. Anderson was talking about the Thunderbirds a lot.
Yeah. So he said, I believe yesterday, he said that he's got another profile. So yeah, he's the same guy. I believe he's the same guy. But somebody said Mr. Anderson sounded different. I don't know. I mean, I thought it was the same person because he said yesterday, or was it today, that he had another profile, right?
I can't confirm that.
I don't know. But I mean, nobody should be getting upset over a bird. But I mean, maybe you talk about a bird, and if he's hungry, he's going to get hungry.
There was this whole rabbit hole thing a few years ago about like pigeons being government machines, not real. I mean, for like a concept, it's interesting, but like, don't let it consume you, I guess is all I'm saying.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. When you're trying to look into it and you start believing in it, and the birds
telling others, like telling others,
Satan, then the opening is there for it to demonize you. Yeah, that's what I seen. Yeah, I haven't seen Anderson in a long time, but he said he had another profile. Yeah, I'm confused too. Maybe I'm hungry and I'm thinking about chicken. When we talk about birds, about a fried chicken or a chicken fried steak, some hot wings. Now I need to watch out what I eat.
Yeah, I'm having a lot of sardines right now, and I mix that with green peas, sour cream,
nice,
cayenne pepper, red pepper. I like it's like just a jambalaya bowl of just a lot of healthy elements, and then
there's a question here: what makes a bird sing?
Sounds like a setup for a punchline for a joke.
Yeah.
I don't know. You tell us, just Jacob.
Tweety bird. Tweet.
Or how many licks to a lollipop?
Rockin' Robin. Tweet. tweet, tweet, Walker Robin. I just play. Tito said Dick Richards was not his real name. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. They say he's got a big sense of humor. I don't think he meant to say.
Yeah, and like I was just challenging what he was saying because he was ignoring what I was putting forth. I didn't think I was being confrontational, and I apologized for making Nevaeh's Angel and Brenda uncomfortable with that. But like, it's just us chatting in the chat.
Well, that's right. Mr. Anderson got blocked because he disrespected my old lady here. That's why he got Mr. Anderson. If I'm correct, that's why he got blocked. I don't know. I haven't seen him in a while.
Well, he was also the one that said don't pray for him.
Yeah.
And that was really kind of shocking to hear. Because like I've heard other people say that and they have negative tendencies too. It's like they want to be it's sociopathic tendencies.
Yeah.
It's like they want to be center of attention, but they don't want to be prayed for. It's like, come on.
Yeah, I think oh, somebody said not to call her sister. Don't call me sister.
Okay, brother.
Oh man.
We're all brothers and sisters.
Sister. Yeah, yeah. Is there a song? Sister, sister. I think there's a song.
Like a 70s funk song.
Tito says Dick Richard is a real easygoing. Oh yeah, Ray said that Mr. Anderson got affected by the sound of the Lechuza sound that I had made.
Yeah. Yeah, that's why we don't do it anymore.
I might add him back on, and give him another opportunity to behave. Yeah, the spiritual warfare is very real, man. Where you could be placed in a situation where it could be your own family members trying to come up against you, and you're gonna have to maintain the love foundation. Somebody say Hulk Hogan's tombstone better say brother.
I like having humor with that too. It's like
it'd
be funny if like the quote on the tombstone was like, "This doesn't work for me, brother."
Tito said he would never disrespect anyone.
Well, if I was, let's hypothetically say this, that I was going to be the person that was going to be booted from the chat or put in timeout. Like Dick Richards is the one that instigated a lot of it. And all I was doing was defending myself and trying to like publicly show he's like he was talking in circles because I gave him information he was seeking.
So y'all were talking in the chat?
Yeah, we were talking in Wolf's chat on his channel, and like he was saying that, oh no, like I can't find birds in photographs from the 1900s, and then he got more specific and said he needed like a cityscape shot or panoramic, and I'm like, well, if you're talking about pre-1900s, the formats are different. It takes longer time to develop to expose those prints. When you're using even up to tintype takes up to 30 seconds sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
And I know that because I'm around that photography because I do the reenactments for Civil War, but I also have studied photography since my teens. So it's like I'm 20 years into this, and I think I have a little bit of knowledge on it. So I was just trying to provide some of that to him, and he just completely dismissed it, came in here, and then started trying to tell everyone, "Oh, you're not going to find this. You're not going to find this." I'm like, just don't tell everyone in the chat that they're not going to do something. That's all. That was the only point I was trying to make. And I agree to disagree, but just don't tell everybody that they're wrong. Like, I'm not taking away from their experience that they've looked through over 1,000 pictures and found nothing that they were looking for. That's why I said the 1,000th picture could be the one. Keep looking.
So what was you looking in particular for? A certain kind of bird?
Just like any type of bird in a city setting or nature.
From the 1900s.
Panoramic, yeah. But there's different elements involved with that. You also have to understand, like, let's take, for example, the flooding that just happened in Texas and the Hurricane Helene that hit the entire North Carolina area. Do you know how much information in books, in photographs that were lost, that are buried under 10 feet of mud now because of all those floods? We lost them forever now, until probably maybe 100 years from now when somebody finally digs it up, if they're still intact. So when you're asking for stuff that's over 125 years old and more, it just gets more scarce the further back we go. And that's probably why you can't find the stuff on the internet. You need to go into books and look for it.
A library?
Yeah.
Library.
You have to go on the microfiche of the newspapers from the 70s that go back to the 1800s. And that's if they published these and put them in print in the newspapers. A lot of the time they did wood etchings of what they experienced. And so that's why, like, even going back to the 1500s, there's wood etchings of like anomalies that happened in the sky when the sun and the moon were in the sky. And then they had all these different objects and balls and stuff also in the sky. We're not going to find a photograph of that stuff, but I'm not ruling out that we didn't have different types of photography in the past that now we have no clue about what they were. And that they just got lost to time.
Yeah.
But I'm also not ruling out that some of, I mean, we have these little mosquitoes that are like machines that are like little drones. Who knows if these are just news stories or if they're actually deployed right now? They probably are. But like, I haven't seen any personally. And if we're talking about the pigeons that are in the cities, city of Chicago has a law that you're not allowed to touch the pigeons. Meaning also you can't kill them. You can't get rid of them if they're like infesting an area. That's why they're all over the loop. At least when I was going down there frequently. I don't go down there anymore. And just because I'm not, and like we're talking about earlier, like there used to be the carrier pigeons that would bring letters to people. Like, who knows how much of that's made up? But like those birds are no longer around. Like they're extinct. I heard of stories of these it's like stories and accounts of these Native Americans, Indians in America. They said that there used to be flocks of birds that would be flying over, and they were so heavily dense with the amount of birds that it would blot out the sun. And the same thing would go for the bison that we used to have.
I think let me take a Rebel outside. He just woke up, and I think he needs to go handle some business. I'll be right back.
All right. Yeah, and Law Morgan brings up a good point too. We have all of these fires that happen throughout all these major cities, and it's like the Great Chicago Fire, and then all of these other ones that are very similar, but it looks like bombs went off that like these brick buildings are just obliterated, and they say that it's fire. Not all of these buildings were made of wood, and they had skyscrapers for going back quite a while. Like you had multi-story buildings that were made out of brick until they had to start drilling down into the bedrock. And even that, like, Chicago's built on a swamp. Like, what? It makes no sense unless it wasn't like a swamp much further back. Because why would you set up shop in the middle of nowhere like that? Why not go to the Indiana sand dunes? Why not go further up into Wisconsin? The Lake Michigan is so big. Why would you set up shop by the swamp by Chicago? Unless it was different in the past. We don't know. We don't have enough information. And that's why I personally go and seek out these older books to see what else we can find. Because I know there's some stuff that's not published on the internet. And there's books that I've gotten recently where it says this book is not allowed to be reproduced in any way or fashion except for excerpts for review. And a lot of these are like scientific study books. So that there goes my idea of just reading through books on my channel. I can't do that for every book. So certain books I have to just read and then summarize in my video reviews. I can't just read it word for word. And that's unfortunate. It's like, where does the line get drawn? Am I not allowed to show the images in the book? Because I'm doing that with the other ones. Like, they don't have any warnings in the front covers of those books. Yeah, the mountain ranges over in Colorado, it's like range after range after range after range after range. There's many mountains in the Rockies. Breckenridge is pretty far in going west from Denver. But I haven't gone through the road tunnels over there. And I've heard of like these anomalies. You have to keep in mind the government has these UFOs as well. And they're seen over there. And I wouldn't be surprised if it's radioactive. Like, we have these like, I wouldn't be surprised if these ancient civilizations also were obliterated by some sort of nuclear device. Or more than one. But I'm under the impression sound weapons were used. And that's why these buildings sank. But no one's going to... Most of the time, I get unheard. That's what I'm noticing. But that's why I'm doing my own shows on my own channel. And I'm doing my own research. And I am under the impression that no, we didn't have mud floods or big Chicago fires and all of that. Like, there probably was a fire, but it wasn't as big as they said. They probably used explosives back then, but going further back to like the ancient civilizations, I do believe that they used sound weapons and harmonics to soften the ground. And that's why we find these buildings under mud, because they just sank. The ground that was solid before the sound weapon was used, once the sound weapon got turned on, that solid ground turned into like liquid sand, and it just... And however the duration they had that sound weapon on for is how far down it sank. And it varies from place to place all over the world. But that's where I think all of this Tartaria mud flood stuff is actually in. Like, when we're talking about all that stuff, it wasn't just some deluge of floodwaters. It was a mix of things, but one of them being the sound weapons that we have no idea the technology anymore. It's been scrubbed. Cymatic weapons, perhaps, says Law Morgan. Yep, right on the money. You hit a certain frequency with things, you end up making them weightless as well. So you think about these monoliths that were built, or even the pyramids. Who's to say they didn't use sound to lift these giant stones into place like they were floating balloons, you know. And then once they got it into place, they turned the device off, and then no one's going to move that thing now. 20,000 tons? No, sorry. They can say all day about how it was like 10,000 slaves pushing them on logs and pulleys and stuff, bringing them into place, but
and
that theory kind of falls apart.
And the cuts of the way they were cut is crazy.
You know? Oh, it's precise. Yeah, there's this one channel. Man, if I remembered next time, I'll bring it up. But there's this one dude on YouTube that goes around to these ancient sites, and there was one in the Egypt area where it looked like scoop marks were around this one pillar, and I forget the name of the place. I really wish I had it at hand here, but it almost looks like some of this stuff was, I want to say, either like 3D printed, or it was some sort of concrete that was made that solidified into the granite, whatever we call it. Because like I wouldn't be surprised if Coral Castle was made that way. It was just all concrete that was made. But I'm under the impression that sound technology was used to lift a lot of those things. There's many factors involved. And so I'm trying to just not get lost in all of that, and I'm approaching it very objectively, like anything is possible with these things, and I'm not hardly stood in one position or the other on this. I'm still very receptive to hearing new ideas and approaches to these things, because I know that what we've been told is the sugar-coated stuff, the stuff that like makes it digestible for everyone. Like, oh yeah, like these were built by ancient civilizations. But how are they getting these stones where like you can't even put a piece of hair or like a piece of paper in between some of these cuts? They're so precise and next to each other. Some of them, they're like larger and smaller, like
laser, laser technology,
like laser cut. Yeah,
that's basically what it is, because like laser technology.
And here I'm thinking like some of the stuff with Egypt, they had a device that would just soften that hard stone, and that's how they were able to scoop it. So imagine like you have a hard like pipe or something, but it's a device that has electrical nodes on it or something. And once it's powered, they're able to cut through the stone like butter. So there's also that idea that it sounds like it makes sense to me. Like I don't understand it completely, but I can entertain it because I want to learn more about it. And then once I hit a wall with it, if like the theory falls apart, then I'll take that into account and be like, well, this actually probably can't work that way because of such and such. And then I'll just continue building on my knowledge base with it. But it's fascinating. That's why I love talking about it.
Kind of like that island where they have the stone heads and they're real tall.
Easter Island. Yeah.
Yeah. Nephilim were very tall. They were trying to say it was a king that was small to build the image of them and stuff, but I think it was more than that,
Yeah, and like at first, it was just assumed, like the public was told that it was just giant heads. But then once they started digging in, they found it had shoulders as a whole person, that like a humanoid being that they had.
Yeah.
It wasn't just the heads. And then that goes back into like the ground softening and these things sinking in. And that wouldn't happen
through
naturally.
A mass flood. Like a mass flood would do that.
That would do it too. And I'm trying to entertain these other ideas. Like, I think that's one element of it, but I don't think that's the entire picture. That, like, we're definitely not getting the whole thing. But the mud flood stuff, part of it's due to water, part of it's due to landslides. there was I think
Well,
over the Atlantic, somewhere in a European country, there was a landslide, covered an entire village under like 20 feet of mud.
but he's talking about sound waves. If you put a bolt near a speaker, the bolt is going to move with the vibration of the speaker.
Yeah. And you could there's actually experiments with sound devices, smaller form, where it does lift objects and keeps it center in where, like, you're able to control where it's sitting, and the mass of it doesn't matter. The density of it doesn't matter. Like, it just becomes weightless within the frequency. So when you're talking about those on a larger scale, it makes more sense to me that, like, these larger stones, if they were solid stones to begin with and end with, that they had to have been moved with some sort of technology like that.
And then there's other pyramids all around like in Mexico and all
Mm-hmm.
around the world, besides the ones in Egypt, because they all believed in the same beings, which were the
There's a
watchers.
little
I think.
there's a little Egypt here in southern Illinois, and the pyramids are all over the place. Along with these, there's I think a serpent mound in Ohio, and that's attributed to the natives here, but who knows who it belonged to.
What do you think, Andres?
I was about to say that they apparently have photos, apparently, of pyramid-like structures on both Mars and the Moon, which would be strange because they're in the shape of a square, but you can tell there's a tip at the very top.
They're saying there's portal that goes from Earth to there and to other locations. Portals. They can travel through portals to those locations.
I actually saw on a show where they were doing the whole experiments with my psychics to see if they can go to the past or something. One of the guys who did it ended up having a vision of the past where they were coming from Mars, and came here, and they were pretty much human. Like, he asked if there was anything they can do. He pretty much nodded his head negative. There's nothing they can do. So that makes me wonder, because apparently Mars might have been something with water, because that came out a few years back, that there was water, but what made it that dried up?
Yeah, I've heard about nuclear war, possibly. I mean, you obliterate the atmosphere and it just all goes out there.
That's actually one of the things that the freaking maker who came with the reaction was very worried about, and he even went to oh my god, what's his name? I'm doing a brain fog right now. Einstein. He was worried about that, about setting up a chain reaction, just setting the whole freaking atmosphere, well, turning it into hell. Pretty much a huge fireball. They even mentioned that in the movie that came out about it. So it was definitely a possibility of multiple nukes going off and just setting the atmosphere on fire.
Yeah, and I've heard about, and again, like, I don't know what to think of all this, but that there was a water canopy or vapor canopy that was in the sky a long time ago, that when it collapsed from something or other, that ended up causing some of the flooding that occurred. But while that vapor canopy was up there, there was a much higher carbon content on Earth, and that's why there was more beings, like living plants and animals and people, like the giants. Like, they were bigger because of that. But if you go back even further, there's stuff saying about, like, there's like plateaus in the middle of the desert that look like tree stumps, and they're saying that, like, these other people on different channels are saying that they used to be silica based, and that the atmosphere was just different at the time, and then something changed in the atmosphere where it changed from silica to carbon, and then that's why all of these different, like the Dark Ages happened, and it's a lot to take in, and I don't have it all organized in my head, honestly, but it's all concepts that fascinate me.
They actually mentioned on PRT that some of the big mountains in the desert, like in Arizona for one, they have a huge one that resembles pretty much a tree stump that's huge.
Mm-hmm.
So
I think like Devil's Tower or something.
Might have been something like that. I don't remember.
The one that's in the Close Encounters of the Third Kind movie. I think that was a signal to people to look into that a little more. But
possibly, but I'm just saying the huge trees things was pretty much in a way guaranteed. When you were talking about the massive canopy thing, we obviously in a way have records that most of the animals were bigger back then, and especially with for example, the spiders we have now, they're smaller, but they were said to be way bigger back then because there was more oxygen to take in. Makes you wonder some of the reasons why something happened was to get those creatures to a smaller scale, so that
So the mosquitoes were huge too, eh?
yeah, some of them really were. To make sense, it would make sense in my opinion to make some creatures bigger, but to make them smaller to gauge how much of a threat they would be at a big size, and then just scale them down to keep an ecosystem in check. Make them bigger, and then when you feel that enough time has passed, you scale them down to keep everything in check. Like with the dinosaurs, they were huge, so they obviously had huge parasites, that sort of stuff. But then the event happened that caused them to go extinct, and the Earth was renewed again. But this time we came around, and everything was in a way we adapted to it. And as time kept passing on, certain things kept happening to adjust until to what we have now. Like in a way we keep
a series of events. Yeah,
I'm wondering if that's gonna something's like all the events happening now are doing the same thing. It's resetting the world for new species again to come back or to bring new ones.
Where the poles are gonna flip on us.
Yeah, they were supposed to have already done that by now.
So it makes me wonder, is something waiting for the right opportunity? Or are we just, if for the moment, everything's on pause? It makes you wonder.
Wasn't there in those times well, where it's supposed to be real hot? At one time frame was dinosaurs, right? Was supposed to be the Earth was real hot.
Yeah, it was most of the planet was green. There wasn't much cold weather aside from the occasional rainstorm, at least from what I can remember. It was because most of them were reptiles. And if you notice, some of the dinosaurs back then, I'm pretty sure most of them were land based, but you notice some of them adapted to the water because there was obviously more water, and that's why you get some sightings of, well, the Loch Ness monster, which is a plesiosaur. Those ones might possibly be around. I'm not sure, but it would make sense water-based creatures would survive more than land, because on land, the event happened where you pretty much got crashed and burned. The water, if you went deep enough, you were in a way unaffected by it. So that's my thinking of it. It also makes you wonder about the event that happened. Was it preset, or did something bring the freaking meteor down on the Earth? Because Stephen mentioned about the. I'm pretty sure it was you, Stephen. Mentioned the magnetic pole switching. It makes me wonder if it did that, and our magnetic field around the Earth will go haywire, and possibly even brought stuff closer instead of just doing its normal job where it keeps some stuff out and keeps everything in balance. What are your thoughts on that, Stephen?
I have cognitive dissonance on some of this stuff because I want to believe that we are at the center of all of this that's occurring. At the same time, we have these known anomalies like meteors that have come down. Might not be meteors. I'm not sure what to make of all of it anymore because like I've gotten so many different inputs and theories of what it could be. But I wouldn't be surprised if like there's just been this constant resetting of everything because we were achieving higher being, higher status mentality, spirituality, and everything here in this realm is trying to suppress that on us, like from us seeing our full potential. Like speech without speaking and all of that and being able to remote view. Like that's stuff that's very taboo in a sense, but people are doing it. People are able to run social media channels on it and saying, "Oh, we foresaw this event happening." And there's a bunch of people that don't believe them, but then there's scientific studies, for example, like the men who stare at goats thing, where the government had tried to influence animals through thought, and it's all interesting to me. I want to say that the stuff that we're seeing in the sky, it's a lot closer than we're told. It may all be within a terrarium, which is this realm. And that's it. This is all it. This is Heavenly Father Creator's creation. It's all right here. We're right in the middle of it.
Drop your link, brother, using Mizzle, so I can post it here, so people can follow you, subscribe to your channel.
Thank you, Ed. Give me a second.
Yeah, the theory about this being like a terrarium makes sense to me because if you look at the clouds, it's like, to me they touch a surface that seems flat. Like the rest of the way up, you can obviously see the shapes, how it twists and all that. But once they reach a certain point, they just flatten out for no reason. So I can agree with the terrarium thing or simulation.
Yeah, it makes me think a lot. I guess that's something I can say. Gets my mind working on it. Because when I do, like, I have photos and videos of the sky from 2 weeks ago. I'm going to be showing on Brenda's channel later tonight. So Saturday night here. It was supposed to be Friday night, but the Hulk Hogan thing kind of moved our schedule around with that because I wanted to do something to honor him tonight. But yeah, today, Saturday night, I'll be on Brenda's Beyond the Box channel, and I'll be showing my video footage zoomed in, tracking these lights that just appear in the sky. That they're the same size as the other stars, but some of them don't have a center. They have like a light ring. They get intense. They become a full circle of light, and then they also fade out, but you could still see it moving, like a black mass just moving. And a lot of these lights that appeared, they would disappear around the same spot. And Susie, whose ranch I was on, where I got all of this footage from, she was saying that she thinks it's some sort of traffic of what we don't know, but it must be some celestial thing with demons and angels. And I know that makes some people uncomfortable to talk about, but I'm under the impression a lot of these UFOs are, one, government, and two, demons. And it's right now in my head, it's either one or the other, but there could be other explanations. There's these beings that say they're from other planets, other galaxies. Andromeda Galaxy is one that pops up a lot. You have the tall whites. You have all these different races of aliens. But are they all just like they're just demons putting on different skins? We have no proof, so we can't say for sure. We just have to take these accounts for what they are, the people that have experienced interaction with these beings, and most of the time they get uncomfortable when the name Jesus Christ is brought up. They just leave. Especially the alien greys. They're up in the they're getting like experimented on, cut open and stuff, and they say the name Jesus Christ, and they're just like, whoa, all right, we're sending you back. Why would they do that? Is it because you're not mentally strong enough because you believe in this Jesus Christ? I don't think that's the deal. I don't think that's what's going on. Like, I think they have laws from creator where they cannot do things if we invoke Jesus Christ's name. And that's why they just give up the contact and interaction while it's ongoing with these people that have these experiences. Once they speak the name Jesus Christ, it all ends. They get put back in their bed. They're not paralyzed anymore. They wake up with sleep paralysis sometimes with these things in their room. It's kind of scary to think about, but it all goes back to like the spiritual openings, the demonic beings seeing the spiritual openings, and then they present themselves, and they come in all shapes and sizes. At least that's what I'm thinking this all is at this point.
Yeah, to go on when you invoke the name of Jesus on Willerks Beneath, the show Abe was on, there was actually an encounter that was told where a guy and his family was abducted. And I'm not gonna say what exactly happened, but I will say that one thing that really caught my interest is that during the encounter he asked a question, and the response he got surprised me, was because they said the one you call the Son of God invested a lot of information on Earth, which in a way surprises me and at the same time doesn't, because Abe, you guys probably know that we obviously have a lot of information, and from the Bible it says that we ourselves are the temple of God and we're vessels, and we obviously contain a piece of whatever energy God uses to create us. And what you were saying about the Greys, you obviously had heard reports of the Greys attempting to use women as vessels, hoping to see if they can take some of that energy away from us and pass it on to the kids. Which, when you look at the normal small Greys, they have no emotion. But the few encounters that actually have the kids coming back, they have some to a certain extent. So in the way they're alive, where the ones where the great normal Greys have none at all. So in a way, they're very interested in humankind. It still surprises me because in their eyes, we're very basic. We're not all that important, I mean, to an extent, and they call our planet literally like a backwater planet. So I'm wondering, what is it about our kind that is so special about us, aside from the energy that we are a direct creation of God, and He says it too. So
Yeah. I'm under the impression that these beings are interdimensional, so they're all within the same realm here. But that's why we can't see them most of the time. That's why they don't interact with us most of the time. But there's certain areas where those laws of physics are not as strong, and that's how they're able to pass through. I mean, it's not too wild for me to speculate that, I don't think. And that's where all the ley lines come into play, the magnetics, how magnetics have effect on the physics and the material earth that's here with all the different elements that they can just be bent like this. Some of the strongest metals, and even if you want to say diamonds could potentially be just liquefied under certain conditions, even though it's one of the hardest minerals.
We already have lab-based diamonds, so it's not that hard to believe. Like, we can already create them, but they're in a way a downgrade from the original. Not sure how, but I gotta look that up.
We're going on 6 hours, guys. I think I'm going to call it a night so y'all can get some rest too, because you got that show later on. I don't know if I'm going to do a show, but I'm going to be tuning into the shows during the day. But if I do decide to do one, it'll be a late one like I always do.
Sounds good, Abe. Thanks for having us on.
If you want to plug your channel and Beyond the Box, I put the links there.
So my channel, Yusel Missile Productions, I do deep dives into Coral Castle in Homestead, Florida. That's expanded into researching the energy grid and ley lines right now. And then Thursday shows, I have deep dives into the Bermuda Triangle, which right now I'm looking into all the disappearing ships. We already finished looking at the disappearing planes. And I show the images when they're available, whether like some of them were in the book, but this past Thursday's show with the ships, I put the images I pulled off the internet, but whatever I could find, and I showed that while I was speaking about these different accounts. So like, I'm trying to make it as informational as possible, and I think people can get something out of it. And then on Sundays, it's my general chill talk stream, but it's mostly been centered around what is these grifters that we've been around, what are they up to these days, and just trying to dispel some of the false things they're saying specifically about me and other people, because I believe we have a right to defend ourselves. Like, we can't just let people say that, oh, we're horrible people without any substance to it. So that's my time on Sundays to clear the air with that. And I'm trying to work on other deep dives. I'll be doing looks into the Great Lakes Triangle, the fiat currency that we're currently like enslaved to in a way. And
there's a question here, guys. There's a question. What's your plan to protect yourself from UFO abduction? I said my M1 and Jesus.
Those are two good things to have in your arsenal. I would say Jesus Christ, yes.
I would also say Jesus, but you gotta remember one thing: you gotta have actual faith to make sure you can call in His name. Because demons obviously know if you're not being faithful, you're not being truthful, they'll still try to hurt you. And I'm not sure about conventional guns. Like, you can give it a shot, but I remember reading some reports where it doesn't affect them at all, and they just come right back.
Yeah, Texas Learning asked if I'm going live later. Yes, but not on my channel. I'll be going live on Brenda's Beyond the Box channel. And I'm sharing my findings on Susie's Ranch with the sky anomalies exclusively.
I'll put the link here, guys, so y'all can go subscribe. Beyond the Box also.
Yeah, and we'll be doing that show at 9 p.m. I think Brenda confirmed that.
There it is.
Thank you. Yeah, and Brenda has a pretty good crowd over there. A very consistent community she has. And it's such a small channel, but like that doesn't matter. It's more about the content we're putting out and the people that want to see it, they'll find it eventually.
There's Brother Using Missiles.
Thank you, Abe.
Just gotta reach as many you can, just like Abe said, and same with you, Stephen. Try to reach as many people as you can. If they want to learn, they'll learn.
I'm taking that opportunity. So, like Monday, I'll be going on Wolf's channel. I'll try to have a little time to talk in front of a larger audience, and whatever happens, happens. I mean, I'm not seeking to like double my subscriber count right now, but that'd be cool if it happened. But right now, it's more it's content focused on my channel, and it's stuff that I feel is worth my time putting into. I'm not just trying to content farm and like taking other people's content and putting it on my channel, or having an AI generator spit out a whole bunch of reels for me. I'd rather be hands-on and doing all this editing myself, but the live streams have been really effective with getting the information out quickly. So that's the route I've been taking right now. This year, actually, it's been more prominent, where I've been doing more than one live show every week. And
that's good.
Coming on here, being a guest on your channel, like, I really appreciate it. I feel blessed being able to do this.
That's no problem, brother. I mean, you always have good wisdom and knowledge to share, you know, and it makes me think a lot more about a lot of things, to how things work and stuff like that, and things that I've witnessed throughout my lifetime that make sense, you know.
Yeah, I appreciate you saying that, Abe. Because I mean, there's times where
I'm like a sponge, just listening, you know. So if it looks like I'm not paying attention, I am. I'm just one of those people that just, even if I'm looking down, I'm still listening to what you're saying. Yeah, I'm just absorbing everything, you know. All the wisdom and knowledge.
Thank you. Yeah, it's the journey I'm on right now. The stuff I'm covering is not by accident. It's stuff that, I mean, I've had books that have sat on my shelf for many years before I picked them up, and now I'm digging deep into them and analyzing all the information in there. And I'm learning new things, like the mercury in the oceans possibly intercepting radio signals. Wild stuff. It explains some of the stuff that people would say are sirens, but I know that's probably not all of the explanation. It's a piece of the puzzle. And then when I find the new information, I come here and talk about it, and I share what I find, because hopefully that gets answers out to other people that they've been looking for, and if anything, it encourages them, inspires them to go research more on their own. And that's really all I can ask of anyone watching, is if any of this stuff interests you, look into it, because Heavenly Father Creator is going to guide you in the direction you need to go.
Yep.
Right, just want to mention real quick, right in the chat, that PTRT is having a afternoon guest at 2 p.m. today, with a live from the UK, if I remember correctly.
Yes. At 2 p.m. Central Time. They're going to be doing a live, daytime live.
Do we have a link for his channel?
I don't have the link.
Okay, I'll scoop it up.
I think Sister Madeline, but she's not here right now.
No, she's on patrol.
Yeah, I got it. I got it. I'll send it in the private here so you can share it.
All right.
And I'm new to Wolf's channel over there, so.
And honestly, Stephen, I'm kind of surprised you haven't heard about Wolf.
Yeah, considering he knows a lot, and he interacted with Lon Strickler for quite a bit, which I was listening to Lon Strickler's podcasts while I was doing a lot of my gas meter work back in 2018. So like I just have that on my headset constantly while I'm doing work, listening to all these stories. And now, looking back now, he doesn't bring any guests on his show. It's just him talking. But it would make sense if he's not working well with others and there's this territorial aspect to some of the Mothman stuff. His site's down now, and Wolf's like, yeah, because it's probably BS. And I'm like, dang.
Yeah, he used to be affiliated with this guy named it's still a friend, Michael Moran. He was all into Ron Strickler, and he would sometimes try to get him on the show and stuff like that. And he had me as a moderator there, and then all of a sudden I'm not a moderator. And then he's trying to give me this excuse that the reason I'm a writer because he's trying to keep it like with all cryptic things. He's not trying to bring the spiritual aspect in. So I just looked at it that, but then I found out later on that one of the reasons that he put me out because that guy didn't like me because I was bringing the spiritual aspect and I was into the cryptic community. I'm one of those guys that, I forgive people. So I said, okay, no problem. So I just didn't see. I left his group, but now he found me. He on YouTube. We'll do my short reels, and we're friends there. But bygones be bygones. But yeah, I think he's one of the reasons why he kicked me out of the group. But that's okay, and I'm not worried about it. But you talk very highly about him, my friend Michael Moore, because I think he had one that has all cryptids, and he had one with nothing but amphibious creatures from the like dinosaurs and stuff like that. I don't even know if he even does that because I see him DJing. He's DJing on TikTok now. That's where he's at. He does music, and he has people that are there in his shed, and he's playing different jams. So I don't know if he stopped doing all that. He was very sick, with diabetes. That's why, sometimes when somebody's sick and they might say something to you or do something, it's because, the sickness is getting the best of him. But yeah, he's still my friend. I got nothing against anybody. It's just, just because I'm doing my own thing, because that's what I'm doing. Trying to do my own thing with the spiritual encrypted encounters. Because in all honesty, I was going to name it spiritual, the spiritual positive spiritualist something. But the only reason I named it spiritual encrypted encounters is because I got targeted by the cryptic community, in which my Facebook got permanently deleted because I got attacked. And then I prayed to God and I said, what should I do? And then it's like, oh, I already know the answer to that. Build another account. So I recreated it, and here I am. And I said, okay, so it was a cryptic community that messed with me. I'm going to create this a site called Spiritual and Cryptid Encounters, even though it's going to be, didn't allow with spiritual, it's cryptid because, they're the ones that came at me in a negative way. But then, that's the name, it's news, we just do comparisons and stuff like that. I don't have nothing against nobody. I never did. All the people, I guess they were trying to take me out of the equation. But, when the Heavenly Father has a plan for you, He's going to utilize you. And what I'm trying to say, they're not just coming up against me, they're coming against Him because I'm just following orders of what I was supposed to do. Even though I was going through my own ordeals, I was sick with a black light in my leg, epilepsy, from a blow to the head in the military, and various other conditions. The Heavenly Father was telling me to speak for Him, to do this, to awaken my brothers and sisters. Now, when you get somebody that high to give you a mission, You're not going to let him down, because if you don't listen, he'll let you know somewhere or another to you better do follow the orders that he's telling you to do, because you don't, he'll make you feel the blood clot in the leg again. He'll make you feel the condition of the epilepsy, or what other condition you have. He's going to make you feel it, and then you're going to say, oh, let me get back. I'm right on it. And that's why I do this. People don't understand that I don't do this. I'm not doing this because I hate the crypto community or I have anything against anybody. No, I do it because I'm just following my spiritual orders from the Heavenly Father. If I don't do it, then my time here on earth could be shortened for disobeying the Heavenly Father. And I love my family, and that's what I do here. I do this works because this is what I'm supposed to do, following my spiritual orders to awaken my brothers and sisters, to let them know that the Heavenly Father, or Jesus Christ, is just waiting for you to open up your doors and your windows to let him in, so he can assist you, heal you, and bless you. And that's why I do this works. I'm just following orders. No, what was the saying they used to say back in the day? Don't kill the messenger.
Yeah.
So at the same time, I love Jesus Christ. I'm attending a Heavenly Love Foundation. Yes.
It's actually better that you actually did name your channel with cryptids, because obviously the algorithms will put you up more instead of if it was something positive. And the other word you said, you would have actually kept yourself a bit buried there. So in a way, they're paid, pretty much told you, like, name it this. And like you said, God put certain people that in your path, whether you
Uh,
hate or you love, doesn't matter. It's gonna help you.
yeah, I believe he
It,
placed
it,
me there because there was a lot of people getting spiritually attacked in the crypto community, and they had already lost a lot of members in the crypto community. Uh, I know you all know who Larry Batson is.
No.
He's like one of the main guys for Bigfoot. Larry Batson. I was I will follow him. He's a friend. Larry Batson was one of the first guys that came out of the news with about Bigfoot, and he would have animals, and he would do shows even for children where we do drawings of animals and stuff like that. He was older man, but we lost him. But yeah, I believe I got placed here for a reason, to let people know that yeah, it's okay to go looking for Bigfoot or whatever you're looking for, but at the same time, you also got to prepare yourself spiritually, through prayer before, if, during, if things get out of control, and after. But
Absolutely. Yeah, we need to
that's
be
what I do.
careful with that, because at any time they could try to influence us if they spot any weaknesses, and all of a sudden it's just the way it is. So we do need to take those precautions, especially if we're
Yeah,
going out on the field looking for these things.
mhm.
it's kind of like on the tank. I'll give you an example. On the tank, I was pretty good on the tank. I knew how to operate everything, but there's a saying, as a tanker, don't get comfortable with the equipment or the job, because when you get comfortable, that's when accidents happen. Well, that's the same thing you can say when you go out there, whether you're ghost hunting, cryptid hunting. Don't get too relaxed thinking you're a professional, or you're a professional of your trade, even though you have weapons or you're going to group. Because when you think that nothing's going to happen, that's when things might happen. So you got to be alert at all times. Basically, that's what I'm saying. What we call it in the military, stay recon one at all times. Don't get too comfortable with you doing, because that's when things happen. most things happen when you're too comfortable and you're relaxed, and it catches you off guard. When you least expect it is when it happens. Wow, it's 1556.
Yeah, that's amazing, August. I'd like to see how far back both my sides of family go.
Yeah. Gotta expect the unexpected, but you gotta train yourself to be ready for the unexpected too. Gotta be ready, not just physically, spiritually. Imagine how many people are out there because they have a weapon or they're there with a group of 4 or 6 people. They're like, oh, if something comes up, we're just gonna shoot it. But what if what they come up to is something that's in spirit or disembodied form?
Yeah, and the
And then
weapons won't work.
they're shooting their weapons at it, and nothing's happening, and it's still coming at them. They're mad, and they say they're killing it, and that's the opening. That's the only opening it needs to attack them spiritually. There's a lot of people, and I believe there's a lot of people. That's why they're sick or they have ailments right now because they go there with that. Some of them go there because they think they can control the things that are out there because they think that they're their friends or they're part of the clan and this stuff. What if there's no clan? What if what you're really witnessing is this DDN that I speak of? Yeah, the only thing that they're doing is getting you to believe so they can find that opening to attack, and that's how people wind up getting sick with serious ailments.
It's more or less the
Kind of
same
like
thing.
me, I'm putting myself out there in that nature, but I know Jesus Christ with me because I pray before, during, and after. But I need to get back on doing some cardio, doing some exercise, going walking. I took some pictures yesterday with my niece, and I said, "Man, how come when I take a picture, I don't look like that, but from a distance, I look like I'm getting a little bit of weight?" So I need to start doing cardio, go for walks.
Yeah, I've really fallen away from doing that. I got new shoes. I really should go back out and start doing my walks again because I'm not collecting inventory as much for the eBay store, going to the different stores in the area, the retail stores. So I was spending a lot of time walking doing that. But nowadays, like the past 2 months now, I haven't done any of that.
Guess we'll say our farewells and call it a day, and get ready for check out the shows later on.
Yeah.
Paranormal on Table and your show.
Yeah, I just sent it. Thank you for putting on the screen here.
No problem, brother.
Yeah, so thank you again, Abe, and thank you everyone in the chat.
You're welcome, brother.
I really appreciate y'all being on here, and Andrews, you too. I mean, we're all here. We're all here, right?
Yep. Speculating, talk about what we think about the world.
Yeah, it's a good, healthy discussion, I think. But thank you again, Abe, and I'll see you all later. So, everyone, take care.
God bless.
All right, well, it was fun being on again, Abe. Just one quick question: have you ever seen anything that was like a pure white color in the field?
What?
Have you seen a pure white color of any being in the field?
In the field when I was in the military?
Just
like ghostly?
Ghostly stuff, yes.
Or like a apparition, yes. I've seen things like that. Told you I used to have a picture of what seemed to be like a white Bigfoot, but it wasn't in the flesh. It was more in spirit, and it was standing right beside me. I had put it on a Bigfoot group, but when they banned me out of it because of the picture, they freaked out with it. They banned me, and I couldn't get my picture off of there, and I lost that picture. I just can't remember the name of the Bigfoot group I put it on, but it was a white Bigfoot, or what seemed to be a white Bigfoot, but it's more in spirit form. I do have I think I have a video or something that looks white also. Let me see if I can find it for you real quick. Yeah, I have something that's white. Kind of, yeah. Let me see if I can find it. If I can find it.
If you don't want to, you know how you can save it for the next live.
Yeah. Let me see real quick. If I can find it right now, just for first glance, we can save it for the next live. Here it is. All right, let me share it real quick.
No, yeah, I remember this one.
You remember this one?
Yeah, you showed it in another live. I remember.
There he is, right there.
Yep.
Looking at me, you can see the face and everything, the body shape. But the other one that I had, man, you could tell it was. I mean, it looked like a Bigfoot, man. It was like real close up to me. But I just can't remember what was the name of the Bigfoot group where they booted me out of there. So I couldn't get that picture back. You know, but you can see this one.
Mm-hmm.
His face is right there. You go. There he is right here. You know, when people talk about abominable snowman who looks white, there's the face right there. What does that look like to you?
Obviously, looks like a dark face. That's almost black, surrounded by white hair. Looks like his head's a little down though.
Yeah, is the eye, the nose, you know, the face, and it's a fur. If they have fur, right?
Mm-hmm.
It looks white, like a abominable snow. What do you call them?
The Yeti, or
Like a yeti, yeah. But yeah, I got this one, and yeah, I've seen a white. I think I have one where there's like a white mist on the path, and it takes off. It's like blocking the path, and then it takes off real fast. I don't know if you've seen that one, but I can share it next time. Just make sure you let me know, and I'll share it.
all right. Thanks for answering the question, Abe.
You're welcome, brother.
Yeah, the reason I'll ask that question, I'll ask on another live. All right, so thanks for the information and everything. Thanks for like all the for the prayers. Take care, and hopefully you manage to get some sleep before your brother texts you again for lunch or breakfast.
Yeah, I will. All right, brother.
Right, goodbye.
Have a blessed day.
You as well.
Well, there you go. For the late owls and early morning that are still here, thank you all again for tuning in and making this show a great show. Uh, I try to keep the members protected here. If somebody comes in here being disrespectful, I boot them out. You know, I don't got time for people. I think I booted somebody out earlier because they came and just right off the bat we were being disrespectful, so I booted them out. I like protecting the members of Spiritual and Cryptid Encounters, you know, and the moderators. I know I think there's a couple of moderators here tonight. Thank you for moderating also. Boy, it was white. Do you have a picture of the crawler? I've seen something like that, a white crawler one evening where it's literally, I can explain it. It's kind of like his body was contorted, like his body was like broken, and he was walking backwards on his back, like all distorted. Like his neck was twisted, his arm was twisted, his leg was twisted, but he was crawling on his back. You know, it might have been possibly shapeshifting. I don't know, but I seen something like that in Elms Grove, near the swing set. I think I had a picture where there were some that were right around me. I have a lot of photos, but what I'll do, but do a live later on tonight. I don't know yet. I'll see if I can download some pictures and so I can share with y'all. But I want to say thank you for those that tuned in. Everybody have a beautiful, blessed day, a blessed morning. You drink coffee, drink a coffee more for me. No legs, yeah. That's kind of like what I've seen. Like its body was just moving, and it looked freaked out. It looked like it was like broken or something. Like it was all contorted. Like the body didn't look like a body of a person, but it was a body. But it was just walking on it, like on his crawling on his back, and he was just moving his head a certain way, like it was either shape shifting or it was just, I don't know, it was acting strange. And I seen it walking on the grass of the park, and I said, "Screw that!" I just went back home. I didn't want to go to see what it was, so I left it alone. Good night, everybody. This is a Spiritual Encrypted Encounters. Brother Abe Cia signing off. Sarn Cia signing off. Y'all have a beautiful, blessed day. Peace out. Oh, thank you for the panel that was here also. Thank you, everybody. Have a blessed day.